Preface of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator by George Philip Baker. Preface. There are many reasons why Lucius Cornelius Sulla should be of particular interest to us today. His life was a remarkable one. His personality was still more remarkable. His significance in the history of politics makes the story of his career not only apposite, but even topical. Not to know who Sulla was or what he did is to be ignorant of one of the crucial episodes of history, an episode which neatly illustrates the problems of our own age. Next to Gaius Julius Caesar, he was the greatest individual produced by ancient Rome. He has been eclipsed by the figure of Caesar, who undid his work, overshadowed his fame, and based his own career to a great extent upon the methods of his predecessor. He was as great a soldier as Caesar, as great a statesman, though a less successful one. And if the stray fragments of his lost autobiography, surviving embedded in the books of later historians, are any guide, he was a writer whose experiences were as interesting as Caesar's own. And he was the great dictator, and he died in his bed. Not until the idea of dictatorship became a living contemporary issue was anyone likely to see either interest or meaning in Sulla's career. We shall look in vain for any authoritative biography of Sulla from the great Victorians. There is none. There is not even any sign that they knew what he was or meant. But with Mussolini dominating Italy, Primo de Rivera ruling Spain, and Pilsudski, Poland, and with a dictatorship of the proletariat reigning in Russia, and likely to go on doing so. With all these present actualities, we can look at Sulla with fresh eyes and suspect that he had more meaning than our fathers imagined. And he had. He did mean more than they thought, but there was nothing in the circumstances of their own days to reveal what that meaning was. We can understand Sulla better because we live in an age more like his own. There is a proverb that history repeats itself. There is just this much obvious truth in it, that the history of social institutions is a kind of biology, for the collective life of man, like his individual life, develops by a definite law. We know the series of changes through which the physical body goes. Everything we can say about it, we can similarly say of the changes through which civilization passes. Both have definite stages. At 17, a man probably falls in love. At 30, he may marry someone else. At 45, he is liable to put on flesh. At 60, he goes gray. 70 years are the life of a man. The course of civilization can be predicted with no less and no more certainty. The traditions of our race have never left us in doubt on that head. Plato knew that aristocracy precedes oligarchy, and that democracy follows it. The compilers of the Old Testament knew all about the development of the tribal system into the first, or primitive, form of monarchy. But so long is the wavelength of history that it is only now, after another 2,000 years, that we realize that what followed Plato in the Old Testament was a logical development which is very likely to repeat itself. We have gone the round afresh. After the last Augustus, or Augustulus, the tribes reappeared and monarchy followed. And aristocracy once more came on the heels of monarchy, and oligarchy on the heels of that. But we erred in imagining that the democracy which succeeded was the last, final, never-to-be-changed form of political organization. It has all happened before. On the last journey round, Sulla followed Tiberius Gracchus, as Mussolini has followed Mazzini. Sulla was thus a very modern man, far more modern, more one of ourselves than Alfred the Great or Cesare Borgia. Sulla faced most of the problems which a modern statesman has to face. He was familiar with the decay of religious faith, the failure of aristocracy, the rise of Bolshevism, the Industrial Revolution, and the power of international finance. He was accustomed to the modern woman. He was an ardent playgoer. He was involved in the problem of the ex-serviceman. It is an advantage to see all these things set on a different stage, detached from our own circumstances, isolated from our interests and prejudices, and made more dramatic by their completeness. We do not know the issue of our own actions, but we know the issue of Sulla's. We cannot tell what the logic of events may do with us, but we know what it did with Sulla's world. This is doubtless a wise age, and Sulla's was a foolish one. But how dieth the wise man, even as the fool? Sulla did not exactly invent the policy of dictatorship, for under the Roman constitution, the dictatorship in times of emergency was a legal and constitutional office, and in the Greek cities, at a certain stage of political evolution, dictators were as common as mushrooms. But he was the first statesman who applied the idea systematically, intelligently, and on a scale sufficiently large to be instructive to us. His life story is one of the very few available to us, which give us a working model of a great civilization like our own, struggling with our own difficulties. It may possibly be helpful if it leads some people to realize that dictatorship is a known stage in political growth. Not everyone falls to the common ailments. Some states may avoid dictatorship, but none avoids the necessity of growing up. Hence, there is much in this narrative that will not be, or may not be, true of our own age. Sulla saw civilization move a step ahead of its furthest north. With average luck, we may pass that limit. For we do move, though we move rather in social things than in things peculiar to the individual and his capacities. This book, therefore, has all the faults and failings of a book intended to be useful and based upon the lives of actual men who worked, suffered, died, and have something of real human urgency to tell us as a result. The sources for Sulla's life are well known and well-trodden ground, perhaps too well-trodden. Nothing can be added to facts long familiar. The only opportunity for originality lies in the reading of the facts. In this, a biographer who is not a professional scholar has a great advantage. He is not bound by any of the responsibilities which make a professional scholar chary of embarking on some kinds of adventure. In the present case, the facts have been read according to the probabilities familiar to us in modern life. The assumption which underlies the whole book is that Sulla was an ordinary human being of extraordinary achievements, that all his friends and foes were ordinary human beings, and that the stuff of human life and motive is everywhere and always much the same. Only the fashions vary. Human beings are so inherently interesting that to praise them or blame them is unnecessary. All that is needed is to understand them. George P. Baker, Elmer, Sussex, 1927. End of Preface. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 1 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Sulla. 1. A narrow street paved with cobbles. Soaring tenements, straight, ugly, many-windowed. A distant roar of traffic. Rome, 21 centuries ago. A strongly built, middle-sized man with startling blue eyes, a purple and white complexion, and a shock of golden hair. Sulla, whose tale this is. 2. Glance over the Europe in which Sulla dwelt. Take your stand on Ludgate Hill, a smooth slope rising up from the undulating ground north of the Thames, overlooking the marshes. There, already, probably, stood Lud's Dun, a fortress of great earthworks crowned with timber walls and stocked with its sheds of munitions and supplies, from which continued the town of little wooden houses to the other earthwork on what is now Tower Hill, guarding the way east. It was no great town then, chiefly the river port that kept the more important town, which is now St. Albans, in touch with the sea. The salmon-haunted, silver old Thames was a wide, shallow, marsh-bordered stream which had hardly time in summer to drain off the winter floodwater. Vast forests filled the Kent and Sussex wealds, which are now cleared and cultivated, while the now wooded hills were bare. It was a wild land of hill emerging smooth from thick woods, scored by flooded streams and determined swamp, a savage pioneer land to which civilization had not yet come. The hills dotted with ringed villages that were ramparted with high turf walls and wicker battlements, wherein long-haired, scarlet-clad tribal chiefs with wonderfully decorative but soft-bladed swords ruled in rural splendor over the common people who still used the flint knife to shear the sheep and ring the bull. A pastoral people, fishing and bird trapping in the marshes, and hacking out scanty allotments of cornland on the hillsides. Britain was a land of local diversity and local government, its rulers suspicious and exclusive. It could be traversed only by certain roads, and these so well watched that the traveler could not easily escape being examined and turned back, unless his credentials were uncommonly good. Productivity was low, population thin and somewhat scattered. There was no national organization, either public or private. Education was in the hands of a Druid church of distinctly theosophical color. Trade was restrained not only by the low productivity of industry, but by the degree to which all enterprise was repressed by the exclusive monopoly of the local tribal groups. Nothing could be on a large scale. The northern trade was largely in the hands of Frisians, who brought in furs, amber, fish, and eggs, and took in return the tin that came from Cornwall and a certain amount of gold from Ireland, returning home to sell the tin and the gold to the men who came down laden with more amber and furs of the Baltic, in many-oared whaleboats steered by cold-faced, blue-eyed kings who let no stranger into their countries. The Frisians held this trade because it was dangerous to cross the North Sea, and in all ways safer to steer by the coast and come over the narrow sea to the Thames mouth or on to the ports of Gaul. Not much was known of the Baltic. The Frisians kept that market in their own hands, and the Northmen in these times did not care to come further down themselves, although it is possible that in earlier times their whaleboats had traded as far south as Brittany and Spain. Germany was backward and disunited, having been swept by repeated devastating wars, but in other respects was the same predatory, militaristic Germany with which we have been familiar. And Germany formed a barrier which prevented any easy access by land to the north. But the Baltic lands were then, as now, progressive and intelligent, their artificers expert metalworkers who could cast trumpets and bronze chains and forge and inlay iron, though not, as yet, temperate. On the whole, northwestern Europe was in a state of transition and decadence, fallen off from many of the splendors of an earlier age, and not yet risen to its new future. The central fact was, perhaps, that northwestern Europe still lingered in a definitely tribal stage of social organization, in which great social and economic unities were impossible. Men were limited and hindered by this fact, and were awaiting some fresh form of organization in which their energies could be safely unleashed. Such developments do not come in a day, but events were already moving, though the news came through slowly and sporadically. The coast of Denmark gave way and let in the sea, as in later ages it broke into Holland and formed the Zuider Zee. The Cimbri and Teutones were swamped out and began to look for new homes, and there was local trouble and war and movement as far south as the Rhine. The Goths of Sweden were crossing over to the south coast of the Baltic and colonizing the valley of the Vistula. Something was impending over Europe. The Etruscan augurs declared that a new age was beginning, whatever that might mean. 3. Amid this confinement and restriction of energy, the attention of an onlooker would almost insensibly wander to the real center of interest, and the way would have been to strike the Tin Road, the Pilgrim's Way, which led to Winchester, and by a side road to Southampton. There, sea-going ships with leathern sails and iron anchors would take the traveler, fare uncertain and fixed by private treaty, over into the ports of the Loire. The tin and gold went by that trade route either up the rivers or overland, southward, in return for the iron of Gaul. In Gaul, at first, it would seem much as it was in Britain, but there was a leaven at work. The social unit was perhaps greater. The hills might be higher, and the marshes vaster, but certainly the villages were larger, and the ringed forts bigger. Cattle breeding was the chief occupation, but a good trade was done in iron and metalwork. The Gaulish craftsmen were the first to invent enameling and to discover the processes of tinning and silvering. The further south one went, the richer the land became, till one came to the Cevennes and walked straight into a new world. The vine and the olive began at the Cevennes, and a road or two, and landed estates, and all the first signs of civilization. And going forward, one would meet more roads, and farms and vineyards, and country houses, and so come at last to the outer villages, and then to the subordinate towns, and then to the suburbs, and then to the walls of a roaring city of civilization, with factories and shops, and working men, and middle classes, and millionaires, and old aristocratic families, laboring, idling, trading, speculating, swindling, doing all those things which, for good or evil, civilized men do. Her harbors were full of ships, her banks full of money. This, you ask, was Rome? So any intelligent Briton who got so far would reverentially ask. No, it was Marseille. But here Rome began. And now all was changed. There were surveyors and civil engineers in the Roman world. It was not, indeed, until 100 years later that they linked up the Italian road system with the roads of Transalpine Gaul and built the solid graded highway that ran from Marseille with bridge, bank, and causeway as necessary, forking at Aquae Sextii, round, past, and over the barrier of the Alps to Pisa, along the old trackway between the mountains and the sea. So in these days it was still the simplest course to take ship direct to Pisa. And at Pisa was another great city, and here in Italy the world was civilized. Social problems, political disputes, administrative systems, public baths, water supply, drainage, rates and taxes, theaters, circuses, and other less respectable places of entertainment. All were here. It was not long since a political crisis. Another crisis might come to pass at any time. You could have enjoyed an intelligent conversation with any respectable person as to whether the dole was really a just and an expedient policy, and whether Catullus or Metellus would succeed in gaining the second place in the consular elections, and why Italians should not have the vote. You could have been introduced into a political or a social club. You could have put up in lodgings or in an hotel. True, these things were not, in all cases, shaped in precisely our way. The fashion was different, but the substance was there in full measure. Italy, in Sulla's day, was socially nearer to us than the England of 1600. Footnote: the absence of machinery, the most obvious difference, was due to an economic cause. Slave labor was so cheap that the sinking of capital in machinery was not commercially profitable. End footnote. And all these things depended on a certain order of man. By degrees he might be identified, a more or less prosperous, pushing, confident man with a chin who took the pavement of everyone, a Roman, whatever mysterious significance that term might have. And there was a mystery attached to it. You would hear the name and fame of Rome, and yet see no police and no soldiers. It was a civilization conducted without the gendarme. The court of justice sat and recorded its judgments, but there was no obvious reason why they should be respected. Take the road from Pisa, the great Via Aurelia that ran south, passing through ancient cities, between the Apennine and the sea, down through the rich cultivation of old Etruria, where the chain gangs worked in the vineyards, and the chained shepherd watched his flocks by night. Amid the signs of ever-growing wealth, of transcendent prosperity. It is a Whig civilization of vast estates and huge isolated country houses, a world of the nouveau riche who is already nearly an aristocrat, and soon will be. Thicker become the houses. You pass miles of gravestones set up beside the road, and reflect on the quaintness of foreign customs. You come to the Pons Aurelius. You cross it, and there is Rome. Not the Rome of 18th century classical idealism, nor even the Rome of the Palladian Renaissance, which resembled it rather less than Sir Edward Burne-Jones's pictures resembled the Middle Ages, but the real Rome, with its temple of Capitoline Jupiter still flaring with Etruscan color, and its senators still clad in purple-edged mantles and scarlet shoes. A Rome rammed together, tight within walls too small to hold her tremendous traffic and roaring life. The poorer quarters built tenement above tenement and packed room over room beside narrow streets. An unimproved, old-fashioned Rome, like the London of the 60s, with, in one way, all the world at her feet, and, in another, with all the world before her. A seething, wooden brick Rome, over-brimming with a life just cut loose from the trammels of old decorum and old incredible religion, not yet provided with higher thought, oriental mysteries, or the artistic life. A Rome with the remembrance of wonderful deeds of human courage and iron heart, but no idea as yet what to do with the results. It was a Rome as much unlike the later Rome as the London that any man of middle age can still remember, before they pulled down Holywell Street and began to build the Bush Building, is unlike modern London. It would have repaid the trouble of wandering through its streets and examining its life. 4. It was an age of rapid change, when one world was coming to an end and another was beginning. Men, manners, and modes, the economic system, the spiritual tension, the necessity, the ideal, were all simultaneously altering. Economic changes sent the Roman landholder into the city to live and to Campania for his holidays, while a bailiff or agent took over the practical charge of his estates. Increasing business kept the Roman financier there. Growing wealth enlarged their houses and their households. The dour old Kruger-like farmer was a disappearing species, except when the type was revived as a pose, and his descendant was a washed, manicured person with a study and a secretary and perhaps a room full of scribes, typists being as yet unborn, who might collect objects of art, might write poetry, as Lucullus did, and betrayed his ancestry only by a certain robustness of neck. The nouveau riche was plentiful, and he, whose father had sat at the foot of the table in the old farmhouse, might now boast of his butler and his expensive cook and all the other details of the fashionable life, which were pretty much then what they are now, while he, whose fathers had sat at the head as lord and master, might be living in lodgings, as Sulla did. For Sulla sprang of the great Cornelian house, whose origin went back not to any equivalent of a Norman conquest, but to an age of gods and heroes, lost in an infinite antiquity. He belonged to the branch called Rufinus, which, some century and a half before, had acquired instead the name Sulla. Lucius Cornelius Sulla was his full name, and he indeed lived in lodgings, though the magistracies of Rome from the beginning had been filled by innumerable Cornelii. Footnote: of the 140 patrician consuls between 366 BC and 173 BC, 30, equivalent to 21.3%, were Cornelii. The Valerii, who came next, were somewhat less than 13%. End footnote. 5. But first, of Sulla himself as a person. If his portrait be authentic, he belonged to the same Roman type as Julius Caesar, the old Roman aristocratic type, which was as distinctive as the Norman. Anyone who walks down the gallery of busts of Roman emperors in the British Museum may obtain a profitable lesson in some historical facts. They are, most of them, to a modern eye, extraordinarily wide in the face. Perhaps the type culminates in Nero, whose broad jaw and upturned chin are startling in their peculiarity and distinctness. It was the typical face of the Roman governing class in the days when the old aristocracy was dying out or dead. Nero was of the plebeian family Domitius. Walk on a step or two to the end of the gallery. There, last of all the busts, stands that of the founder of the empire, Gaius Julius Caesar. And it is far more startling than Nero's, but in this case because of its human splendor. The head is vast, a gigantic brain case, magnificently modeled, above a face thin, finely boned, aquiline of nose, with a small firm jaw, and a large but thin-lipped mouth curled into proud repose. Nero's face gives one the impression of a human soul struggling dim through the mountainous tyranny of appetite and physical dominance. Caesar's looks out as through a mask of crystal. Every line of it speaks of power, refinement, and quietude. It may, we do not know, have been the most splendid of its kind. It was certainly almost the last of its kind. Sulla belonged to that type. He had the same shape of brain case, immense in capacity, yet beautifully molded, the same fine silky hair, very slightly wavy, fairer than Caesar's, which was reddish. Sulla's mouth was smaller, and instead of the passionless repose of Caesar, the ghost of a sad, wounded spirit haunts the lips. The lower lip is thicker. The Creator of mankind has not struck off many faces nobler than these. The modeling throughout is remarkably decisive. Compare the portrait of Lucius Lucullus, who was of a plebeian family. Lucullus had a kindly and pleasant mouth. He had no particular sort of nose, and no particularly striking head. His flesh is dimpled where Sulla's, like Caesar's, is hewn in smooth, definite planes. Men of the type of Nero made much money and were powerful men, but the men like Sulla and Caesar conquered the world. 6. The complexion of Sulla raises some curious questions. It was a prominent fact to his contemporaries. They have handed down express notice of the peculiarity of his appearance, and yet, whether through delicacy or carelessness, the description is not sufficiently definite to tell us what it was. It cannot have been the well-known symptom of cardiac disease, for Sulla was a very vigorous and active man who lived to a good age and died of something very different. The overwhelming probability is that he was disfigured by a birthmark. If so, it scarred his soul as well as his body. Everyone who knew Sulla knew that he was oddly incalculable, liable to fits and starts of sudden resentment, capable of cruelty, yet easily moved to tears, until those who recorded his actions did not know whether he were a good-humored man who was sometimes vindictive, or a vindictive man who was usually cheerful. He certainly had the touch of perversity which, as in the case of Byron, is apt to belong to those who are irresistibly conscious of carrying a peculiarity they hate. The atrocities of the sack of Athens probably owed much to certain Greek verses chanted on the wall, reflecting on Sulla's appearance. He wiped out the insult in blood, which ran out of the city gates. Some of his incalculable cruelties may have turned on a self-conscious expression, an unwise stare, a betrayal of noticing that which was not to be noticed. If he worshipped Pompeius, it was partly because Pompeius had all the silly perfection of which fortune had deprived Sulla. We know the nature of men. The great Julius himself was ashamed of being bald. 7. The lodgings in which Sulla lived during his early days were tenements obeying the economic law governing all great cities. The influx of the wealthy sent up the price of land and houses. So for those of modest means, there arose great blocks of flats, floor upon floor, suitable for all purses. The ancient Romans called them insulae, islands. They were probably ugly and certainly uncomfortable. In later centuries, when Rome had been greatly improved, the traffic was deafening by day, and the vehicles, which were not allowed to enter during the day, made sleep an impossibility at night. Gaius Gracchus, as benefits a reformer, voluntarily occupied a house in one of the humbler districts. But Sulla's domicile had the additional discomfort of necessity. He could not even boast of being a settlement. He was that most embittering of things, an out-at-elbows aristocrat. Sulla paid £26 a year for a flat in the lower floors, having for neighbor overhead a freedman who paid £17. The authority for this is not Sulla, but the freedman, who, when in later years thrown off the Tarpeian Rock for concealing political offenders, publicly called attention to his old acquaintance with the dictator. Sulla possibly did not enjoy the recollection. Or, possibly, as so often happens, he had old scores to wipe out with his neighbor overhead. For at any rate, the reminder did not save the freedman. It is a pity that we do not know his name, and have not the benefit of his further recollections. Who called upon Sulla in those days? How did he occupy his time? What had the freedman to put up with in the way of bachelor parties? We do not know. We only know that Sulla was a poor man of aristocratic descent who lived in obscure lodgings while laying the first foundations of his career. 8. That career must, of course, if it were to exist at all, be political and military. No other was open to a man of noble birth, unless he chose to declass himself. No other was conceivable. But to begin it, money was necessary, and Sulla had none. His family had never been rich. Only one of his ancestors had reached the highest honors, Publius Cornelius Rufinus, who had been consul. Footnote: Publius Cornelius Rufinus was consul in 290 BC with the famous Manius Curius Dentatus, fought in Samnite wars, and was granted a triumph. Consul again in 277 BC, fought the Samnites and South Italian Greeks, and captured Croton. He was expelled from the Senate in 275 BC on the grounds alleged by the censors Gaius Fabricius and Quintus Aemilius Pappus. His grandson was the first to assume the name Sulla. These particulars have suggestiveness in view of the career of his descendant. Marcus Curius Dentatus, moreover, was a grand old Roman, a hard-bitten fighter and countryman, whom the Samnite ambassadors found sitting over his hearth roasting turnips. He told them that he preferred ruling over men who possessed gold to possessing it himself. He also built the old Anio aqueduct and drained the lake Velinus, thereby first creating the Falls of Terni. If Sulla possessed any ancestral images, he may often have surveyed Publius Rufinus with interesting side thoughts about his eminent colleague, who resembled in many respects an even more famous contemporary of Sulla's own. End footnote. But disaster had overtaken Publius. He had been convicted by the censors of possessing more than 10 pounds of silver plate above the legal maximum, and had been expelled from the Senate. His family, burdened with this scandal, had continued more or less in proud obscurity. Sulla, however, had lived it down, we may believe. It is not likely that he retained any silver plate, and besides, public opinion was changing. Silver plate, even in large quantities, was no longer regarded as altogether scandalous. But as to the funds necessary for beginning a career, Sulla had been blessed with striking rather than engaging looks. He was not like his friend in later life, the young Pompeius, from whom Flora, the courtesan, could never part without biting him. Nobody ever wanted to bite Sulla, save in the way of unkindness. The deficiency needed to be made good, and the obvious way was by cultivating a charm that should compensate, as it so often does, for lack of beauty. And who so liable to fall victims to charm without beauty as those with neither, especially when aristocratic birth is thrown in to weight the scale? Sulla, therefore, began his career by paying court to a rich plebeian lady who was not accepted in the best society. Without the details, now lost, we can reconstruct her in imagination. Probably plain, possibly deeply interested in occultism and the contemporary forms of spiritualism and higher thought. Delighted to find a poor but proud youth of high descent, who listened patiently and never failed with the appropriate compliments. It may have been then that Sulla first discovered his fortune, his occult friend. He never failed in any of his serious undertakings, and this must have been a very serious one. In due time, the lady Nicopolis died, leaving Sulla heir to the whole of her fortune. We may believe that Sulla promptly moved out of his 26-pound flat, and that the freedman on the floor above saw him no more as a neighbor. Sulla's father, of whom we know little else, though the indications point to a somewhat macabre-ish person, was also cooperating in building up the family fortunes. He married again, and this time made a wealthy match. Sulla made himself so agreeable to his stepmother that, quote, she loved him as if he were her own son, unquote. And when she died, he was found to be her heir. The foundations of a career were now, from a business point of view, thoroughly well laid. Sulla had the means necessary for advancement, that is, for life, adventure, the society of his equals, and whatsoever fortune could perchance add to these. The essence of Sulla's quality is shown in these early incidents. He had the gift, when he chose to exercise it, of attracting real affection. This is a gift not always meant to be exercised for its own sake. In later life, he used it to control a fierce mercenary soldiery and to get his way with difficult and dangerous men. But he first practiced the art, as most men do, with women. 9. But he had his disinterested interests. While he was being thus acceptable in appropriate quarters, he was cultivating others which were acceptable to him. He never tired, even as an elderly man, of the more bohemian side of things. He thoroughly enjoyed the company of immoral persons of both sexes. He maintained a lifelong friendship with Metrobius, the actor, and was deep in the company of dancers, mimes, and actresses. The testimony to Sulla's looseness of life is sufficiently emphatic for it to be recorded as a fact, but it is a fact of which we cannot estimate the precise value. We are not told, nor is there any evidence, that he was an indiscriminately loose person. The gravamen of the charge is that he mixed much and very intimately on cordial and kindly terms with people of the stage. No doubt he took their color and shared their code of manners, which have never coincided with those of the more austere sections of the community. Besides this, he must have shared their interests. He may well have known them first when he had nothing to offer them except appreciation and friendship. And if actors are alike in all ages, he may, in those days, have owed them more than they owed him. He was certainly a good amateur singer, and wrote comedies of his own for private performance. A deep and genuine passion for the stage is consistent with the rest of his character. Possibly it appealed to some part of his mind which craved for it as a necessity. There may have been some hunger in him for the artistic perfection of impersonation, the dramatic completeness of episode, which nothing else could give. The art of the stage has qualities which bring it nearer the sympathies of the man of action than the cool, contemplative, static art of the sculptor or painter. Many of Sulla's ways of thought and action suggest, as we shall see later, something of this interest in the theater. A dozen times in his life he solved the problem of a difficult situation by a bold, dramatic improvisation. He certainly had a flair for a good curtain. The question is even suggested whether the Sulla Felix, from whom we shall part at the end of this book, were not, to some extent, a dramatic invention. The proof that Sulla's life was a loose one is found not in any testimony, but in his own character. He was obtuse on some points of conduct, in a way which shows that he had dulled his fineness of perception. He was 5 times married. His first 2 wives, Ilia and Aelia, both of whom little is known, may be mentioned as belonging to his early life. His 3 later marriages all have some anecdote attaching to them, illustrative of some inherent quality in him which struck even his contemporaries as being open to criticism. And there were other incidents bearing on the same point. Nothing that has been recorded of him shows the spirit of his great successor, Gaius Julius Caesar, who refused to divorce one wife for political reasons, and of another, whom he did divorce, made the famous remark, "Caesar's wife should be above suspicion," which, whether perfectly sincere or not, illuminates the mental attitude of the man who made it. Footnote: she was Sulla's own granddaughter, Pompeia. End footnote. 10. Sulla was, therefore, a man of double nature. a Roman aristocrat with all the hereditary qualities of power and leadership which his hard-bitten ancestry had given him, built into the fabric of his character. But a different kind of man dwelt in the fabric, a cultivated, emotional man who loved an emotional art and mixed with unconventional people and did unorthodox things. Footnote. He was a good Greek scholar, just as in modern times similar tastes would make it probable that a man would know French. End footnote. And this second man was human, cheerful, vainglorious, easily moved by imagination, cynically witty, almost childishly hopeful. These two sides to his mind were not antagonistic so far as action was concerned. Indeed, so far from warring together, they cooperated in building up his amazing career and his striking personality. But there was a certain sphere where the two did clash and become irreconcilable. It became visible only towards the close of his life, when events were moving to their dramatic consummation, and death and judgment, at least the judgment of mankind, were at hand. It probably did not affect his youth. There are all kinds of avenues to success, and many kinds of success. It depends on the man, and on suiting the means to the end. It may come through hard work, or dexterous steering through troubled waters, but it may, given the kind of man, come through a studied negligence, an almost careful carelessness, a wise drift with angry currents. Such a course suited Sulla very well. We know that in after years he never reckoned too closely. He gave full scope to the operations of that force which men call chance, or luck, or fortune. His task was to grasp opportunities rather than to create them. We know that, as the story will show, he could not only act promptly, but wait patiently. It is an easy deduction that he went by this rule from the first. If anything, we may infer that he avoided long plans and rigidly fixed projects, preferring to let the drift of things carry him passively until the chance of action came into view. This would explain why, when he first appears upon the scene as a political person, he has power and influence without the snare of attachments. He had spent his time in the simple task of becoming socially accepted. There was discernment in this. Men, any men, all men, but especially rich and official classes, distrust ideas and plans. They just as instinctively trust those who do what everyone else does without putting forth any set projects or noticeable bias. Hence, as soon as he had the means to enter their circle, Sulla became gradually known to all the men of his class. They met him, did business with him, caroused with him, knew his secrets, and let him know theirs, for he was one of them. Nor could Sulla have forged that passport to acceptance. He was indeed one of them. His protective coloration was genuine enough. 11. But let us note that protective coloration with closer attention. If he conformed to type, was it from the same motives as his friends? We may doubt it. Their conformity sprang from ignorance. They knew nothing, neither what they did, nor the approaching results of their deeds, and accordingly few of them survived the days shortly to come. There were probably not many who could have distinguished between the outward form and the inward nature of aristocracy. Most would have thought the distinction a dangerous one to make. Sulla's conformity was not from ignorance, but from indifference. When we have traced to the end of the career he was now about to begin, we shall see that his respect for forms, and he did respect them, was intelligent and qualified. He never hesitated to break through them when he thought fit. And his conduct in this respect compels us to believe that he had the power of distinguishing between the spirit and the letter, though possibly his judgment was not infallible. A man with this power will never violate terms wantonly without cause. At the beginning of his career, it is clear enough that he did not wantonly transgress them. He drifted with the current so unobtrusively that even when his career was well advanced, his contemporaries did not realize him for what he was. He seemed so very ordinary a person that they were inclined, perhaps, to deprecate his first extraordinary successes. He was not considered quite a fitting match for Caecilia Metella, though old Metellus, who is not likely to have been a bad judge in these matters, evidently thought otherwise. To this extent, of course, Sulla was an opportunist, but his principles forbade him to be otherwise. The instinctive suspicion which clung to Gaius Julius Caesar all his life, that he had some deep, consistent plan in his mind, and some far-seen objective continually in view, this suspicion never attached to Sulla. And the reason for this was that Caesar, by the nature of the case, really had such a consistent plan, whereas Sulla, on principle as well as by temperament, had none, for a man who is intending to initiate a new departure in policy needs to have that policy very clearly formulated in his mind, while a man who merely wishes to renew, reform, and conserve requires only to seize favorable moments. He will be a devotee of fortune. And such a devotee Sulla was. He was destined to go from one incident to another, each a dramatic surprise, and each a stirring episode. And when he came to look back, he could see a connection and coherence that struck his intelligence as being rational. But when at last he towered immense and dominating over the Roman world, he had only one explanation to give his contemporaries and posterity. Something other than himself had put him there. It was fortune. End of Chapter 1. Sulla. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 2 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Antecedents of Sulla's World. 1. Sulla's world was composed of a very ancient and highly developed civilization, known to us as Mediterranean, which after many vicissitudes had arranged itself round the dominant spirit of Rome. The difference between modern and ancient civilization has often been described. Ancient civilization was based upon the city-state, while modern civilization is based upon the nation. It was as difficult for men in that age to think politically apart from the city as it is for us to imagine away the nation as the unit of political life. The point of importance about Rome, in a political sense, is that she represented the final stage of the city-state, and she formed, in her later ages, the transitional step from the city to the nation. Her history has a particular interest for us on this ground alone, even if we neglect its many other claims upon our attention. It is worthwhile to review the development of Rome, both in order to illustrate the career of Sulla and in order to envision the precise nature of the experiment he made. 2. A fair conception of what a city-state was can be formed by observing the ancient earthworks which still survive on the hills throughout England. Their purpose at once suggests itself. They were places of refuge in wartime for the primitive tribes who occupied the district. There is an almost continuous chain of links between the British camps and such cities as Athens and Rome. These fortifications, first stockaded and then walled, formed centers at which grew up the first activities of men as they emerged from the purely tribal bonds of blood kinship to the condition of political and economic relationship, in which the connection is one of mutual interest rather than of common origin. This is what we mean by a political state of any kind, one in which interest, not blood relationship, is the nexus between men. The earliest form of government was tribal, usually circling round the headship of the father, who was king and priest in one. In Asia, he was frequently more priest than king. In Europe, rather more king than priest. Families multiplied and branched. Tribes joined in alliance for common purposes. The father became a somewhat formal and official kind of father. The pressure of business separated kingship and priesthood. Tribes became, by the legal expedients of adoption and ascription, mere technical expressions. Since there was adequate protection, the fortified township naturally became a market, as we see in the Middle Ages. Some failed in the struggle for existence, and remained the turfed mounds and ditches, the mysterious walls we still see. Others succeeded in unequal degrees. And, as frequently happens, those which were first in the field were often beaten by the late comers. The cities of Mesopotamia rose early into wealth and influence, with the result that they never grew free of a certain primitive stamp. Their governments remained archaic in type, while the cities of Greece developed advanced conceptions of politics, which allowed greater social progress. But still, the unit of politics remained the city. Any government was conceived of as the government of a city. A citizen was literally a citizen, the free man of a municipality. 3. But the development of wealth, art, and intelligence, which was rendered possible by the political city-state, instead of making men permanently content, revealed to them further potentialities of still vaster development if the comparatively narrow scope afforded by the city could be extended by the creation of larger political units. For very many centuries, the problem of creating such larger units seemed insoluble to the statesman. When tentatively created, nothing would make them stable. The rise of the Greek cities ought to have found its logical consummation in the empire of Alexander the Great, but from various causes, Greek political conceptions proved unequal to the task of expanding the city-state to form a larger political unit. Alexander's empire proved to be founded on a political basis insufficient to sustain it. The organization was weak, the discipline immature, and the great empire broke up again into chaos. It might well have been wondered then, as it has been wondered since, quote, whether the human animal, as he exists at present, is capable of solving the social problems raised by his own aggregation, unquote. But those attempts, which are enforced on men by real necessities, are not abandoned after one failure, nor two. They are repeated through the steady pressure of the necessity until the result is at last achieved. The fundamental condition required for success was not mere genius nor sheer will, but the creation of a political organism strong enough to stand the strain of widely extended government without being disrupted. Rome evolved a political organism sufficiently strong for this purpose. She was the first state to do so. 4. When Rome first emerges into the dawn of its history, the city-state was already beginning its last phase. There was a widespread movement throughout the European cities. Everywhere the ancient kingly system of government, older than Egypt and Babylon, was giving way before a new conception. The change was at first one of mental attitude. The state began to be conceived of not as a single authority issuing its commands without responsibility and interpreting an unalterable and divine law, but as a composite authority whose commands were arrived at by the negotiation of the various classes or elements which constituted it. In the Hellenic cities, a series of principles was put into practice long before they could be defined or understood. Authority was questioned, and its nature analyzed. Methods of political creation were investigated. It was not an accident that the Greeks, as the most enterprising commercialists of the age, had an interest in the development of free and secure intercourse. Political and economic speculation naturally go hand in hand. The state, therefore, tended to follow the economic interests of men. It went into the marketplace, whither kings had some difficulty in following it. Government became a public matter. The Romans had a word for it, which we still, with a difference, retain: res publica. A torrent of political experiment began to flow through the European cities. Most of it failed. Some of it tragically, some of it brilliantly, but perhaps none of it fruitlessly. There is no reason to disbelieve the tradition that the Romans noted and learned from the Greek experience. The soundness and correctness of many of their measures hint that they were not acting altogether in the dark. We have here only to consider the experiment which finally succeeded, that of Rome. 5. It was perhaps an advantage to the political development of Rome that her last kings were foreigners, Etruscans, whose expulsion was as much a patriotic as a political reaction. The Romans were no exception to the rule that the city-states, which went over to the new form of government, were marked henceforth by a deep, ineffaceable, most bitter hatred of kings. But the issue had been so far obscured that the reaction spent itself on the personal character of the last of the kings, rather than on the policies they embodied. The kings left the plebeians an organized power in the state, capable of negotiating as a solid body with the patricians, who claimed to be the only true and original Roman citizens. Later ages attributed this organization of the plebeians to the last king but one, Servius Tullius. It turned the patricians from being the true and only Roman citizens into a special class of Roman citizens. It made them an aristocracy. Throughout the city-states, influenced by the new movement, the determining motive was a desire for greater freedom of action. The aristocracy, always a rigidly conservative force, could not forgive the king's betrayal of tradition, his concessions to the plebeians, and felt that they could fight the battle better alone. While the plebeians, who were not wrongly described as a party of innovation, no doubt justly felt that the abolition of kingship was the irrevocable confirmation of the breach with tradition, and they trusted to themselves to hold their ground against the aristocracy. Hence Rome started not with a victory of one tendency over the other, but with both the old tradition and the new aspirations fully represented in her political life. The change abolished the king without abolishing his power. The power was transferred intact to two elected magistrates who held office for 1 year. As both were absolute, each had a complete veto on the actions of his colleague. They could act only when agreed, and they had to answer for their acts when, at the end of their year of office, they laid down their government and divested themselves of the protection it conferred. They had the power of nominating a dictator in times of public emergency, who held the whole regal power, but his period of office expired with theirs. It is hardly possible to combine all the advantages of every system of government more neatly than by the institution of the annual consuls. Had Rome remained, from that day to this, exactly the same city which elected the first consuls, consuls might be ruling her yet. An institution does not fall or change necessarily from weakness. It may simply be outgrown, or may become inapplicable. Rome did not, and could not, remain permanently the same city. She fought the Etruscans. She formed a new league of Latin cities to strengthen her position, excited jealousy and distrust, was sacked and burnt by the Gauls, while her allies supinely stood by. rebuilt her city, and for her own protection, transformed the Latin League into a complete system of dependence upon Rome. It was a question of going forward or going under, and no race of men ever clung to life with more unbending obstinacy than the Roman. Constant war meant the frequent calling out of the citizen army, and the strain fell hardest on the least rich. 10 years after the abolition of the kings, the plebeians revolted and left the city in a body. This was the famous secession to the Sacred Mount. It had prompt effect. The aristocracy listened to reason. The complaints of the plebeians were simple. They amounted, in sum, to this, that the power of the consuls was unfairly used to the prejudice of the plebeians, who were subjected to the main stress of military service, while possessing the least resources to meet it, while the patricians so dominated the electoral assembly that they could prevent any plebeian control over the magistrates. The reforms accordingly arranged were so remarkable as to deserve attention. The aristocracy did not compromise on its own main principle, its control of executive government, but it gave the plebeians what amounted to an absolute and unlimited protection against the abuse of its power. The plebeians were granted the legal right to elect 2 inviolable magistrates, tribunes, who had the power of vetoing any administrative action of the consuls. They had no other power of any sort. They had purely and simply this negative right of an absolute veto upon the acts of the executive. The essential nature of the political conflict between the aristocracy and the plebeians was from beginning to end of this kind. The aristocracy aimed at preserving in their own hands the power of action. The plebeians hardly disputed this right. They sought to protect themselves against the abuse of the power of action. Out of this conflict arose a number of important byproducts. 6. It soon became evident that the power of the tribunes was not, in itself, sufficient for the purpose for which it had been designed. A mere right of veto, while perfectly effective up to a certain point, left some spheres almost untouched. One of these was the sphere of law. The early law of Rome was what we know in medieval history as customary law. It was a law of pure tradition, handed down verbally from father to son among the original Roman clansmen. Every tribune of the plebs was liable to be entangled in the endless intricacies of a web which must often have nullified the effects of his veto. The plebeians, therefore, demanded the definite fixing of this elusive web. After a vigorous struggle, they carried their claim. The law was investigated by a commission, the Decemvirate, and its main heads codified and published on 12 tablets, which were fixed up in the forum for all men to see. But to touch the law was to change the nature of the struggle. The plebeians were organized in tribes that were little more than legal fictions for convenience of administration. But the patricians were genuine tribesmen, and their law was tribal law, which governed their own corporate life as well as the Roman state. To fix, define, and codify this law, even in part, was to set a precedent for the state to interfere with other significant aspects of it. In fact, to control the aristocracy. Hitherto, the aristocracy had not admitted that the plebeians were Roman citizens in the full sense. They had dealt with them as if they were a separate community, as in fact they were, with which the aristocracy negotiated as with a foreign nation. The plebeian had no right to hold a magistracy, and therefore could not enter the Senate. More, a plebeian could not contract a legal marriage with a patrician. The richer plebeians, the financial and mercantile men, had hitherto stood by their brethren faithfully. They now obtained their reward. The impossibility of intermarriage was the first to go. It became at last possible for the descendants of a plebeian to enter the patrician circle and to inherit the property and privileges of a patrician parent. The way was thus paved for something more. In the same year, the first proposal was made to legalize the election of plebeians to the consulship. It was successfully resisted, but the aristocracy conceded the election of military tribunes with consular power. That they foresaw the possibility of plebeian success is proved by the institution of the censorship, by which the power of revising the lists of senators was removed from the consuls and given to elected censors who must be patricians. The task of the censors was to fill up, periodically, the vacancies of the Senate and to remove from its ranks those who were not qualified for their position. They became, by degrees, peculiarly important magistrates, by whose action the Senate was constantly watched and kept under the control of the aristocracy. For nearly 50 years, the plebeians never succeeded in gaining election to the military tribunate. 79 years passed before they won, after a determined struggle of 10 years, not only the right of election to the consulship, but the legal right that one consul should always be a plebeian. Another 60 years passed, at the end of which the plebeians were politically on an entire equality with the patricians. The consulship, the dictatorship, every magistracy whatever of any political value became open to them. By the year 300 BC, the aristocracy had ceased to exist as a political fact. The equalization of the orders was complete. Nor was this all. By degrees, the assembly of the plebeians, in which the tribunes were elected, had become the legislative assembly of the Roman state. It is almost true to say that the plebeians had won not merely political equality, but political supremacy. The aristocracy had become a tradition, a number of families still united by sympathy and custom, but no longer politically privileged. Plebeians were enabled to take magisterial office, to pass into the Senate, to hold and enjoy any dignity they thought it worthwhile to occupy. On the other hand, the old aristocracy had no share in the legislative assembly, which was still wholly composed of plebeians. Several points are to be noticed in this process. First, it was a steady process which occupied fully 200 years. Secondly, it was accomplished without bloodshed or civil war, by almost purely peaceful means. The secession to the Sacred Mount was the nearest approach to organized violence that took place, and it was, as far as we know, utterly bloodless. We can give no higher praise to any people than to say that such political changes as these took place without violence. 7. We have no means of knowing precisely what private hopes and fears men had of the possible results of these changes, but whatever they may have been, the real consequences probably were not what anyone expected. Certainly not what we should expect if we were ignorant of the results that actually followed. The plebeians neither overturned the state, nor did they enter upon a long millennium of peaceful industry in which every man dwelt in content under his own vine and fig tree. The old aristocracy neither disappeared nor lost its practical power. On the contrary, it proved that the possession of political privileges is unnecessary to an aristocracy which knows its business, a discovery of the utmost importance. The magisterial offices continued to be filled by a long succession of aristocratic candidates. The plebeians who gained office merged into the old aristocracy, took its color, adopted its ways and habits, and imitated its character. The men who, in the year 300 BC, may have gone home in despair, anticipating the early ruin of the state, lived to see Rome no longer fighting with the enemy at the door, but mistress of Italy and supreme in dominance. The very young men who, in that year, may have rejoiced in the advent of freedom, may have lived to see, as very old men, what was to Romans the Great War, the catastrophe which marks a dividing line in Roman history. That war was the Second Punic War, the War of Hannibal, the grand test to which the Roman state, the fruit of 200 years of political struggle, was now to be submitted. Rome had fought down her Italian enemies, planted colonies of military settlers in their midst, and established a hegemony over the Italian city-states, a system of alliances of which she was the head. What she had so far created was not a new form of state, but a league of states, who all submitted their external relations to her guidance. The process brought the Romans into contact with the great Semitic power of Carthage, then the commercial center of the Western world and the mistress of the seas. Thus far, then, Rome had done nothing that Athens had not done. For the confederacy of Delos and the Athenian Empire were just such things as this. But now a trial was to be made, not of the external aspect of the Roman hegemony, but of its inward quality. The Spartans had shaken down the Athenian Empire. A greater man than Lysander now advanced to shake down the Roman. The Hannibalic War is strangely revealing. We may be misled as to the detailed facts of the story of the Roman constitution and the personalities who built it up, but we cannot be far wrong as to the manner of men who fought Hannibal. To the irresistible force of a man of military genius as great as Alexander or Napoleon, the Romans opposed the immovable object of unbending resistance. Never, perhaps, before or since, has the virtue of mere unbendingness been shown on so huge a scale or carried to such a degree. For 10 years, the Romans hardly fought a battle they did not lose. For 10 years, Hannibal was victorious whithersoever he went. Victorious in a demoralizing, disheartening way, as if he had only to look at a Roman army in order to beat it. The Roman defeats included 2, Lake Trasimene and Cannae, which were first-class disasters, either of which might have been the downfall of any ordinary state. One of the most brilliant individuals known to history pitted his power against the moral quality of a ring of rather commonplace men. But the commonplace men stood the punishment and lasted out the war. They kept up their hearts against the enemy abroad, and they kept their tempers with one another at home. When the senators, after Cannae, solemnly met the surviving consul Varro, the man directly responsible for the defeat and their political enemy, to thank him, quote, for not despairing of the state, unquote, they carried mere patience and public spirit to the height of moral heroism. The formidable men who showed that spirit were the descendants of those who, through 2 centuries of embittered struggle, shaped the Roman state without a revolution, without civil war, without, finally, any permanent scar of partisan hatred. If the Roman state, so composed and reconciled in its parts, could not be broken by Hannibal, neither could he disrupt the great league of cities of which Rome was the head. The political organization of Rome remained perfectly intact. When the Hannibalic War was over, Rome had not merely survived, she had increased. She had reduced Carthage to the level of a provincial town, had acquired Spain and part of Gaul, and was watching the conduct of the exiled Hannibal in Asia. She had proved that, whether or not her political system were as ideal as the Athenian, it had one virtue that the Athenian did not possess. It could live. Rome had invented something as wonderful as printing or steam or tool steel or wireless telephony, a state that could resist any known force. and from that time onward, the politics of the city-states of the Mediterranean basin, many of them far older, maturer, and more cultivated than Rome could claim to be, surrendered to the superior politics of Rome. 8. The Second Punic War was a grand turning point in her career. The price she paid for victory determined her future. The war fatally damaged the class of small farmers who hitherto had been the main substance of the Roman people and their Italian allies. It had swept them away in hundreds of thousands and devastated their lands by fire and sword. Those who survived were in many cases crippled by debt. Much land went back permanently into uncultivable wilderness. The failure of the Roman state to comprehend the nature of what had happened to it is the central failure of Roman civilization, the grand test which it failed to pass. Those who had capital bought up the small farms and ran them by slave labor, a form of enterprise which grew ever more profitable. And through the competition of the great slave-worked estates, both at home and in the provinces, the small farmer was still further damaged. The new landholders were soon so thoroughly established and so powerful in virtue of their possessions that they dominated both the political and the economic side of Roman life. We must not confuse this fact with the quite different idea that Roman agriculture was decaying. Economically, Rome was improving. Cultivation was better, production greater. The old Rome, struggling with its constitution and with the Samnite, had been a poor, ignorant, backward state, not for a moment to be compared with the Rome into which poured all the fruits of conquest, the science and the art of the Greeks, the trade of the East, the cheap and muscular slave labor of all the lands of the Mediterranean. What had happened to Rome was not an economic, but a political disaster. Her citizens of all classes were diminishing in numbers under the stress of war, and were being separated from the agriculture which had been the source of their strength. The rich landowners of the senatorial class and the rich capitalists of the middle class were rapidly becoming richer. At last, they became intoxicated with the wealth that flowed into their hands. They did not know what to do with it, but all seemed well to them, while the stream of riches rose like a torrent in spate. The stage was now set for a new act in the drama of Roman history. There were weaknesses in the Roman which had not, so far, betrayed themselves. Confronted with concrete necessity, the Roman had acted. Hammered in war, he had borne punishment with unflinching endurance. And now he was to be hammered no more. No concrete necessity was to spur him to action. He was to stand, as it were, in a void, in which he must act upon intelligent principles of right without compulsion. And a kind of prolonged pause fell over the Roman world. No man acted in a way corresponding to the purely intellectual necessity that had arisen. It seemed as if the Roman, the most successful of men, had shot his bolt, and was incapable of adjusting himself to the new circumstances, or of generating action out of himself. 9. The man who at last stepped forward, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, had precisely the combination of qualities which marks so many earnest modern reformers. The gens Sempronia was one of the wealthy and distinguished plebeian houses which were now mingling on equal terms with the old patriciate, and forming the oligarchy which replaced the old aristocratic government. He himself was one of the most brilliant young men of his generation, and among the first Romans to be really influenced by Greek intellectual culture, as distinct from the pure old Roman tradition. His supporters were drawn from both elements in the state. In the struggle he waged, his principal ally was his father-in-law, the Appius Claudius of the day. It would have been impossible to hunt out a name more securely enshrined in the heart of Roman aristocracy than the Claudian, which was distinguished among the aristocratic families by its tradition of political intelligence and strongly individual character. And Appius Claudius had been the chairman of the Great Commission which codified the Roman law. Among the sympathizers of Tiberius was also Publius Mucius Scaevola, the Pontifex Maximus, the representative of a great plebeian house, the most famous lawyer of his day, a mighty ball player in his youth, and the father of a jurist even more famous than himself. It is necessary to recollect this, and to be quite clear in our minds respecting the origin of the party he was destined to found. A great gulf separated him both from the earlier aristocracy and from the later popular leaders of the type of Saturninus. The plan of Tiberius was to restore the small agriculturalist to the soil by enforcing the neglected law limiting the amount of Roman state-owned land which could be legally held by any one person, and by distributing the consequent surplus among those citizens who had no land. The proposal was a signal for dissensions such as had hardly torn the Roman state before. It was successfully and even enthusiastically passed, though only after a constitutional crisis. Gaius Octavius, a fellow tribune, interposed his veto, whereupon Tiberius solemnly proposed, carried, and enforced a law deposing any tribune who should act against the interests of the people. The reasons he gave for the step were certainly logical, but it was a Greek rather than a Roman kind of logic, and the action was, as we should phrase it, unconstitutional. It showed a spirit of haste and impatience in disturbing contrast with the patience with which the claims of the plebeians had once been enforced. It was, if nothing else, a distinct breach with political tradition. More than this, Tiberius, in order to superintend the practical execution of his plans, illegally stood again for the tribunate in the following year. When it was clearly seen that his re-election was a certainty, partisan fury broke all bounds. Scaevola, who was consul that year, refused to intervene, so illegality was answered with illegality. The senators themselves, under the leadership of Publius Scipio Nasica, arming themselves with broken benches, attacked Tiberius and his supporters. Tiberius was clubbed to death. His body was cast into the Tiber. The spell was broken. Blood had now been deliberately shed in a political quarrel, and the blood was that of a man whose purity of character was without speck or flaw. If the oligarchy imagined that it had swept away the proposals of Tiberius Gracchus, it was singularly mistaken. It had changed nothing, saved nothing, avoided nothing. His successor was not long in arriving, in the person of a man even greater than he, namely, his younger brother, Gaius Gracchus. 10. When Gaius Gracchus, 9 years after his brother's death, came forward as a candidate for the tribuneship, it was in a very different spirit. It was no longer merely in order to pass a particular limited scheme of reform, but with the aim of conducting a constitutional revolution. He first of all legalized the possibility of the re-election of a tribune. He reenacted the laws of Tiberius, extending them to include a scheme of active recolonization, both in Italy and Africa. He then went further and introduced 2 laws whose influence was never to die out while the Roman state survived. Of these, one was the institution of the corn dole, by which any Roman citizen was entitled to a supply of corn at a rate fixed below the market value. He was, in short, to be entitled to a pension or subsidy. When the first applicants for the dole lined up, it was noticed that an elderly noble, Lucius Calpurnius Piso, had taken his place in the queue. But whether the motives of Calpurnius were political or economic, the fashion did not spread. Gaius Gracchus intended the impoverished citizen who was unable to return to agriculture at any rate to have maintenance and to find it near the polling booths. The second was a still more far-seeing measure. Gaius attracted the support of the moneyed middle class by removing the control of the law courts from the senators to the commercial and financial men, the equites. This was politically a master stroke. It based the tribune upon an almost unassailable foundation. No influence that the senatorial class could exercise was powerful enough to overcome a combination between the capitalists and the reformers. It may at first sight seem to have been a trifling concession, hardly calculated to achieve the object of transferring to the reformers the support of the moneyed class. But in the circumstances of Roman political life, the change was revolutionary. Hitherto, the magistrate, against whom complaints were leveled at the expiry of his term of office, had been indicted and tried before juries composed of members of his own class, who shared, generally speaking, his own point of view, which was that of an Italian landholder legally excluded from trade. He was in future to be tried before men dominated by a totally different class of interest, the bankers and merchants, whose main financial commitments were in the provinces. The disadvantage to the senators was considerable. Instead of the indulgent review of their friends, any of whom might have to stand a similar trial, they had to face the inspection of men who cared nothing for their particular difficulties and ideals, and were unaffected by their especial interests. And, on the other hand, the advantage to the equites was immense. For the first time, the minority of moneyed men, hitherto able to influence government only by constitutional means, were given a leverage on the policy of the provincial governors. He would be a bold man in future whose conduct as an administrator went against the moneyed class. Gaius Gracchus gave the financiers an equally practical retainer for their political support when he dealt with the reorganization of the Asiatic provinces. Asia was to a large extent a peasant country. The peasants paid their taxes in kind, in the form of a percentage on their production. These taxes were put up to auction at Rome and sold to the highest bidder, who could then collect the produce. The exploitation of these taxes was a concession of immense value, which could only be acquired by the great Roman financial corporations. As the moneyed men had now the control of the courts, it was little likely that the agents of the corporations could be successfully sued for extortion or any other form of maladministration. Asia was practically handed over to the tender mercies of huge and highly capitalized corporations, while the power of the legal governor was tied hand and foot. All these measures were blows at the power of the senatorial oligarchy, which had hitherto ruled Rome and had murdered Tiberius Gracchus. But some of the less spectacular policies of Gaius gave rise to even greater searchings of heart. The great Roman roads, hitherto, had been purely military roads. Gaius put in hand plans for the construction of new roads of a less military type, which, instead of striking straight from one strategic center to another, should connect the towns and villages of Italy. This was necessary in the interests of the small landholders, who needed easy means of communication by which to put their produce upon the market. For it had been cheaper, up to then, for the Sicilian and African plantations to ship corn to Italy by sea than for the Italian farmer to transport his produce to Rome. The new roads were a prominent feature of the second tribunate of Gaius Gracchus. They were pushed forward with all the energy of an expert administrator. They had another possibly conceivable object. It became realized that vague schemes of extending Roman citizenship to the Italians at large were likely to find their culmination in a legislative project. The new roads might be the convenient means by which the new voters might gain ready access to Rome. The mere idea spread panic through the ranks of the oligarchy, and not without reason. The tribunate of Gaius Gracchus showed every sign of becoming a perpetual magistracy, which he would retain indefinitely. He would become a kind of king. He was rapidly transforming the tribunate into an administrative office conducted on the most businesslike lines. He was already the center of a vast network of activity, which he carried on with energy and adequacy. If, in addition to the hold he possessed over the Roman voter and the moneyed men, he were to add myriads of Italians to the electoral roll, the oligarchy could no longer keep any grip over the state. Its days would be over. A vast revolution would have been effected, and Rome would be governed by a perpetual tribune before whom all other magistrates were shadows. The suggestion was far from being the product of mere partisan enmity. The policy of Gaius did undoubtedly tend to such an end. He felt that it was his duty to avenge the death of his brother, and the vengeance was to be political. Spurred to some kind of action, the oligarchy attempted to break up the bloc which Gaius had formed. The Equites were too closely involved to be effectually reached, but the Roman voter might be of softer stuff. Besides, the voter was, in a sense, the strategic point to attack, for if once Gaius lost his hold over the electorate, he need no longer be feared. It was therefore to this consummation that the oligarchy directed its counterattack. The particular wedge which was used to split the bloc was the reforming enthusiasm of Marcus Livius Drusus. We know little in detail of his aims and character, but from that little it is fairly easy to reconstruct the man. He was a wealthy and even an enlightened man, firmly convinced of the advantages of aristocracy and even of oligarchy, but keenly anxious to remove the scandals which hindered its success as a political force. His friends, who had doubtless often been intolerably bored by his zeal for reform, pushed him forward as a rival to Gaius Gracchus. The schemes of Drusus, who was not a practical administrator, far outshone those of Gaius. He proposed to found 12 new colonies, in which provision was to be made for the very poor, as well as for the more prosperous class of emigrant. And he proposed that both his own colonies and those of Gaius should be exempt from taxation. The Senate indulgently assented to these measures. Drusus also brought in specific measures to remove the grievances of the Italians, many of whom preferred his program to the extension, which had its drawbacks as well as its advantages, of the franchise. Even among the Italians, public opinion was as yet far from solid on the question of the franchise, so that an adequate measure for the practical reform of abuses had ample effect in the way of detaching supporters of the Gracchian policy. The oligarchy secured the election as consul of a man of type widely different, Lucius Opimius, a vigorous reactionary of questionable character. The plans, adroitly laid by some skillful intriguer, matured. Gaius Gracchus failed to secure re-election. The first step taken by his enemies was the repeal of the law for the founding of the colony of Carthage. At the meeting of the assembly, Gaius appeared in the forum with a strong band of supporters whose enthusiasm was more certain than their object. They were, at least, there to defend him. Probably everyone was excited, For a person named Antullius, an attendant of the consul, spoke words supposed to be insulting and made a gesture towards Gaius imagined to be threatening. Antullius was at once slain by the loyal enthusiasts. In his anxiety to disclaim the action of his followers, Gaius illegally interrupted the proceedings of the assembly. The consul had now ample excuse for action. The city hardly slept that night. A political thunderstorm was about to break over Rome. Opimius occupied the capital with troops and convoked a meeting of the Senate. It declared a state of emergency and summoned Gaius and his lieutenant, Fulvius Flaccus, to answer for their actions. They prudently declined. Flaccus urged resistance to what was coming. Gaius had no ardor for any such course. Flaccus, however, entrenched himself on the Aventine, whither Gaius, for safety, accompanied him. Gaius was still anxious to avoid violence, and negotiations continued. He even proposed to accept the terms offered by Opimius. But on both sides the extremists had gained the upper hand, and neither Gaius nor the more enlightened senators could make their voices heard. Opimius attacked the Aventine. With the help of Cretan archers, the stronghold of the Graccans was successfully stormed. Flaccus was hunted down and slain in his hiding place, while Gaius, who had taken no part in the civil strife, was hurried away by two friends. As he went, he is said to have prayed that the people of Rome, as a punishment for their fickleness, might never be free from their slavery. His prayer, if he ever made it, was fulfilled. He and his personal servant were found dead together in the grove Furida. In the proscription which followed, 3,000 Graccans perished by the hand of the executioner. Their crime was rebellion, their status that of public enemies outside the pale of the law. 11. That year, a splendid summer was followed by a warm autumn. The vintage in Italy was a wonder. The Opimian wine became a thing the memory of which lasted for centuries. 12. If the death of Tiberius Gracchus had broken a spell, that of Gaius marked the first political prescription in Rome. Sentimentality and idealism can be of many kinds. They can attach as easily to the policies of repression as to the policies of reform. It is dangerous in a civilization governed by public opinion to defy that opinion. And the real, though silent, verdict it passed was singularly definite. The Gracchi expanded giant-like into a kind of political apotheosis. Many men paid daily sacrifice to their images. All they had done, all they stood for, became suddenly sanctified and irrevocable. Opimius and Nasica, thinking that they had destroyed the Gracchi, had made them eternal. Footnote. The fate of both Opimius and Nasica is curious. Nasica, although Pontifex Maximus, and therefore bound to reside in Italy, was sent abroad by his friends in the Senate on some convenient excuse. He never returned. Opimius, like his father before him, a bad character, became involved in scandals over the Jugurthan War and was obliged to abscond. He died in poverty in Epirus. End of footnote. The Gracchi were dead, and now their deeds arose and marched. End of Chapter 2, The Antecedents of Sulla's World. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 3 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Sulla's World. 1. Sulla was 17 years old in the year in which Gaius Gracchus fell, amply old enough to have known and even to have seen those great events which marked the beginning of new and catastrophic days for Rome. The age of 17 is an impressionable age, at which a young man is occupied not so much in forming opinions as in being molded by impressions which he can neither govern nor repel. It is likely enough that Sulla saw the great tribune and knew the familiar stories told of him. Gaius Gracchus had been a new kind of man, almost the first Roman who administered a whole state as an alert and competent businessman. Sulla had, at any rate, the opportunity of seeing, by direct observation, how a purely civic government could be conducted. There were, of course, consuls to watch, but consuls were mere magistrates, going through a routine that called for no indispensable intelligence. Gaius had been a creative ruler, and ever since Sulla was able to notice anything at all, he had had before his eyes the spectacle of embittered political strife, the hint, the threat of vast changes, the example of men who swayed multitudes by that subtle art which prevails upon many obstinate individuals to think and act alike. He had seen the unreliability of popular support, the easy way in which the voter can be hoodwinked, diverted from his allegiance, and caused to sacrifice his real but remote interests to his immediate but imaginary ones. The fall of Gaius Gracchus can hardly have failed to produce on the minds of young men the impression that it was perilous to base hopes on the electorate. The people are fickle. A crop of youthful skeptics must have been the natural result. But something deeper was shaken in the minds of young men by the fall of the Gracchi. Hitherto, obedience to the law had been a habit, a religion, even a superstition. Men had contested political issues, but always, as befitted Romans, within the bound of law. Now this superstition was exploded, the religion questioned, the habit broken. Murder, proscription, and the straining of legal right had become accepted political weapons. This nemesis pursued the oligarchy. It had every reason to dread force, since it was few in number, and its power based chiefly on moral prestige. Yet it had itself invoked force. 2. A young man who merely watches the events of the day is seldom idle, even though he may be inactive. He has inquiries to make, curiosity to satisfy. He has a whole education to go through, preparatory for the day when he is at last to act. And here was a whole world in crisis, providing ample intellectual food for the musings of any intelligent youth who required explanations. It was certain, for one thing, that this Rome in which Sulla lived was especially important, for she governed the world and was the only political power capable of molding and controlling mankind. If she broke down, there was nothing to take her place. Nothing else had demonstrated the possession of sufficient tensile strength to stand the strain. She was civilization, but she might be admitted to be an imperfect civilization. Everyone in Sulla's day was as full as we are now of a general sense that the condition of the world was unsatisfactory. And then, as now, the problem was not whether the world were perfect, but in what way it could be improved with any likelihood of success. In thinking over such a question, a young man in Sulla's position had not only reason to go upon, but strong instincts to reckon with. Both converged upon the conclusion that whatever might be the right method of improving the world, it would turn out to be a development and improvement of the Roman system. The Gracchi themselves had never doubted this. But were the lines they had followed the right ones? Political reactions are not blind. They have a rationale as much based upon the facts as the policies which provoke them. A great deal could be said against the Gracchi. Some facts were too obvious to be overlooked. Had either of the Gracchi any clear conception of the ultimate developments to which they would be committed? Their most express fault was an unwillingness to accept the logical consequences of their actions. Granting, for the sake of argument, that they had been right in their methods and aims, they had nevertheless shrunk from the task of safeguarding them. There was serious weakness in this, and if their hesitation proceeded from some secret element of doubt in their own minds, was it not obvious that to bring about any improvement, a more consistent and defensible policy must be thought out? The first necessary step was the adoption of a severer consistency. In such a search, however casually it might be undertaken, a young aristocrat who was repelled from the Gracchan policy would naturally look with especial interest at the political tradition of his own class. It might be the repository of principles which had been forgotten, but which nevertheless retained their inherent power. Nor was an aristocrat committed by such a fancy to endorsing the methods of Opimius and Nausicaa. They and their foes the Gracchi alike were no more than members of a mixed oligarchy partly descended from plebeian families. If one went further back, it was possible to make important distinctions. The failure of the Gracchi, it might be contended, was due to an inherent weakness in the common people, who produced politically nothing positive, nothing creative, and the negative quality in the oligarchy, typified by Opimius and Nausicaa, which merely resisted action without itself generating it, was in all likelihood derived similarly from a plebeian mentality. Whatsoever was positive seemed to come from the old aristocracy. This, then, was a clue which might lead to definite results. Anyone who reviewed the case in the light of such thoughts could easily criticize the governing class and analyze it into component elements of widely different origin and character. The oligarchy, which ruled Rome in the days of Sulla's youth, was, by 3 great revolutionary epochs, removed from the age when the genuine old Roman aristocracy had been supreme. The plebs had entered it in virtue of their wealth and business faculty, bringing with them qualities and instincts by no means necessarily identical with those of the old families. They were a different type of man, bred under different conditions. The essential quality of the old Roman aristocrat had been a grim, austere, unflinching devotion to the community. He observed, and carried sometimes to an almost insane excess, the awful principles of law and discipline. Individualism had been his abhorrence. The cultivation of personal will, of independent being, had been to him as the great whore of Babylon to the Puritan. Nothing existed for him but the state. Nothing was impossible to him when that great principle was invoked. Valor beyond human valor, firmness beyond the conception of self-indulgent weaklings, the self-immolation of a martyr, the self-assertion of a confessor. These were the virtues of the authentic patrician. Such, at least, was the legend he had created around himself. The wealthy plebeians, with their enterprise, their commerce, and commercial adaptability, had introduced a streak of weakness into the class they joined. They mimicked, rather than acquired, its characteristics. The oligarchy might be conceived of as only a parody of the aristocracy. It was capable of anything except self-sacrifice. The old aristocracy had hardly valued itself as a mere aristocracy. It had not, to any great degree, been conscious of its existence as such. What it had been acutely aware of was the sacredness of the charge it held. It opposed the plebs not because it feared for itself, but because it feared for its charge. When compelled at last, in the public interest, to surrender, it had surrendered without bloodshed, that the sacred charge might be still intact. The oligarchy could not make this distinction. It thought itself the sacred charge. It imagined its own private interests to be the precious thing it had in custody. but a member of the great Cornelian house might be excused for some quickness in perceiving that an Opimius or even a Nasica was under a delusion in such a belief. This oligarchy, then, was not the old patrician order. The patrician houses were, of course, parts of it, but the plebeian element was an increasing one. The way was always open to wealth. The older patricians still despised wealth. The younger men who grew up with Sulla took rather a different view. They were ceasing to feel that it was necessary to reject riches in the interest of moral example, a state of mind only convenient when one possessed ample landed estates on which to conduct the austere life. For one thing, the moral example did not seem to work. For another, it was probably much wiser to set an example of the right use of riches. We cannot truthfully say that either Sulla or Caesar was a model to be followed in the right use of wealth, but it is certainly true that a change for the better came about, and that rich men began to use their money for more beneficial ends. Men like Augustus and Maecenas, and a whole host of lesser men during and after their era, if they did not always accumulate wealth in the best possible way, were nevertheless much more enlightened in its expenditure than those of the age of Lucullus. No man is absolutely disinterested. Their enlightenment may have been enlightened selfishness, but it was enlightenment. 3. The young aristocrat who cast about for political convictions was thus likely to attribute more importance to the peculiar and unique qualification he himself possessed than to the secondary qualification he might succeed in sharing with rich contractors and successful freedmen, and yet to appreciate the function played in all government by the control of wealth. In the earlier ages of Rome, political power and economic power had been united in the same hands. The political power remained clear and definite in the hands of the public magistrates, but economic power was slipping into the hands of private and irresponsible persons, and the two forces conflicted. Society was ceasing to have its old solidity and was becoming divided into rival spheres of power. The instinct of the aristocrat would be to side with the political power. And for this there were reasons connected with the conditions under which the two kinds of power were acquired. The range of qualities which, in a highly civilized state, make a man rich do not certify him to possess the faculty of government. They do not indeed deny him the great qualities of an administrator. But we mean something more than this by government and by politics, and to illustrate the point, let us consider the inward construction of the power which gave Rome her dominance. There are two explanations of the spread and the permanence of Roman rule, or of any rule like it. One is that it was a tyranny imposed by brute force on an innocent world. This explanation is very unlikely, and it is in any case an explanation that needs further explaining. For how can that brute force possibly have been evolved? And what was that innocent world like? There is a second explanation which, while somewhat more complicated, is the more credible one. The first element of human morality, which gives to the other elements the only value they ever can have, is the power of social cooperation. Not merely mutual help, though that is a necessary corollary, but the faculty of unswerving loyalty to a common aim, the gift for being members of a society or community which is wholly at one, for putting the benefit of this society before the individual benefit of its members, the power of blending many human personalities into a kind of collective personality. No rule of ordinary morality has any validity or even any sense except in the light of this first great law, and the absolute and binding nature which these other rules can and do possess is created by the power they have of riveting men together into this unity. The whole idea of the Ten Commandments is that if we break them, we break the unity of the society. And if the society is broken, there are but so many feeble men wandering helplessly on the earth instead of standing in the firm strength of their unity. And to the degree to which men possess this gift of association, to that degree is their strength. Hence the mystery of Roman dominion is only the fact that certain men, vaguely denominated the Romans, had to a transcendent degree the gift of association, and that other men had less of it. No Romans known to us were bigger men or wiser men than those of other nations. They did not exceed, nor even equal, the Celt or the German in physical strength, nor the Greek in intellectual acuteness. Their one gift was the gift of mutual loyalty. At the root of Roman dominion was some unbendable, unbreakable power against which the Celt, the German, the Greek, and the Semite hurled themselves in vain. It was the power of association. But who were these Romans? The answer is that they were the old Roman aristocracy, the circle of ancient families which had constituted the first original Rome, round which the Rome of later ages had aggregated a concealing mask of derivatory classes. It was these men who had first possessed it, and from whom it proceeded. These men, the Fabii, Valerii, Quintii, and others, were legendary. Their tales are stories of stern, unswerving devotion. They had no gift for explaining their virtues vividly to an admiring world. They were only partly conscious of those virtues, and what consciousness they had slipped out, not in the form of rational explanation, but in the form of a fierce pride. Other men, they seem to say, were but dogs, canaille, dregs of humanity little above the level of beasts. They themselves were the men, and the only men. They bore the Ark of the Covenant, the secret of all secrets, the holy of all holies, the gift of loyalty. They were the optimates, the best not in individual brilliance, but in collective power. When, therefore, we see woven into the fabric of Roman life a thin but all-powerful thread of this pride, we must recollect that it was not the casual vanity of a few wealthy speculators recently retired from successful business. It was not casual. It was not vanity. Those who entertained it were often not wealthy. They were not speculators. Their business was that of Scaevola, Cincinnatus, and Camillus, and what they sought to preserve was the original power out of which everything else in the Roman state had proceeded. But the Roman aristocracy was growing thinner and more attenuated, as every aristocracy does. It is inherent in the nature of an aristocracy to die out through the very operation of its own powers. When Quintus Curtius jumps into the gulf, there is an end of Quintus Curtius, and hence war, devotion, and self-sacrifice had left the ancient aristocracy but a leaven in the midst of an oligarchy of wealthy capitalists, striving hard to copy its virtues, but usually succeeding only in imitating its vices. But if it could be revived and strengthened, the state itself would be so far strengthened. Here we have a key to Lucius Cornelius Sulla. 4. We have not exhausted the qualities of the Roman aristocracy by naming this gift of association. This, indeed, came before all else, for without it their other qualities would have availed little, but they had other virtues and powers which came into successful operation under its protection. The Roman aristocratic families were the originators of even the spirit which resisted them. They possessed from the first, and never lost, the quite peculiar and uncommon gift of stamping their own spiritual impress upon all who were for any length of time in contact with them. To be near them was to become like them. How such a gift can be created, we do not know. We only know that certain rare types of men possess it, and that the Roman patricians did. The political methods invented by the aristocracy educated the Roman people so effectively that they acquired the same characteristics which the aristocracy possessed. Precisely how deep the likeness went might be a matter of opinion. A copy is usually capable of being distinguished from the original. That the likeness existed, there can be no question. The question was only of its degree. And this Roman spirit went on spreading and absorbing alien elements into the fabric of the Roman world until the aristocracy was lost out of sight under the mass of them. But the aristocracy was still there, still invincibly sure that it was Rome, the only Rome that really signified. The expansion of Rome to wide dominion was thus a perfectly smooth and logical development of the same process that expanded her from a group of villages to a united city. The exclusion of plebeians from government and the retention of all political rights in the hands of the patricians was in no way a different kind of fact from the exclusion of Italians and provincials and the restriction of citizenship to Romans. Once on a time, the patricians had been the only Romans. Then the plebeians had gained entrance into the charmed circle. The Italians now claimed admission, and the turn of the provincials would come next, as in actual fact it did. The Gracchi, being practical statesmen, had grasped the logic of the position. Rome would always be educating her outer ring of non-citizens up to the standard of citizenship. The process was inevitable. But, and this was the difficulty, the results, while they would be the same in their effect upon the minds and interests of men, would not be the same in their effect upon the system of government. There may be a great deal of difference between what is possible when men live in close neighborhood, each knowing all by familiar daily contact, and what is necessary when men dwell hundreds of miles apart and scarcely see one another at all. The similarity of men is produced by their constant association. When they live altogether apart, they naturally diverge and become different. There must accordingly be, in every widely extended state, some artificial point of contact by which all the parts can be made to conform to a common trend. Lacking this, a large state falls to pieces because of the progressive divergence of its constituent elements. The consequence was foredoomed. Dimly, in the minds of the ablest men, the necessity began to be felt for some new method by which the Roman dominion might be given unity. Two solutions were to hand, but before we discuss them, a third possibility must be noticed. 5. A large class of Roman citizens neither knew nor cared about any such alleged necessity. Their attitude was perfectly simple. The aim of expansion was, in their eyes, exploitation. They organized themselves for the express purpose of exploiting the provinces, without regard for consequences. This aim, as an entirely unpolitical aim, and one that was opposed to political control, brought them naturally into conflict, even with the oligarchy. They were, after all, the very men whose interests and ideals had first started the search after the great state, the large political unit. What index could point out to them the stage at which their policy began to defeat its own ends? They wished for the advantages of government without its restrictions. Their proceedings gave rise to the appalling series of slave insurrections, which were the scandal of this period of Roman history, and several times imperiled the state. The possibility always existed that these men might succeed in actually destroying the political control of Rome altogether, and in originating a series of independent economic powers. Their policy was self-defeating because they could not maintain even their own position without the frequent intervention of the state, and their shrift in independence would have been short. But their attempts to dissolve the control of the political state which upheld them were constant. The policy of Gaius Gracchus had increased their power. It is essential to bear in mind the existence and character of these men, for the problem to which they gave rise rapidly became the dominating factor in Roman life. The age of Sulla bore typical resemblances to the 19th century. Then, as later, there had been a great expansion of political control over an immense area of potential wealth. Then, as later, a new class, often of low birth and little education, had come forward to exploit it. Then, as later, the governing class, partly from laziness, partly from a sense of its own private advantage, tolerated proceedings incompatible with sound government. Industrial and financial enterprise, when allowed to run to an unqualified, unrestrained extreme, are always incompatible with sound government. In this case, the extreme in question was connected with the use of slave labor and the standard it set. Vast plantations were the order of the day, and we may sympathize with that much maligned man, Mr. Legree, when we consider how tenderly, even sentimentally, compared with a Roman planter, he treated his human property. The labor was cheap, and there was plenty of it. It was driven to the last extremity, scrapped, and replaced. It was held down by the spy and the torture chamber. Every advantage the Roman citizen possessed in the way of legal privilege was ruthlessly employed to his own advantage. The influence of the standard so set up penetrated into every corner of Roman industrial life. If ever the cry of a wronged, oppressed, and frustrated humanity rose up to heaven, it did so in the days of Sulla's youth. Revolts, however great in scale, could be put down by the military forces of the government. But who could prevent the volume of that cry penetrating or disturbing, vaguely and worryingly, the deepest withdrawn mind, as if on some wireless current that could not be entirely cut out? 6. Rome was thus the first civilization which developed far enough politically to reach a problem of popular rights. The Greek civilization did attain the stage of democracy, but the problem was badly stated and left unsolved when the Hellenic world broke up. What Rome had reached in the early days of Sulla was something much more important. Greece had merely fought over the problem whether the sheer human right of the individual citizen, however poor, should place him politically on an equality with the rich man of property. This, however important and interesting, is a narrow problem. Rome faced the more general question whether a crowd of human beings of all sorts, slaves, freedmen, poor plebeians, impoverished aristocrats, and wealthy men of liberal tendencies, could somehow sway the state against the will of the rich owners of property. If so, how could they do it? What were the methods? The difficulties were very old. For one thing, the rich man has a vast advantage, owing to the weakness of human nature, with its liability to be bought up, to be terrorized, or to be flattered. The Roman man of wealth was, moreover, a particularly tough person to tackle. He was as hard and resolute as man can be, and such religion as he possessed had no taboos on certain forms of human action. He had no 10 Commandments. His lares and penates, when he had any, did not threaten him with eternal damnation if he removed his neighbor's landmark, nor that the dogs should lick his blood because of the blood of Naboth. So he was free to do many things to his personal advantage if he could, and he often could. He could and did do many things that the hardest modern rich man would shrink from doing. The existence of slavery was a fact which gave the rich man a tremendous pull over his fellows. He had control just where the modern rich man has none. He could, and did, set his gangs of clubmen, his armed gladiators, on the street, and keep a firmer finger on them than any American boss or German junker. Slavery, as an economic fact, worked to a similar result, but its merely economic consequences were not so extensive as we are apt to imagine. They were pretty much the consequences of the unregulated factory system, namely, a great waste of life, great cheapness of production, bullying and hustling, work that was done without pleasure or conscientiousness, a sapping of the moral independence of those who were under it, and, on the other hand, the gradual growth of a certain unity among the victims of the process, a spontaneous league of interests and sympathies. For where interests and sympathies lie in one common direction, there unity will grow in the grain. But these difficulties had existed in all former civilizations. What was new were the factors which stood against them. There was the quality of the people concerned. The intelligence of the Greek and the Asiatic, when repressed by subjection, reappeared in a cunning which their masters recognized but could not grapple with. Moreover, the European was then 2,000 years nearer his beginnings, with so much the less modification of his tremendous aboriginal qualities. Considered merely as a beast, the European has not had justice done him. He has been one of the finest beasts turned out by nature, and when he came fresh from the forests, he was a bigger, hardier, fiercer, more dangerous beast than the Negro, the Red Indian, or the Polynesian, with notably strong predeterminations and immense capacity for toning down into a philosopher or etherealizing into a saint. It took him, however, some 700 years more to make the mental and nervous rearrangements necessary for philosophy or saintship. At the beginning, he was essentially a man of action. The Gaul, the German, the Iberian, the Illyrian, the Latin, the Samnite were not thinkers but doers, easily exploded into action. And these were the men who confronted the Roman rich man. More than this, the European races vary more and more suddenly. They produce a high human average and a still higher quality of sport. Every now and then, quite incalculably, they throw up something gigantic in the way of a man. A Sulla, a Caesar, a Charlemagne, a Cortes, a Drake, a Napoleon. This variability, this tendency to throw up sports, works against the interests of the rich, who require, for their advantage, an order of society stable, settled, and calculable, without anything out of the common, either for or against them. It is as awkward for them to have Sulla to defend them as to have Caesar to attack them. In the wars of the supermen, the merely rich are always losers. Tranquility should be their chief aim. The Egyptian, wise beyond the wisdom of most men, understood this law. Calm was the essence of his creed, and because he preserved tranquility in Egypt, he reigned for millenniums in great glory and wealth, until repeated war broke up his power. But the Roman was himself a European. He too had the itch for action, which prevented him from this wise calm. His people were not Egyptian, and neither was he. They could not be leveled out into Egyptian bondage, nor could he level them, being the wrong sort of man to do it. So that in all things, however much it might be against his real material interests, drama would creep in, and with drama, of course, excitement and upset, and the flaming up of the European temper into general strife, to the disturbance of all those serene processes by which money is made and kept in security. All these conditions being present, and the rich being positively unable to refrain from those actions which exasperate men at large, The problem was to find a method of fighting the merely rich. 7. Faced by these intricate problems, for whose solution only reason and not experience was as yet available, any intelligent young man reacting from the Gracchan policy might well feel that the first indispensable condition was the firm maintenance of political control at any cost. And this obviously meant the maintenance of the aristocratic tradition around which the whole political scheme was entwined. The unity which the Roman world wanted this was the first and most obvious theory probable upon the face of it, dependent upon the preservation of a circle of like-minded men whose policy would be constant and whose temperament was uniform, and who would carry to the provinces during their terms of office one invariable tone of mind. The opposing theory, if it can be called a theory at this early stage, when it was unformulated and had scarcely been definitely envisioned, was a perpetual magistracy, such as Gaius Gracchus had attempted to develop. Against it, the arguments were overwhelming. It was directly opposed to Roman tradition, and it had nothing to show for itself in the way of pattern or example. What experience could be called in to aid showed nothing more fruitful in the way of perpetual magistracies than Oriental despots and Greek tyrants. If a modern man could at this point have intervened with the suggestion of a central representative assembly, the arguments against it would have seemed conclusive alike to optimates and populares. It would not have secured the unity required. Above all, an assembly can seldom be an active means of government, save under circumstances such as those of earlier Rome or medieval Venice, entirely unlike those in which Rome found herself at this time. The idea of a perpetual magistracy, if it ever came to anything, would need to be evolved in practice before it could be entertained as a hypothesis. Hence, a new policy, different from that of the Gracchi, more hopeful as to its possible good results, could only be an aristocratic policy, and one which approached the problems of the day in a spirit of caution, certainly not conceding without necessity any change which might weaken the main principle at stake. And this, which has here been reasoned out, represented the point of view which Sulla actually did take up when he came to the age in which action was possible. At every point he acted as though this were the principle he had in mind. On no occasion do we find Sulla stickling about particular measures of legislation. He invariably accepted accomplished facts when they were the fruit of a genuine political opinion. He accepted the Italian franchise when it at last became law. What he sought after was something different, namely, a particular species of man in government. Once granted that kind of man, measures were a question of expediency, to be taken on their own intrinsic merits. The apparent inconsistency and cynicism of Sulla are considerably modified if we judge him by this test. His cynicism was a mannerism, sometimes a desperate mannerism, most decided when he was most pressed and most in earnest. It was not any form of insincerity. 8. But there was a feature of his character which impressed his contemporaries quite as strongly as his cynicism, and that was his unexpectedness. He had a considerable gift for holding his tongue, and when he spoke or acted, he was liable to take friends and foes alike by surprise. Yet in this too he was consistent. He put forward no personal propaganda, no novel ideas. While he was in a subordinate position, he accepted orders with complete obedience and sank himself in his class as dutifully as any ancient Roman father. Not until command was legally and rightfully his did he reveal any views of his own, and then his views were startling and even, to some, incomprehensible. But his attitude in this respect was a logical one, It was a consistent interpretation of the principle of aristocracy. He obeyed until he was entitled to command. And again, that opportunism, that habit of waiting patiently on events, which may have been partially temperamental in origin, had its roots partly in the considerations we have been describing. A reaction from the Gracchi meant a return to the old aristocratic habit of allowing events to shape the conduct they provoked. There are obvious difficulties in the way of positing a necessary scheme of action, and then applying it to events without regarding whether it fits them or not. Sulla and his contemporaries lived in a world which, having progressed further in some respects than any preceding period, had no experience exactly adapted to its own situation, and Sulla took this into account. 9. He was right. Events came in disguise. 2 years after the death of Gaius Gracchus, when Sulla was 19, an obscure officer, one Gaius Marius, a man of low birth, stood for the tribuneship and was elected. And neither Sulla nor anyone else could have imagined that the occasion possessed importance. No slow music greeted his advent. Yet one of the mighty protagonists had stepped upon the stage. Sulla was still awaiting his cue, but Gaius Marius had entered. End of Chapter 3. Sulla's World. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 4 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Rise of Sulla to Fortune. 1. Gaius Marius was a man very different from Sulla. He was a man of humble family. His father, a resident at Arpinum, where the great Cicero also was born, was entirely obscure, one of those Roman farmers whose numbers were decreasing year by year, but who had formed the driving force of the mighty armies which had made Rome supreme. Young Marius had the peculiar characteristics of the rank from which he sprang. He was dour, hardy, and of extraordinary determination, an unbending, immalleable man, once his mind was made up. But he had to be dealing with subjects he understood before this quality in him came clearly forth. He had nothing of Sulla's easy instinct. Sulla was no beauty, but Marius, like the Duke of Wellington, erred rather on the side of a forbidding strength. He had, quote, a damned disinheriting countenance, unquote. And the fact is an index to the spiritual difficulty he had in adapting himself to complex or unfamiliar circumstances. All was clear to Marius when the road was straight. He pushed on like a bull, but he lost himself in any kind of maze, and then his weakness came out, and he proved an angry, obstinate, blundering man, seeking to beat down what he should have gone round. And Marius had a temper which rose before opposition, as water does behind a dam. When it broke through, it became a devastating flood. So much of those characteristics in him which functioned as faults. His virtues were remarkable. Even through the cloud of calumny which his political opponents shed over him, we can perceive that he was a man of iron courage, who never fled from any danger through fear. A man sincerely, though somewhat crudely, desirous of justice, but a man above all animated by that thorough sympathy with common people, which we have nowadays learned to call democratic. Marius was quite happy doing rough work, sharing rough quarters, and bandying rough words with rough men. Over and above this, he had the indefinable quality of genius, a capacity for perceiving and carrying out tasks beyond the competence of mere ability. He had the Cromwellian touch without the modifying influence of Cromwell's religion and Cromwell's subtlety. In such a character as this are the potentialities of great success and of great catastrophe. He had both before he ended. Marius and Sulla present a contrast in another respect, not uncommon in human life. Sulla, nominally a holder of old tradition, was, in his private mind, a somewhat advanced person, interested in unconventional ideas and people, and utterly unfettered by rules. Marius, nominally a revolutionist and an upsetter of established usage, was a perhaps narrowly conservative man, strict in his private life, with a decorum and adherence to convention which professional soldiers are especially liable to develop. He embodied all the characteristics of the old-fashioned Roman. 2. Marius spent his early years on his father's small farm, working vigorously with his hands, and was a grown man before he ever saw a city. His entrance into military service was as a soldier in the ranks, whence he rose on his merits until he attracted the favorable notice of the great Scipio Aemilianus. That Scipio thought highly of him is shown by a curious anecdote. Someone ingratiatingly asked Scipio at dinner where they should find again a general such as he. Whereupon he turned playfully to Marius, who sat next to him, clapped him on the shoulder, and answered, "Here, perhaps." The prophecy, though true words are often spoken in jest, was less to the point than the fact that Marius sat next to the famous man. The encouragement of Scipio induced Marius to take the first steps towards the political career which alone could open to him the higher military commands. The family of the Metelli had been friendly to him and his father, and by the interest of Lucius Caecilius Metellus Dalmaticus, who was standing for the consulship, Marius was elected tribune, an office proper to an undistinguished plebeian. He made a success of the office very illustrative of his whole political career. He introduced a bill to amend the regulations which governed the voting in elections, and since the proposed measure seemed to weaken the oligarchic interests, it was opposed by the senior consul Cotta, who carried the Senate with him. Marius was not in the least intimidated. He promptly threatened the consul with the exercise of his tribunician authority, which meant imprisonment for Cotta, and turning to his friend Metellus, required his support. Metellus was obliged to explain that he shared the views of his colleague, whereupon Marius committed Metellus into custody. Metellus appealed to the other tribunes, but they refused to intervene, and Marius triumphantly carried his bill, to the admiration of the people. But having in this manner stood up to the rich and powerful, Marius went on to prove his incapacity as a demagogue by successfully resisting a proposal for a new corn dole to the electorate. As a small farmer, he hated the laws which undercut the price of Italian-grown corn. He ended his year of office respected and disliked by both parties. To achieve a military command, however, he needed to hold one of the higher magistracies, to which the tribuneship had been merely an introduction, and he had endangered his chances. He was defeated in his candidature for an aedileship. Undiscouraged, he lifted his aim higher, entered for the praetorship, and was successful by a very narrow margin. It illustrates an inherent weakness in the Roman political constitution that it had no better means of getting a great soldier forward than making him a chief justice. His unpopularity was sufficient to cause an attempt to unseat him on a charge of bribery. Marius fought his case with determination and with typical candor. Finally, the judges, influenced by his defense and still more by his personality, voted a tie, and the case was dismissed. Had he lost, he might never have been heard of again. By such very narrow margins is history made. Marius passed an uneventful year as praetor. He probably left all the serious work to his better instructed subordinates. At the end of it, when the provincial commands were distributed among the retiring magistrates, he obtained further Spain for his share. Marius was now launched. Never very successful as a political intriguer, he was thoroughly in his element in Spain. His energy, honesty, and strictness gave him precisely the increased reputation which his political efforts never gave him. He cleared the province of a plague of banditti, who, as in some Latin countries of later date, had the respectful sympathy of the populace, and his general conduct was rewarded by a social advance which was to prove of very great importance to him. He married a daughter of the great Julian house of Caesar, a sister of the Gaius Julius Caesar, who was to be the father of another of the same name, the conqueror of Gaul and the founder of the empire. To be accepted as a son-in-law and brother-in-law by one of the great aristocratic houses was an enormous step for the son of the poor farmer of Arpinum. It meant that henceforward nothing need be impossible to him. 3. Sulla was waiting. Marius had arrived, and now the two clouds arose on the horizon which were the harbingers of the coming storm. Human history is so much the tale of the unexpected that we need not be surprised to see the course of events not only influenced, but even to some extent created by factors which seem external and almost accidental. In rapid succession, Rome had to deal with two problems of an unforeseen nature. One was the African problem, which rose slowly into importance through a series of years. There never would have been any African question except for Jugurtha. Africa was settled, organized, and done with. The subject was closed. Jugurtha reopened it. He was an illegitimate nephew of old King Micipsa of Numidia, and, as frequently happens, the love child proved an infinitely greater man than the legitimate heirs, Hiempsal and Adherbal, with whom he shared the old man's kingdom. Jugurtha was a magnificent example of the type of mind which is that of a great statesman, if it be successful, and of a great criminal, if it be unsuccessful. In a series of dramatic events, he slew his two cousins and became sole king of Numidia. His actions, however, involved serious questions of Roman policy, which promptly divided Rome into two camps. Hiempsal and Adherbal had been under Roman protection. Many Roman traitors had lost their lives when Adherbal fell, and the question immediately arose how far Rome could tolerate the proceedings of Jugurtha. The oligarchy was against intervention. The populares took a contrary view. The controversy aroused in a fresh form all the party passions that smoldered unquenched from the Gracchan days, and they sprang into life now over questions in which domestic issues were not involved. The populares freely charged the oligarchy with being in the pay of Jugurtha. The Senate, on the other hand, had an accurate perception of the practical difficulties involved in any attempt to bring Jugurtha to heel. Whether they were bribed or not, they were right in this view. An African war would be an enterprise of immense difficulty and doubtful success, which no body of prudent statesmen would lightly undertake. But here entered, as a serious element in the situation, the domestic distrust which had been the result of the proceedings against the Gracchi. The policy of the oligarchy was wise, but it was a policy of secret diplomacy and private negotiations. It caused a violent outburst of popular opposition to the whole political trend of the oligarchy, and Rome was involved in an African war to which no definite end could be foreseen. While the controversy was still proceeding, the second cloud arose. Roman punitive expeditions against the half-wild Celtic tribes of the Danube region had been fairly frequent and presented little difficulty. No serious pressure on that frontier was felt. But in 113 B.C., some unaccountable movement was visible. The Celts were being attacked from the unknown north, and through them rolled an immense invading army which spread right up to the Alps and the passes into Italy. The consul, Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, turned it back, not without damage, from Aquileia, and the strangers, whoever they were, disappeared into the fastnesses. They evidently wandered along the northern side of the Alps, for 2 years later they began to cross the Rhine. They were an immense body of people, a whole nation migrating, men, women, and children, flocks and herds, moving, as every European migration moved, with covered wagons and nightly lager. By degrees they came south and at length reached the Roman frontier, where they asked the authorities for land on which to settle. It was a somewhat alarming demand, difficult to satisfy. That a modern government is never confronted by such a situation is no reason for us complacently to underrate its seriousness. This year was therefore marked by two disturbing incidents. The Roman expedition in Africa was completely and disgracefully defeated and compelled to make most humiliating terms with Jugurtha, while the consul Marcus Junius Silanus, endeavoring to turn the northern invaders back from the Roman frontier in Gaul, met with catastrophe. The invaders spread themselves over northern and central Gaul, reducing the country under their own control. The whole motive, policy, and competence of the oligarchy were now involved. It must stand or fall by its ability to grapple with a situation it had done nothing to create, under a watchful criticism it had embittered by its treatment of the Gracchi. Steps were at once taken to put the African war on a satisfactory basis. The consul Quintus Caecilius Metellus, a man of accepted probity and ability, the brother of Marius's old friend, was given the command. Great sums were voted. The levy was put into force. Men of ability were selected to accompany him, and with Metellus, as officers of his staff, sailed Gaius Marius and Publius Rutilius Rufus. 4. The competence of Metellus was beyond question. He reorganized the Roman army in Africa, entered and occupied Numidia, and defeated Jugurtha. But the end of the war was not brought appreciably nearer. Jugurtha merely disappeared into the desert and raised another of those elusive and interminable armies which African deserts produce. The problem was shifted. Something more than the corruption of an alleged scandalous oligarchy was clearly involved. The new problem was nothing less than the character and efficiency of the Roman army itself. Marius had flung himself with vigor into his new duties, and was not only a first-rate commander, but a man extremely popular with the rank and file. He shared their food and labors, spoke their language, was with them and among them constantly, and organized his work with the system and adequacy which were his own peculiar gifts. But he could not shut his eyes to obvious facts. The whole system of army organization was radically wrong. However well fitted it may have been to an earlier stage of Roman civilization, it no longer fitted the requirements of the day. The men were not always suitable. They were selected without a proper regard for either justice or military value. They were citizen soldiers with private interests at home to worry them, and with a training inadequate to draw the best out of them. The officers were frequently incompetent. And when Metellus had obtained from Jugurtha the surrender of the Roman deserters in his hands, the disciplinary action of the commander-in-chief can hardly have aroused the enthusiasm of such a man as Marius. Some had their hands cut off. Some were buried in earth up to their waists, shot at with arrows, and finally burned to death. To one who knew and loved and felt with a common man, such deeds must have seemed both monstrous and unjust. A breach began between Marius and his commander. Marius seems to have come to the conclusion that the whole system of organization needed revision on every ground. He had the vigorous support of the Roman capitalists settled in Africa. They may not have realized precisely the military reasons for his views. They themselves, it is probable, were chiefly concerned with the prospect of an unending war dragging on indefinitely. But whatsoever reasons may have had most weight with them, they supported Marius. Glowing accounts of him began to circulate in Rome. The storm broke when an old personal and family friend of Metellus, Titus Turpilius Silanus, allowed the important station of Vaga to fall into the hands of Jugurtha. Turpilius himself was sent back in safety, the only Roman to escape the massacre. Marius made a stand over the matter. He accused Turpilius of deliberate treason and carried his point so successfully that Metellus was obliged to bow to public opinion and to visit his friend with the military penalty of death. He never forgave Marius. The accusation against Turpilius was subsequently denied and said to be disproved. But it is certain that Marius never altered the opinion he had formed and expressed emphatic satisfaction with his own share in the incident. But it meant a further breach with the oligarchic party. Marius had quarreled successively with two brothers, both of them important and influential men to whom, by ordinary worldly standards, he owed a great deal. They and their friends are hardly likely to have taken any but a black view of his character and conduct. Marius, thereupon, made the characteristic resolution of standing for the consulship himself. Unlikely as success might seem, for men outside a certain ring of very old or very wealthy families seldom achieved the chief magistracy, there were factors in his favor. Metellus did his best, by ridicule and opposition, to prevent the candidature. Marius obtained the necessary leave of absence only 12 days before the elections, and at once made a dash for home. He reached Utica after a journey of whirlwind haste. The auguries were favorable, and so, more important still, was the wind. He arrived at Rome 7 days after he had left the army, found that his reputation had preceded him, and was triumphantly elected consul for the first time. There must have been much discussion, not only far away in Africa, round the dinner table of Metellus, but around the dinner tables nearer at hand in Rome. The election of Marius meant even more than his enemies imagined. 5. The schemes which Marius must have been turning over in his mind and discussing with his friends for some time previously, he now began to develop, and the oligarchy discovered with horror and amazement that the most terrifying of all portents to an oligarchy had appeared upon the political stage, a man with great ideas. Sulla began his political career that year, succeeding in a comparatively humble candidature for the quaestorship, and he was therefore associated from the beginning with the drafting and execution of the military reforms which his consul put into operation. Their substance consisted in the creation of a regular army, a voluntary army. Hitherto, the Roman armies had been citizen armies, levied upon the qualified Roman electors and Italian allies on a property basis. Marius carried through the sweeping revolution of abolishing this old system and calling for voluntary recruits who were prepared to take up arms as a profession. It is only by approaching this policy from the political angle that we can seize the true perspective of it, and then we can see that, though nominally a military reform, it was in fact a revolution which followed logically upon the policy of Gaius Gracchus, and paved the way for all the constitutional changes that he had first foreshadowed, and that were to transform the Rome of Marius into the Rome of Augustus. Here the obtuseness of Marius came to his aid. He was not an imaginative man. He had no intellectual culture, and it is improbable that he could or would enter with any sympathy into deep, and to him, no doubt remote, constitutional questions. He was concerned solely with the creation of an adequate military force, and in this aim he cared for no distinctions of mere political theory. Yet the objections which might be felt to his policy on grounds of principle were neither few nor trifling. He was tearing up the military arrangements of King Servius Tullius, on which the Roman political constitution rested, and from which it had originally grown. He was dividing the soldier from the citizen, and creating an instrument which might easily place the control of the state into hands not responsible to the constitutional government. Classical statesmen knew well enough the means by which military tyrannies were founded. There must have been many men who, though not prepared for opposition to valuable practical reforms, watched intently for opportunity to divert the possible consequences. On the other hand, Marius, with the instinct of the purely practical mind, had grasped a logic that was in the situation itself rather than in the ideas and principles entertained by men. Had he failed or flinched, a necessary step in the political evolution of Rome would never have been taken, and the large political unit towards which civilization was working would have died before it had developed to the end. He was doing that thing which creates more real revolutions than any idealism does. He was adapting institutions to the practical necessities of the day. Such questions of principle were alone enough to divide the parties sharply, but Marius, in his public speeches, showed a candor and a supreme self-confidence which may have been justified as to its substance, but was indiscreet. He undertook to take Jugurtha, dead or alive. He told the electors, in his rough way, that he had wrested the consulship as spoil of war from the incompetent hands of the rich, and that he gloried in the wounds he had received in the cause of Rome as much as some men gloried in the images of their famous ancestors. This latter an allusion to the sacred aristocratic custom which must have offended its devotees as deeply as a somewhat similar allusion would offend a modern Catholic. And he asked whether those famous ancestors would not have preferred a descendant such as himself to the fools who worshipped them. These things were first-rate electioneering and were enormously popular, but they were not forgotten. What Sulla thought of them, we are not informed. 6. At the close of his year of office, Marius refused the offer of the Gallic campaign and insisted on superseding Metellus. The new army, being destined for Africa, was therefore of no benefit to his colleague, Lucius Cassius Longinus, who, undertaking the operations in Gaul, was lured into an ambush in which he himself fell. The Gallic question must wait. Marius transported his army to Africa. Sulla was detained in Italy by the special work of raising and equipping a large cavalry force. He may, therefore, have seen the return of Metellus, who was accorded by his friends a welcome not free from the suspicion of being a political demonstration against Marius and the populares. The Senate granted a formal triumph, in which Metellus anticipated any hopes of Marius by securing to himself the honorary title of Numidicus. It is not likely that Sulla, on the point of leaving for Africa, was neglected by the great men of his own party. We do not possess any contemporary narrative of the African campaigns of Marius written from a sympathetic standpoint. Sallust, who was a political sympathizer, wrote much later, and his record may, for all we know, have been insensibly colored by the accounts of hostile authorities. The whole subject rapidly became involved in party animus. The enemies of Marius declared, apparently with some truth, that he had undertaken a task which he was unable successfully to finish. It seems certain that Marius carried out some wonderful military operations beyond the capacities of Metellus, but it is equally certain that they brought the war no nearer its end. There was, in fact, only one way of ending it, and that was by the capture of Jugurtha. Marius had the kind of intelligence which, while comparatively narrow in its scope, is extraordinarily deep and efficient. His movements were secret to the last, so secret that sometimes the secret has failed to survive, swift and very long. He drove Jugurtha out of his strongholds, struck at and took Capsa far in the south, and when Sulla at length arrived with his cavalry, was in the far west of Numidia, on the borders of Mauritania, 500 miles from his base. Thither Sulla proceeded and joined his commander. Marius was not enthusiastic. The quaestor was his chief of staff, the next man in rank and authority to himself, and Marius had no taste whatever for a dissipated young scion of an impoverished aristocratic house who added to his vices the doubtful virtues of Greek culture. But Sulla did not prove to be the kind of person anticipated. He was soon popular. His manners were easy and simple. He was ready to do a good turn wherever he could, and even Marius thawed before proof of the only quality he was prepared to acknowledge as acceptable, the virtue of military efficiency. Sulla brought with him something else, not so obvious, namely, a thorough acquaintance with the point of view of the optimates concerning the African War. Sulla was singularly fortunate in beginning his career under the command of the man who was before all others the greatest general of his age. Bluff and rough as he was, Marius was a great organizer, a man who worked and saw that others also worked. The quaestor must have had much to learn, and to judge from his subsequent career, he learnt it well. The tone of Marius's army was something worth acquiring. It may have been there that the young aristocrat picked up the art of an unbending familiarity with the common man. That subtle mingling of human equality and personal authority of which Marius was the chief exponent. Sulla had to learn, and did learn, to stand upon his own feet, relying not upon any social rank or artificial support, but on his own power of managing men. For this, his earlier life had prepared him. A devotion to the drama may not be useless to an intelligent man. Sulla had the faculty of making the most of a situation, of seeing it from the spectator's point of view, of giving a certain artistic turn to occasions which increased their value. And here he was, on the spot, to see for himself the results of the military reforms of Marius, and the true inwardness of the political controversy over the African War. 7. Marius had come to the Mauritanian frontier to overawe King Bocchus and to prevent a junction of forces between him and Jugurtha. The expedition was one of those which give rise to acute differences of opinion. Marius reduced the frontier fortresses, disregarding the claims of Bocchus that he was trespassing on Mauritanian territory. He was conducting a war, a large part of the results of which could only be moral. What counted was the state of mind he could create. He certainly created considerable apprehension in the mind of Bocchus. It gave the king much to think of to see a Roman army penetrate successfully to his frontiers and there carry on military operations. But it was not a case in which solid fighting and definite results could be looked for. When the time came for retirement and Marius started on the long march back to his base, it was a signal for a cloud of Mauritanian horsemen to emerge from the frontier. Jugurtha had been busy. He had proposed to Bocchus to cede 1/3 of Numidia to the king in exchange for his help, the bargain to be effective if the Romans were driven out of Africa, or if a treaty were made with them which left Numidia intact in Jugurtha's hands. Bocchus agreed. Marius had impressed him with the long military reach of Rome. It might be well now in any case to impress Marius in turn. If the importance of Bocchus could be suitably made clear to the Romans, the king would be in a better position to negotiate with them in the event of Jugurtha's failure. The march of Marius was uninterrupted until he was near home. Then the blow fell, and the rest of the journey became a nightmare of desperate fighting. 3 times the Romans fought a pitched battle. They were unceasingly on guard. Throughout the march, Sulla was the right-hand man of Marius, and on 2 occasions his rapidity and discernment had much to do with the safety of the army. The losses of the Moors and Numidians were heavy. In close fighting, they were no match for Roman troops. With the safe return of the Roman expedition, a change took place in the whole situation. It became clear to Bocchus that the Romans could not be driven out of Africa, and that he could expect little from Jugurtha. 5 days later, his envoys arrived to sound Marius. And now Marius, who had hitherto been grimly bent on prosecuting the war to a bitter end, unexpectedly lent a friendly ear. How far Sulla's private conversation was responsible for the alteration in the opinions of Marius, it is impossible to guess. The military situation alone might well carry conviction to a soldier. The threatening situation in Gaul had also to be reckoned with. However the facts might stand, Sulla was one of the 2 representatives whom Marius dispatched to conduct conversations with Bocchus. On the way, he talked his colleague over to his own point of view, and it was agreed that Sulla should conduct the negotiations. 8. Sulla was aware of many facts which it is not absolutely certain that Marius knew, or, if Marius knew, appreciated. Before vacating the African command, Metellus had been in touch with Bocchus and had gained from the king what amounted to a cautious assent to the idea of a friendly relation with Rome. Metellus was in no way obliged to report his proceedings to Marius, with whom, in any case, he was not on friendly terms, and the strong probability is that Marius was ignorant of the correspondence. It would be to the Senate that Metellus would report, or, even more probably, to his private and political friends. In this case, Sulla might very well know far more than Marius, who, when approached shortly after his arrival by Bocchus, had dismissed with skepticism the king's advances, which he imagined to be diplomatic trickery. On their present renewal, for the 3rd time, Sulla realized, as he naturally would if his knowledge were complete, that the king had been repeatedly making advances which had not been received with ardor. It was now time to show a certain amount of enthusiasm. Without waiting for the king to broach the subject, Sulla spoke of the pleasure which he and his friends felt that Bocchus had recognized that peace was preferable to war. He assured the king that Rome had at all times sought friends rather than subjects, and valued the loyalty which was voluntarily given far higher than that which was extorted by compulsion. The friendship of Rome was an advantage, not a burden, to a man in the position of Bocchus. His remoteness would render unlikely any conflict of interests, but no man was too remote to be reached by the gratitude of Rome. Finding that, far from having to humiliate himself, he was accepted with joy, Bocchus expanded under the cordiality of Sulla. He explained that he had not been actuated by any hostile feeling against Rome. He had fought to protect his country. And he repeated his statement that the borderlands in which Marius had operated were not in Jugurtha's territory, but in his own. He also recalled, as evidence of his own goodwill, an embassy he had formerly sent to Rome several years previously, which the Senate had refused to receive. He would like to send another embassy. The envoys, subject to the consent of Marius, agreed. These were the official transactions. Bocchus was well aware that a Roman commander had no plenary authority, and that any binding agreement must be made with the Senate. Sulla knew that the Senate, anxious to terminate the war, would lend a more favorable ear than a general of the populares, if approached in the right manner. As soon as Sulla and his colleague had left, Bocchus received the representatives of Jugurtha, who made a determined attempt to prevent the defection of the Mauritanian king. His careful consideration of Jugurtha's claims did not prevent the proposed embassy from setting out. It included 5 of his oldest and most trustworthy friends, on whom he could thoroughly rely. The embassy, having fallen into the hands of hostile tribesmen, arrived penniless, disreputable, and without their credentials at the Roman headquarters, expecting to be treated as tramps and impostors, and to be turned away from the door. Marius, luckily, was away, and Sulla in command. He received them with dignified and lavish hospitality, on their mere word as to who they were, supplied them with a fresh outfit, and showed all that charm which came so easily to him when he would. He entertained them, instructed them carefully in what to say, and in how to say it, and explained to them the official formulas, mystifying to the literal mind, which must be employed in the negotiation. On the return of Marius, a council was summoned. The envoys were introduced, and the question was debated. Strong opposition was raised, but Sulla had prepared the ground and was successful in obtaining an armistice for Bocchus and leave for the envoys to proceed to Rome. He had coached them well. They made the correct expression of humble penitence on behalf of their master and prayed for the friendship of the Roman people. The resolution of the Senate expressed, in the recognized form, its acceptance of his repentance and its willingness to grant a treaty and the name of friend to Bocchus when he had proved that he deserved the grant. If in any way Bocchus had come to an understanding as to how he was to deserve the grant, few hints of it have survived. Yet, as soon as the official answer of the Senate was communicated to him, he wrote to Marius, asking that Sulla should be sent to discuss with him some matters of common interest to himself and Rome. Sulla, with his commander's approval, at once set out. 9. Sulla's mission was of crucial importance, and as dangerous a mission as any man ever undertook. If the matter of common interest could lay his hands on Sulla, it was improbable that he would hesitate. A cohort of Italian troops, together with auxiliaries lightly equipped for rapid travel, accompanied the quaestor. On the 5th day of their journey, an apparently immense body of cavalry was seen ahead. They were wild horsemen of the desert. On their approach, they proved to be an escort under the command of Volux, the son of Bocchus, sent to meet Sulla and conduct him safely to the king. For 2 more days Sulla journeyed in company with Volux. On the evening of the 2nd day, the scouts brought in word that Jugurtha was near. Volux begged Sulla to leave the camp with him under cover of night. Sulla refused. He would not desert his men. Volux suggested a night march, to which Sulla consented. At daybreak, weary with marching and want of sleep, they found Jugurtha 2 miles in advance of their position. First, a panic, then something like a mutiny broke out in the Roman force, and Sulla, himself suspicious, had to intervene to prevent his men from attacking Volux. He calmed their fears, and then, calling heaven to witness the treachery of Bocchus, sternly ordered Volux to leave the Roman camp. Volux assured him with tears that no treachery was intended. Jugurtha, he said, had discovered their road, but he assured Sulla that Jugurtha could or would do no harm, and dared not use violence while he, Volux, was present to bear witness to it. He urged Sulla to march straight through Jugurtha's camp. He offered himself as hostage for his good faith. He would leave his men behind, or send them forward and accompany Sulla alone. It required much less intelligence than Sulla possessed, perhaps much less than Volux possessed, to see that the situation was much more dangerous than the prince admitted. As a hostage, Volux was of little practical value. If Jugurtha could make away with Sulla, Bocchus would never be able to clear himself in Roman eyes, and would be hopelessly committed to Jugurtha. If Sulla killed his hostage, it would prevent nothing, avenge nothing, but only part Bocchus more finally from the Romans. The case was one in which Jugurtha stood to win everything without involving himself in a single additional liability. But Volux was right. Bluff, bold, and unhesitating was the only safe course. Sulla made up his mind. Accompanied by Volux, he rode straight through Jugurtha's camp. No movement was made. No weapon was lifted. He rode on, and a few days later reached the presence of Bocchus. If ever fortune befriended Sulla, she had befriended him then. Nor can the wildest guess tell us why Jugurtha, with every crime on his soul and his foe at his sword's point, did not strike. The answer of Sulla would be easy. It was fortune. What else? One danger was over. The second began. King Bocchus had every reason for concealing his intentions, but he concealed them so well that even Sulla could not be sure of them. The agents of Jugurtha were active at the court. Sulla had come to negotiate for the surrender of Jugurtha. What if Jugurtha were successful in negotiating for the surrender of Sulla? The quaestor took no risks. He assumed that the danger existed, and he took steps to deal with it. Bocchus sent to Sulla to assure him that all was well. He invited Sulla to name a day for their conference. The understanding between them was, he said, unaltered. But Sulla must not mind the presence of Jugurtha's envoys, who were permitted for reasons of prudence. Sulla was non-committal. He accepted the official conference, but told the king that the real business was for his private ear alone. The official conference accordingly took place. Sulla informed the king that he had come to inquire whether he had decided on peace or intended to continue the war. It was agreed that the king should deliver his reply in 10 days' time, and Sulla retired from the official conference. Late that night, Bocchus sent for him, and the secret conference took place. Even then, Bocchus spoke with curious guardedness. He was grateful and cordial to Sulla personally. He repeated his old assertions, that he had never been animated by hostility to Rome, but had merely sought to protect his own frontiers. He now suggested that the Senate would be satisfied with his complete withdrawal from all alliance with Jugurtha and with the cession of the disputed frontier territory. But if Sulla had any other specific demand to urge, he would give it his best consideration. Whatever the king had determined to do, he had evidently determined to do it only under some show of compulsion. Sulla accepted the condition without knowing whether it were genuine or diplomatic. After returning proper thanks for the personal references, he warned the king plainly that Rome was too great a power in the world to trouble about trifles. What Rome wanted was something different, namely, the surrender of Jugurtha, which was within his power to compass. This, indeed, would be an act worthy of the friendship of Rome. And the reward would be the treaty he wanted, and the transfer of a portion of Numidia. Bocchus continued to hesitate. Kinship, the law of hospitality, public opinion, all these troubled him. Sulla pressed his point, and at last the king gave way. He would do all that Sulla wanted, but if it were to be done, there must be a pretense of making Jugurtha a party to the official treaty, or the bird would fly away before it could be caught. Sulla consented to this. Sulla probably never met a more dexterous intriguer than Bocchus. How well the king realized some elements in the case which were hidden from Sulla can be seen from the reply of Jugurtha when he was asked for his views on the contemplated treaty with Rome. He replied that he would consent to any terms, but he pointed out that the action of Roman generals was sometimes repudiated by the Senate, and he suggested a guarantee. Let Bocchus hand Sulla over to him, and they would have a guarantee which the Senate would not lightly disregard. This communication, no doubt, gave great pleasure to Bocchus. Jugurtha knew much, but not all. Jugurtha was a crafty diplomatist, but Sulla was a craftier diplomatist than he, and the craftiest diplomatist of all was Bocchus, king of Mauritania. Bocchus agreed to Jugurtha's suggestion, and even then Sulla could not be certain where the diplomacy ended and the reality began, nor which was which, but he never wavered. The conference was arranged. Bocchus, Sulla, and Jugurtha were to meet. Bocchus kept everyone in doubt to the very last moment. If his indecision was imaginary, it was at least magnificently acted. He spent much time in brooding alone. But on the night before the meeting, he sent for Sulla. The last details were settled, and early the next morning the two kings and the quaestor met together. Jugurtha's escort was cut down to the last man, and he himself was delivered into the hands of Sulla. The war was at end. End of Chapter 4. The Rise of Sulla to Fortune. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 5 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Triumph of Marius. 1. So far, so good. From the party point of view, the controversy was a drawn battle. If Fortune had stayed her hand at this point, there might be no more tale to tell. But when does Fortune stay her hand? Men might have settled down to a prolonged dispute concerning the merits of the case, the virtues of the respective policies, and the amount of credit to be apportioned to Marius and to Sulla. But before the African War was completely wound up, it was suddenly revealed as merely the training ground on which Rome had found her men and prepared for the real contest. For now, Jugurtha sank into insignificance before the terror of the north. The invaders of Gaul had lain beyond the official Roman frontiers, an ominous, unremoved threat. Information about them began to filter through. There were two principal nations among them. They were far too vast to be called tribes. the Cimbri and the Teutones, besides a certain number of Celts who had joined them. They were not themselves Celts, but came from the far north. Ptolemy the geographer marks them as from Jutland and Schleswig-Holstein, neighbors of the Angles and the Langobardi. And two small tribes of the same name certainly existed there in later years. The Cimbri and Teutones were not only more numerous, but had a discipline and order and equipment, leadership, and general sense of organization which speak of a much higher social level than had been reached by the poor and backward frontier tribes of Germans along the Rhine. And it is fairly certain that the scanty social achievements of the latter were a very misleading index to the degree of civilization reached by the Baltic peoples to whom the Cimbri and Teutones belonged. The Cimbri and Teutones spent 2 years in prospecting Gaul and were either dissatisfied with the result or gathered intelligence which led them to think that they could do better for themselves. The difference of language and the utter strangeness of each party to the other probably made the information they managed to obtain about the Romans as vague and scanty as the information which the Romans acquired about them. But towards the end of the year 105 BC, the king of the Cimbri, Boiorix, set his great hosts in motion again, and their movements made it clear that their destination was Italy. In the meantime, the course of political events in Rome was indirectly affecting the military prospect in Gaul. Marius had owed his consulship 2 years before largely to the good impression he had made upon the Roman financiers and merchants. Through Marius, therefore, the old coalition between the Equites and the Populares was revived, a truly alarming outlook for the oligarchy, which made every effort to gain the consular elections for 106 BC, and succeeded in doing so. As soon as Marius was safely in Africa, pursuing the elusive Jugurtha, the new consuls, Gaius Atilius Serranus and Quintus Servilius Caepio, set to work to punish the renegades. The Lex Servilia of Caepio took away from the Equites the control of the judicial courts which Gaius Gracchus had given them, and restored it to the senatorial order. The great financiers did not take this meekly. They had the power of striking back, and they used the power. Caepio took his proconsular year in Gaul, this very year when the Cimbri and Teutones began their new movement against Italy. He did not have the free hand and untrammeled governorship he may have hoped for. So serious was the situation considered that the consul for the year, Gnaeus Mallius Maximus, was sent to take up the command-in-chief. Caepio was relegated to the position of commander of the Second Roman Army, very much, it would appear, to his disappointment. What followed was a scandal which far surpassed in magnitude anything that had gone before. A detached corps under Marcus Aurelius Scaurus was first defeated, and he himself captured and executed. The consul at once sent word to Caepio to join him with the Second Roman Army. Caepio was in a thoroughly perverse mood. When engaged, some little time before, in punitive measures against those suspected of too great tolerance for the Cimbri, he had plundered a wealthy temple at Tolosa. The treasure subsequently disappeared in a somewhat unsatisfactory way. It was alleged to have been stolen by Ligurian bandits, but was thought to have found a final resting place nearer Caepio's strong room than he admitted. This treasure became notorious. Caepio was believed to lie under a curse. He certainly acted in a very strange manner. He joined Maximus as ordered, but refused to occupy the same camp or to act in unison. Maximus, in these difficult circumstances, prudently negotiated with the Cimbri. Caepio, by this time quite crazy, at once hurled his army upon them because, it was said, he thought Maximus wanted to keep all the credit in his own hands. The defeat which ensued was the most tremendous military disaster the Romans had suffered since Cannae, 111 years before. The enraged Cimbri annihilated the army of Caepio, and then, pressing on in the heat of victory, overthrew the army of Maximus and wiped it out. The Romans fought with the Rhone in their rear. There was no room for retreat, practically none even for flight. 80,000 soldiers and 40,000 camp followers fell. The famous Quintus Sertorius, wounded and having had his horse killed under him, only escaped by the athletic feat of swimming the Rhone in full armor, shield and all. The frontier was broken through. Panic spread through Italy. The news which arrived was terrifying enough to justify it. It became known at last that the numbers of the Cimbri and Teutones surpassed even the first reports. They could put into the field 300,000 fighting men alone, and fighting men of the most formidable description, who stopped at nothing. Every Italian-born person capable of bearing arms was sworn in to remain in Italy during the crisis. So great was the terror in Rome that the name of Caepio became a byword. The political reactions of the great defeat at Arausio were tremendous. As an election cry, the scandal could not have been bettered, and the Equites had interests at stake which ensured that their influence should be thrown wholeheartedly into the scale in favor of the populares. The general outcry found voice in the demand for Marius. He was the man wanted. No oligarchic candidate stood the slightest chance against him. With enthusiastic defiance of the law and of constitutional custom, Marius, absent in Africa, was nominated and elected. The populares secured both consulships, together with a long list of other successes. The scandal of the wretched Caepio's conduct in Gaul was an excuse for the ferocity with which he was hounded, rather than a cause of it. The cause lay in the Lex Servilia. He was made the scapegoat of the political party he represented. He was, illegally and unconstitutionally, deprived of his proconsular rank and his property confiscated by decree of the Assembly of the People. During the year that followed, he was expelled from the Senate by a second and equally illegal decree. Not content with this, the populares, headed by the tribune Gaius Norbanus and Lucius Appuleius Saturnius the quaestor, obtained an extraordinary commission of inquiry. Caepio was arrested. He and Maximus, with others, were condemned. Caepio saved his life only by breaking prison and escaping to Smyrna, whence he never returned. His judges were jurymen of the Equites, for Gaius Servilius Glaucia had drafted and passed the necessary law to remove the control of the courts once more from the senators to the Equites. Caepio may have deserved his fate, but the fate of Caepio was only that of an owl nailed to a barn door as a warning and a threat. 10 years later, his party attempted to rehabilitate, or at least to avenge him. They did not succeed. 2. Marius was elected consul 2 months after the Battle of Arausio, and he was, as we have seen, at this very moment free to return. He lost no time, but shipped his armies back to Rome at the beginning of January 104 B.C. His arrival was the occasion of wild enthusiasm. The news that met him was, as far as it went, reassuring. For some reason that has never been discovered, the Cimbri and Teutones had changed their plans, given up their march upon Italy, and taken the Pyrenean passes for Spain. There was breathing time. Before taking in hand the urgent measures of defense called for by the situation, Marius first celebrated in state his official triumph for the African campaigns. Jugurtha was led in chains through the crowded streets of Rome, and when the processions and the sacrifices were over, he was pushed into the dreaded Tullianum, the ancient well-house of the capital, and there he was left to die. As far as any human being ever deserved such a fate, he deserved it. There were few crimes he had not committed, and we know of no good deed he had ever performed. Political feeling, instead of being allayed, was embittered. On the very verge of making good its repute, the oligarchy was discredited afresh. Nothing overt could be done against the rough darling of the people, but there are more ways than one of conducting hostilities. The optimates were full of the deplorable incident which attended the Triumph of Marius. He had walked into the Senate in his triumphal robes, and his critics were divided as to whether this were the ignorant blunder of a low-bred clown or the offensive pride of an ambitious upstart. Sulla, drifting pleasantly back to the dinner parties and aristocratic clubs of Rome, found himself famous. It was generally agreed that to him, and not to Marius, was due the successful ending of the African War. Sulla had not the least objection to receiving the full credit of his exploit. He had no false modesty. He knew, as well as anyone could tell him, that he had succeeded in precisely those ways and exactly those matters in which Marius was least successful, in cool dealing with infinitely complicated situations, in urbane persuasion of difficult and undecided people. He enjoyed his new popularity and commemorated it by having a ring made, which he constantly wore, with a little design of Bocchus delivering Jugurtha into his hands. Footnote. It is suggested with great probability that the design on Sulla's ring is reproduced on the coin issued by Lucius Cornelius Sulla in 62 BC, and that the design of the gold plaque was identical. End footnote. These things were repeated to Marius, who, naturally enough, was not particularly pleased. He recognized the enmity that was embodied in the applause given to Sulla. It is only by means of a powerful religious discipline, which no Roman of that age possessed, that any man can rise above the normal human prides and jealousies. Marius knew that without him, Sulla would never have been in a position to achieve the capture of Jugurtha. Yet, with the sensitiveness that so often goes with external roughness of character, he was vexed that men whom he considered corrupt and worthless should be eager to give the credit elsewhere. He had nothing against Sulla personally, to whom, as an able officer, he offered employment in the coming campaigns. Sulla accepted. 3. It was now the task of every patriotic man to raise and train an adequate army against the Cimbri and Teutones. Throughout the year the work went on. When Marius had left again for Africa after his first consulship, his old colleague on the staff of Metellus, Publius Rutilius Rufus, had taken in hand and developed the general indications Marius had transmitted for the training of the new army. Rutilius had arranged a complete scheme of drill based on the methods of the gladiatorial gymnasiums, on which scheme the whole of the new forces now recruited were trained. Hitherto, Roman armies had possessed no particular advantages over others, save those implied by superiority of moral. Rutilius invented, or developed, a mode of fighting which brought the advantages of moral and discipline to their full fruition. He shortened the Roman sword and turned it into an exclusively stabbing instrument, utterly different from the long double-edged sword of the Celts and Germans, which descended, only slightly modified, to the medieval knight. Footnote. Marius may have picked up the idea in Spain. End footnote. This step was nearly as great a revolution as was created by the supersession of the muzzle-loading musket by the breech-loading rifle in modern times. It is important to realize that Sulla was from the first connected with all these changes and was trained in the new military school of Marius. The popularity of Marius with the army continued to increase. His competence, his perfect understanding of the ordinary man, his grim justice and stern familiarity made him the most trusted general in the Roman world. He was re-elected consul for the ensuing year without difficulty in the teeth of the oligarchy. The election was as unconstitutional as the last, but it was impossible to prevent it. In the meantime, the Cimbri and Teutones, disappointed with Spain, came pouring back over the Pyrenees and reoccupied Gaul. Marius moved his main forces up into Gaul to watch them. He was in no hurry. Time was on his side. Every month made the military machine a better instrument, more perfectly under his control. He was laying the foundation of a new reputation for the Roman army. That reputation for discipline, organization, hard work, and engineering skill which afterwards distinguished it, and by which we best know it. The Cimbri and Teutones, up in the north, were evolving fresh plans. Before they moved, the third consulship of Marius expired. Leaving a deputy in command, he returned to Rome to consult his friends. He seems to have had some feeling that his unconstitutional consulships were perhaps not altogether desirable, but his respect for conventions was overruled. The wire-pullers of the populares were not only convinced of his importance as a political weapon against the oligarchy, but clear as to his necessity as a commander. The tribune Saturninus told Marius publicly that he would be a traitor to refuse the supreme command at such a juncture, and Marius, obediently giving way, was elected to a fourth consulship with Quintus Lutatius Catulus as colleague, a man who was acceptable to both political parties. Sulla's quaestorship had, of course, long expired. During all these years he held no magisterial office, but worked as a military legate, a soldier pure and simple. It was clear to him that he could not hope for much more from Marius, who looked upon him with some suspicion, limited his opportunities, and gave him no great scope to repeat such dangerous exploits as the capture of Jugurtha. His political affiliations made it much wiser to seek a post under some other commander. Even if political sympathies had played no part in the matter, there were temperamental divergencies which made such a course expedient. It is hardly likely that the subtle, cultured, and loose-living Sulla could see eye to eye with the almost illiterate, puritanical man of the people. Catulus was the obvious resource, and the right one. Catulus was on all grounds delighted to welcome Sulla. A wise, yet a lazy man, he was only too ready to turn over all his important work to his new assistant, and Sulla settled down with energy in the post of what we should now call quartermaster general to the second consul. He was therefore in Italy during the Gallic campaign of Marius, carrying out the reduction of the wild Alpine tribes and watching the northeastern passes. Some miscalculation over the question of supplies having brought about a shortage, Sulla took over the problem and not only organized an adequate service for Catulus, but for Marius too. With his cynical acuteness, he realized very well that this method of heaping coals of fire on the head of Marius was his pleasantest method of revenge. It irritated Marius profoundly that he, the greatest of organizers, should be caught napping by his old subordinate. 4. The Cimbri and Teutones divided their forces. The storm was now at hand. Starting from their new base in northern Gaul, near modern Rouen, the Cimbri recrossed the Rhine and aimed at the eastern passes of the Alps, while the Teutones marched south for the western entrance to Italy. Marius occupied a strong position on their route and dug himself in. The Teutones arrived, a terrifying sight to the Roman troops. Their immense numbers, their impressive appearance, and strange language were intimidating. Marius remained in his encampments and strictly forbade any sort of forwardness. A few days rather changed the feelings of the troops as they grew accustomed to the sight of the enemy, but Marius sustained his prohibition. A 3 days' assault on the Roman camp was repulsed, and being unable either to force the entrenchments or to persuade Marius to a battle in the open, the Teutones resolved to leave him in their rear. They were 6 days in defiling their enormous host past the Roman camp, whereupon Marius followed, never losing sight of them, but digging in every night. He followed them to Aquae Sextiae, where there was a difficulty about water. The Romans drove the Teutones from the only available water supply. The skirmish developed into a partial action. The Teutones were finally forced over the river with heavy loss, and pursued as far as their lager, whence the Romans were repelled and withdrew. They spent an anxious night, greatly impressed by the strange wailing and lamentations from the lager, and even the iron Marius was apprehensive of a night attack. Nothing, however, happened, and throughout the next day the Teutones remained immobile, changing their dispositions and rearranging their battle line. Marius seized the opportunity to detach a flanking force which took up a concealed position on the hills. After another night's rest, he was ready for the general action, convinced that no better opening would arrive. It was an easy matter to draw the Teutones, who wished for nothing better than to come to handstrokes. They charged uphill with fury. Marius ordered the ranks to be locked, and reliance to be placed on the new sword. He himself took a position in the ranks, where he had once begun his career. The assault was, with difficulty, stopped. The Teutones were thrown back and forced down the hill before a wall of swordsmen. At the very moment when they paused to recover themselves, they were in turn attacked by the flanking force. It was the critical moment. The moral prestige of the enemy, their repute and their numbers, their unbroken success hitherto in shattering the firmest array, had all along been exercising a nervous terrorism over the Roman troops. Now, as if a spring had been touched, the process was reversed. The Teutones fell into confusion. Their very numbers made recovery impossible. They could scarcely even flee. Footnote: the short sword allowed a greater number of troops to be brought into action on any given front. A Celtic or German fighting man, then as later, needed a good deal of room around himself. He would find 2, 3, or more short swordsmen facing him. Once the Teutones were jammed, they could no longer use their weapons, whereas the short sword was the ideal instrument for use in a very crowded fight. We shall find the Cimbri at Vercellae partly anticipating these considerations by throwing out wings, and Marius anticipating their anticipation by immediately striking at those wings. End footnote. 100,000 were either slain on the field or captured there, and the sack of the lager which followed put into the hands of the delighted legionaries an immense booty, the fruit of years of successful plundering. It is said that the Massiliots built fences of the huge bones of those who fell that day, and that there were never such crops as those that afterwards grew on the fertilized fields of Aquae Sextiae. 5. The danger was not yet over. Marius was offering the sacrifices of thanksgiving on the field of battle when the official news reached him of his 5th election as consul, and shortly afterwards he received the military dispatches which explained it. The Cimbri had been more successful than their allies. They had forced the passes of the Alps in a way which illustrates the moral terrorism they exercised. They were magnificent athletes, after a fashion wholly unlike the gymnasium training of the southern races. They outflanked the Roman outposts by daring feats of crag climbing, tobogganing down the snow slopes on their broad round shields. The troops of Catullus were pushed back, lost their heads, and were soon on the run, in one of those unreasoning panics which are so difficult to stop. Catullus did his best, but was obliged to go with them. Footnote: here we should probably read Sulla. The story that Catullus, unable to lead his men against the enemy, led the retreat rather than not lead them at all, is not especially like Catullus, but is very much like Sulla. End footnote. He succeeded in reorganizing a corps to hold the Aedisia, but the Cimbri built a great causeway across the river and outflanked him. His retreat was followed by the spread of the Cimbri over the plain of the Po. The corps which Catullus had left to defend the Aedisia fell into their hands after a stern struggle. The Cimbri appreciated the quality of the defense and generously dismissed the survivors after swearing them not to take up arms again. Precisely what share Sulla had in these events we do not know, but it is not unreasonable to surmise that there was depression of spirits at the general headquarters of Catullus, and a corresponding sense of critical satisfaction at those of Marius. Marius returned to Rome to take up office. He refused any formal triumph for his victory at Aquae Sextiae, realizing that it was too soon to rejoice. The Cimbri, however, made no organized advance, spending the winter in recuperating after their long march from Gaul. It is probable also that they were waiting word from the Teutones, messages that now would never come. After making all the necessary arrangements, Marius, in spring, left Rome to join Catullus, while his own troops took the road from Gaul. The forces which confronted the Cimbri were composed of practically the whole of the new armies which Marius had raised and trained. The negotiations with the Cimbri were interesting. They demanded land for themselves and their brethren. Asked who these brethren were, they answered, the Teutones. When told that these brethren, quote, already had lands which they should possess forever, unquote, their resentment showed that they had some suspicion of a truth which they were very unwilling to acknowledge. They threatened that the Teutones should answer for themselves when they came. Marius retorted by producing the captive kings of the Teutones in chains. The Cimbri were in no two minds about fighting. The indispensable necessity was to find some means of stopping the onslaught of those formidable storm troops and giving the short sword opportunity for its deadly work. Hitherto, the Roman javelin had been of a pattern fairly common to all nations, the head fixed to the shaft by two metal pins. Marius had one of the metal pins withdrawn and replaced by a wooden peg. The object of this was that the wooden peg should snap with a shock as the javelin entered the shield of an opponent, when, pivoting on the iron pin, the shaft would form a drag hopelessly encumbering, even enforcing the abandonment of the shield altogether. It is true that this expedient could only be used at the first contact of the lines of battle, but this was the only time when its use was called for. The repulse of the first charge was the crucial necessity. One of the principal authorities for what followed is Sulla himself, who was present throughout. Boiorix, the Cimbrian king, invited Marius to name the time and place of battle. Marius answered that Romans never consulted their enemies when to fight, but he named the plain near Vercellae and the time 3 days hence, an arrangement which was strictly observed. Marius must have had some ground for confidence as to the result. Catullus commanded the center of the Roman army, over 20,000 strong. Marius placed his own men, 32,000 altogether, on the wings, expecting that the real struggle would take place there. Footnote. It is to this time, not to the Gallic campaign of the previous year, that we may best attribute the exploit of Quintus Sertorius, who, after learning some of the language, entered the enemy's camp disguised as a Celt and gathered much important information. The dispositions of Marius indicate that he expected certain tactical maneuvers on the part of the Cimbri, and these were probably connected with the extension of the cavalry wings to envelop the Roman flanks. This fits in very well with the mission of Sertorius and is consistent with Sulla's own statement that Marius expected the armies to make contact on the wings. End footnote. The Celtic horsemen of the Cimbri, helmed and crested like medieval knights, opened the battle by deploying their ranks with the object of enveloping the Roman forces, a movement which their superior numbers made a feasible plan. The idea was to drive the whole mass of the Romans upon the Cimbrian infantry in the center. Had the operation succeeded, it would have prevented the new Roman tactical system from establishing any superiority to that of the enemy, would have caused the battle to be fought upon much more level terms, and might have ended by catching the army of Marius in a trap from which there was no escape. It took a little time, however, and while the Celts were galloping into their new positions, Marius charged. The onslaught of the cavalry was therefore never really made at all. Caught at pause and in some disarray, they were hurled back on the rear of their own infantry. The flight of a great body of cavalry can be nearly as destructive as its charge. In dense clouds of dust, through which the soldiers of Marius came on in pursuit, they burst in upon the Cimbrian infantry, and at the same time Catulus, in the center, launched his attack. It was August, and it was Italy. A burning sun was pouring its rays through the dust clouds, full in the faces of the Cimbrians. They were big men, but they were of the Baltic stock, built for cold and snow, not for sun and dust. Choked, blinded, running with sweat, outflanked, their rear broken, they met the attack of the short sword wielded by men trained to a nicety and native to the climate. Sulla records with pride that not one of his men was distressed, and we may grant a proper credence to the man who, probably, was the staff officer responsible for their condition. Marius, in the dust, missed contact with his objective and was groping about to find where the Cimbrian center lay, so that it was the men of Catulus, guided by the astute brain of Sulla, who burst the locked ranks and set the flight going. What followed was memorable, and its horror still reaches us effectively through the pages of Plutarch, copying Sulla, who saw it. The Cimbrian center, the flower of their fighting men, the front ranks chained belt to belt, was slaughtered until the rear could loosen the pack by its flight. As the legionaries emerged into the clearer ground, they saw the laager and the despairing women dressed in mourning, slaying those who fled, and themselves and their children also. One hanged herself in their sight from the pole of a wagon, with her children tied dangling at her heels. They stampeded the draft oxen and threw themselves under their feet. Yet, despite those who took their own lives, above 60,000 prisoners fell into the hands of the Romans, and more than that number lay on the field. The troops of Marius were the men who stormed the laager, and the booty fell to them. But Catulus and his men claimed the true spoils of war. An angry dispute arose even on the field of battle. The Parmenes, who were present, were called in as witnesses. The men of Catulus led them among the slain, showing them the official marks on the javelins. 30 ensigns and numbers of trumpets and similar spoil were piled up in the camp of Catulus. 6. Sulla was always unfair to Marius. His account of the battle slurs over the crucial achievement at the beginning, which decided the fate of the day. But Sulla had taken the utmost pains to restore the moral of his army, and he was intensely anxious that it should do well. He could not resist the temptation to belittle the part played by Marius, and to magnify the quite sufficiently important and honorable part played by his own men. He is not to be blamed for his ambition, but popular opinion, in giving the whole praise to Marius, was not far off the mark. The command-in-chief was his. The responsibility, the methods, the organization were all his, and the Battle of Versailles could never have been fought at all, save for the previous victory of Aquae Sextii. Marius was now at the supreme height of his fame, hailed as the third founder of Rome, his name coupled with those of the gods in religious offerings and libations. He took it well. Had he been deprived of any jot of his due fame, he might have been as unfair and as bitter as any man. That once fully granted, he could be not only fair, but generous. Disregarding the wishes of his partisans, he associated Catullus in his triumph. But Sulla, at least, must have known that whoever said Catullus really said Sulla. It was his turn to miss the honors he deserved. So Catullus, that lazy versifier and art collector, acquired one treasure that must have been the last he ever expected to collect, a triumphal car. It ought by rights to have been inscribed, "A present from Lucius Cornelius Sulla." End of Chapter 5. The Triumph of Marius. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Political Struggle. 1. The end of the war brought forward a number of problems familiar to the modern statesman. There was the question of the demobilization of the army, and this was a matter which raised issues for which the Roman politician was totally unprepared. Marius and his officers had probably foreseen and discussed the event. The Roman soldier of the old type, after a war, returned to his farm or his business, what was left of it. The whole weakness of that old system lay in the fact that very often little was left of it. The negligence of the oligarchy to guarantee or secure the property of the small farmer was a main reason for the decay of the class from which the armies of Rome were chiefly drawn. Still, the farm or business had been there in the majority of cases. The new army, raised on military grounds alone, was composed of men of whom many, perhaps the overwhelming majority, were in the strict sense proletarians, men without property. What was to be done with the legionaries who had overcome Jugurtha and defeated the Cimbrian terror? The oligarchy, of course, intended to do nothing at all, but the matter was not to be dismissed so lightly, for a variety of reasons. Marius was not the man to ignore the claims of those whom he had organized and led. And then, too, the populares were in a position different far from that of the Gracchan days. Their clients were not the mob which had cheered Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus and deserted them when the poll came, but men trained and hardened to war, knitted together by common memories and a common craftsmanship in the new military art. Peremptorily to send such an army back to its street corners was a dangerous proposition. An army has a way of becoming a society or fraternity which can act in peacetime as well as in war. These men were the men who had saved the state. The oligarchs now held their property in virtue of the protection which the army had extended to it. What was more to the benefit of the state than that these men should be settled on the land, and the destruction of the small farmer class stayed? More than this, the populares, as a party, were by this time systematically organized. The nemesis which attends proscription and repression had arrived. The populares had slowly grown again, but not to the Gracchan model. The new popular leaders, thrown up to the control by the natural working of the party machine, were men whose closest parallel is the less reputable type of American party boss. They were fierce demagogues, surrounded by their bodyguards of bruisers and slugs, living and basing their power on the corn dole. The oligarch who let loose his gladiators on the street would find it already occupied by men native to it. The theory that systems do not matter, and that any system will work well in the hands of good men, is true only in a somewhat limited and qualified sense. There are some systems which naturally take the control out of the hands of good men. There are even some which necessarily put it into the hands of bad ones. The system, which had grown up in Rome since the days of Tiberius Gracchus, had a good deal of this quality about it. No one could work it in a completely honest manner. In the days of Marius, practically no one tried to do so, save, possibly, Marius. The embarrassing factor for the populares was that Marius was essentially an honest man. It remained to be seen how far such a man could survive in the world of Roman party politics. 2. Only when driven through by the solid phalanx of these popular leaders had the demands of Marius the slightest chance of success. The clubs of the oligarchy were already in a ferment of activity. The issues at stake for them were immense, and united in one camp men who took divergent views of political questions. Gaius Gracchus had threatened the state with a perpetual magistracy. Gaius Marius threatened it with a military tyranny. At any rate, with the end of the system of legal constitutional government, which was the whole difference between civilization and barbarism. There were men perfectly serious in this conviction. There were others who, in the heat of political agitation, believed that they believed it. There were undoubtedly some who entertained a good deal of skepticism about the points at immediate issue, but had their own hand to play for results not immediately in question, among whom it is fairly certain that Sulla must be numbered. Sulla, as will be obvious enough at a later stage of this story, when we get the details in fuller measure, had no especial objection to the military policy represented by Marius. He was perfectly ready to take over the methods of Marius when it suited his own policy. We need not imagine, therefore, that Sulla was seriously alarmed over the mere program which the populares put forward. His concern would be with considerations still remote from practical politics. But he would be ready enough, for good reasons, to throw his whole energy into the task of preventing Marius himself and his allies, as persons, from securing political supremacy in the state. He had more important reasons for opposing Marius than mere dislike. They can be illustrated by evidence which is in all probability his own. The criticisms which have come down to us respecting the way in which Marius conducted this electoral campaign fall into two classes. One is a criticism of his external conduct. It consists in the allegation that Marius spent vast sums in bribery, and this rests upon the testimony of Publius Rutilius Rufus, an austere and upright man who also disliked Marius. We may well believe that Marius spent lavishly on his campaign. The customs of Roman electioneering, whatever the law might be, were not as austere as Rutilius, and the populares were little likely to split hairs over the use of the funds provided by their powerful ally. But the second class of criticism touches not so much upon what Marius did as upon what he was. It consists of an acute analysis of Marius's character by a somewhat cynical observer who had a gift for psychology. This observer was almost certainly Sulla himself. The analysis so closely accords with the kind of third degree to which Marius was consistently subjected during the election and after it, that it may well be a memorandum by the man who superintended the process. It explains both the methods by which Marius was successfully sidetracked and the reasons why the observer should be opposed to him. Marius, says Sulla, lowered the dignity of the consulship by treating it as a favor bestowed by the people, instead, that is, of an office to which they raised a man for his qualities. And he falsified his own character by trying to be amiable and popular, for which nature had never designed him. Footnote: Sulla may have been thinking of Aemilius Paulus, who, when elected consul, instead of returning thanks, simply remarked that he supposed they considered him the best man for the post. This was the principle Sulla had in mind. And footnote: he was so anxious to be appreciated that it made him politically a weakling. He could not preserve his balance before a public audience as he could before the enemy in the field. He was easily upset by the most ordinary praise or criticism. He was essentially a soldier who had no faculty for pushing his own interests in the surroundings of civil life. He had no political principle, Sulla thought. He accepted whatsoever ideas were approved by the people and imagined that they must therefore be right. Sulla's final caustic judgment was that Marius considered anything politically right if it redounded to his own praise and fame. There is bias in this, but it is a bias without malevolence. The picture is convincing in its portrait of the stern but sensitive old disciplinarian who was lost without the support of the army regulations, and who made himself absurd by a bonhomie unnatural to him. There is even a suggestion that Sulla saw the pathos of it. If he did, he ruled it out of his mind as a feeling which it was not permissible to entertain. Throughout the fierce contest which was waged, Sulla was conspicuous by his absence. His friends and allies crowded the stage. He alone does not appear in the limelight. But that he took a very important, if unobtrusive, part in the proceedings, there can be little doubt. Almost the first person to be pushed to the front was that elegant and polished figurehead, Catullus. He was deposited before the political footlights as the true savior of his country, the real victor of Versailles, the decisive battle, it was alleged, of the war. The speakers of the optimates were put up to push Catullus and his men for all they were worth. Even Catullus himself, in the excitement of the moment, began to entertain the pleasing but improbable hypothesis that he was perhaps a second Camillus, whose justifiable laurels were being stolen from him by the wicked Marius. The acerbity, violence, and depth of feeling evoked is a testimony to the discernment of the astute psychologist, who now began to play off the foibles of Marius against their possessor. That the man was Sulla, it is impossible to doubt. His qualification as election agent for the optimates was that he had already been responsible for the tactical triumph of having split the new army as a political force before it could bring its weight to bear. The dispute on the field of Versailles was no meaningless wrangle. It meant that the new armies were not to be a block solid for Marius. Catullus was never anything more than a decorative military and political dummy carried about by the enterprising Sulla. The candidate put forward by the optimates to stand against Marius for the consulship was no less a person than Metellus Numidicus himself. Metellus was well chosen. He had a personal quarrel with Marius, and, moreover, he had that particular sort of probity and intelligence which is not imaginative, nor profound, nor especially wide in scope. He would work with sincere belief in the transcendent importance of the stake at issue. His very strength was based on the seriousness with which he took trifles. He was the precise man who would have been the choice of a more subtle, more skeptical mind, which saw more truly the relative values of things and men. Whether Sulla could have made himself very angry over the program of the Populares is doubtful, but it was certain that Metellus would take it very gravely indeed. Such a man as Metellus was, in addition, the precise sort of man who would wither within him the heart of such a man as Marius. He had all the dry, formal virtues which are horrible in the eyes of an illiterate man of strong natural genius. Marius was rapidly goaded to fury between the propaganda on behalf of Catullus and the propinquity of the obnoxious Metellus, a fury strangled and frustrated by his constant sense that he was not at home in these city surroundings. Although he could talk to the man in the street and turn a fierce and memorable phrase, he could not present a coherent and rational case to the educated portion of the electorate, the bankers and capitalists, whose votes would be the determining factor in the contest. He was, as Sulla had perceived, sensitive to praise and criticism to an extent ridiculous by comparison with his secure fame and powerful character. There was some fatal flaw in his composition. He was capable of facing the Cimbri and Teutones, and of wresting victory whence no other man could wrest it. But he could not learn confidence in himself, nor acquire the intellectual skill on which such confidence is securely founded in civil life. 3. From the point of view of the Populares, this was byplay. Pushed on by their united forces, Marius was rushed into his 6th consulship. Lucius Valerius Flaccus, a non-entity, secured the 2nd place. Metellus was defeated. Lucius Apuleius Saturninus obtained a tribuneship. His principal ally, Gaius Servilius Glaucia, the praetorship, so that the party was well equipped with office. It entered upon its year of power pursued still by an intelligence bent upon its downfall. It fell accordingly to Saturninus to introduce the program of legislation into the assembly of the people. His program was bold, the most complete and carefully thought-out scheme since Gaius Gracchus. Saturninus was what we should call an abler parliamentary hand. He constructed his series of proposals in a way far more dexterous than that of his predecessor. Taking advantage of the fact that Marius had enrolled his armies not only without troubling about questions of property qualification, but without particular heed to domicile, having included both Roman and Italian citizens indiscriminately, he proposed to settle the discharged soldiers upon land first in Africa and then in the other provinces outside Italy, by which he could reckon upon a first practical step towards placing the ordinary Italian upon a level with the Roman citizen. The army service itself was to qualify the applicant for the grant, not the citizenship. It is usual to describe these proposals as revolutionary. They were assuredly extensive, but that Saturninus approached the problem as a statesman, not merely as a party politician, is clear from the subsequent course of events. His scheme might have saved Italy from 2 disastrous civil wars, which ended in even greater concessions than he proposed to make. Marius was to superintend the settlement. Saturninus included in his legislation several other measures dictated by political necessities. He conciliated the equites by extending their juridical powers still further, and he increased the corn dole. Thus, all the electors who had voted for the Populares got something. The position of the party, impregnable as it seemed, was from this point onward slowly undermined. The attack was against the nerves of Marius, its weakest point. Marius found the task of leading the Senate much more arduous than that of addressing the man in the street. He suffered just what a sensitive and uneducated man would suffer at the hands of a hostile audience of higher social standing, intent upon paralyzing the action of his natural intelligence. In the task of reconciling the oligarchy to the new proposals, he offended both parties and was suspected by each of insincerity. His soldiers came up to the polling in their thousands. Saturninus and Glaucia were thoroughly in their element in shepherding their own supporters to the poll. The legislation was pushed through with success in the teeth of resistance. The culminating point arrived when it left the forum and was carried up to the Senate House. Saturninus was aware of one of the difficulties that would await him: the contention that the entire series of consulships which Marius had held since his return from Africa, the second to the sixth, was illegal, and therefore void, was not to be disregarded. He had provided against it by attaching to his legislative measures one further provision, that the senators should individually take an oath to accept and observe the new laws. In effect, an act of oblivion and indemnity to cover any illegality in the past. The senators had no power to reject the new laws, but they had the power to declare them invalid, and they still had the power to refuse to take the oath. It was over this mental tangle that Marius finally lost his footing and fell. There were violent differences of opinion. Some of the senators were utterly against taking the oath. Marius, unable to formulate in a convincing shape the arguments in favor of taking it, was apologetic. He agreed that if the laws were invalid, the Senate ought not to swear to observe them, while, if they were valid, it was perhaps insulting to ask the Senate to swear to obey the law. Some hand, probably Sulla's own, has described the impression created by Marius in his attempt to be reasonable and conciliatory. Metellus Numidicus, in holy horror and righteous indignation, vowed that he would refuse to take the oath, and Marius was understood to endorse his views. When the time came, however, Marius did take the oath, quote, "in so far as the laws were valid," unquote. A ridiculous qualification which may well have stupefied Saturninus. The other senators followed the lead of the consul. Metellus, however, stood by his refusal, and after solemn and dramatic scenes was placed under interdict and went into exile with copy-book maxims upon his righteous lips, a perfect picture of the Roman prig, amid excited accusations that the episode was a sinister plot on the part of the Machiavellian Marius. Sulla, in the background, must have enjoyed this little political comedy. The views of Saturninus have not come down to us. They were, we may imagine, very strong. The contempt which Marius, who did not repeat copybook maxims, but created them, felt for Metellus might well change to bitterness when he saw how admirably the episode went down with the Roman public. The Catonic pose was as sound a resort in Roman politics as the appeal to the nonconformist conscience is in British. Other influences added their weight. It had been shown by figures in the Senate that the proposals of Saturninus respecting the corn dole were more than the treasury could bear. Worse than this, there were distinct signs of a reconciliation between the Senate and the Equites. The bankers and capitalists began to lose confidence in Marius, and no bait could be thought of by which to hold their interest. Their control of the courts could hardly be extended further. It grew clearer and clearer that the optimates were awaiting a swing of the pendulum which would place in their hands the power to invalidate the laws of Saturninus and to call him to account. The leaders of the populares decided that Marius must go. He was not only useless, but dangerous as an ally. Their only chance lay in regaining office for the following year. It was arranged that Glaucia should stand for the consulship, and Saturninus for re-election as tribune. Glaucia was not legally eligible for the office for another 2 years, but something had to be risked. There was always the possibility of another act of indemnity. With the courts in the hands of the Equites and the Equites hostile, the leaders of the Populares were facing the alternatives of exile or death after a political supremacy of 5 years. The moral temperature of Rome rose to fever heat as the fateful elections approached. One of the candidates for the optimates was Gaius Memmius. If Memmius could be put out of the way on the eve of the polling, it might be difficult for them to replace him at short notice. Glaucia saw to the job. The excitement now burst all bounds. The street skirmishes of the bruisers and slugs on both sides developed into a pitched battle in the Forum. The Populares, beaten by the defection of the Equites, retreated upon the Senate House and entrenched themselves there. They were pursued. The roof was torn off, and Saturninus himself was killed by a tile. Marius was still consul. Called upon by both sides, he intervened with such military force as he could muster. His attempt to act fairly and impartially was once more his undoing. He compelled the surrender of those in the Senate House by cutting off the water supply, but he undertook to protect their lives. When they did surrender, they were torn out of his hands and slain. Glaucia was unofficially executed 2 days later. If ever man were discredited, Marius was now that man. Nobody wanted him. Nobody respected him. And if Marius were still Marius, he must have been agonizingly conscious of his fall. The laws of Saturninus were invalidated. Metellus was recalled, and the land settlements that had already been founded were allowed to peter out as they would. The triumph of the optimates seemed complete. And so it was, but for one factor. The astute psychologist, having played steadily and successfully for his own hand, stopped short at that point. He had no further interest in the struggle. The victory remained wholly negative. The non-Roman element in the army was convinced that it confronted a hostile government, willing to use Italians to save its property, but unwilling to give them in return either the rights of citizens or the land pensions they had earned by their deeds. The discontent of the Italians was the stray thread which the oligarchy neglected to catch and enclose in the otherwise unbroken circle of its success, and this proved to be the deadly negligence which rendered the success vain. For the feeling of the Italians was to count presently when opportunity came. One more point must be observed. The method by which the success had been won had thrown power not so much back into the hands of the oligarchy as into those of the men whose immediate action had brought it about, the great bankers and capitalists. Not only Marius, but the astute psychologist himself had, for the time being at least, fallen into the pit he had dug. 4. Marius did not care to remain in Rome after his failure as consul. He was still too powerful for his life to be touched. It was not forgotten that after all he was the man who had saved the state, and the astute psychologist was perhaps convinced that he was thoroughly harmless as a politician. To witness the triumphant return of the virtuous Metellus, doubtless repeating some more copybook maxims, was intolerable to the old man. He had had enough. He had not the self-confidence to stand for the one remaining office open to him, the censorship, grimly remarking that he did not want to show what he thought of his fellow citizens. He left for a prolonged tour in the East on the excuse that he had vowed a pilgrimage to Cybele. He had probably intended from the first to make this tour, though he may reasonably have expected to do so with a proconsular command, for as the most famous, and in many respects the greatest soldier of his age, he had a particular interest in it. He wanted to examine on the spot the military condition of the eastern provinces of Rome. It is impossible now to trace the information on which he acted, but it cannot be doubted that a good deal of relevant news, and perhaps more than mere news, had come to the capital, especially when we consider the events which followed a few years later. The wave of unrest which had upset Africa and Italy was likely enough to trouble other parts of the Roman dominion. Marius, as the professional watchdog of the state, was on the alert. He held personal conferences with Mithridates, the king of Pontus. We, realizing who and what Mithridates was, can see the proceedings of Marius to have been useful and significant. He was ahead of all his contemporaries in appreciating the possibilities of Mithridates. But Marius was too much feared for the oligarchy to allow him any further opportunities of displaying his military genius. The storm was allowed to gather, to burst a few years afterwards as an appalling cataclysm. When Marius returned, he seems to have been full of a new project, a command in the East. He must have realized only too well that if he got it, it would not come from the oligarchy. The optimates made that fatal mistake which is so natural to timid men. They dared not take the bold course of conciliating him by the gift of the command, and they forced him back among their enemies. Sulla might have enlightened them, but he was silent. Marius took a house near the Forum, where he could keep in touch with public affairs, and he complained bitterly because very few people came to see him. The astute psychologist who was watching with interest has explained to us why, namely, that apart from his military genius, Marius was not a particularly interesting man. Other considerations entered into the matter. An Eastern war was not like an African or a Cimbrian war. It was not all kicks and no halfpence. It had possibilities which afterwards made Lucius Lucullus more famous as a millionaire than as a general, and yet Lucullus was a great general. Accordingly, the question stood over. End of Chapter 6. The Political Struggle, Part 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 6, Part 2, of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Political Struggle, Part 2. 5. During the next 3 uneventful years, the agitation which afterwards bore fruit in the Italian demand for the franchise must have penetrated throughout Italy. There was a variety of means by which it could be carried on. The old framework of leagues and alliances between the cities, which had once been independent city-states, still subsisted, long divested of political meaning, but maintained as more or less social and religious institutions. It was not difficult for the Italians to use the machinery as a method of secret political propaganda. The optimates were aware of the agitation, but could do nothing to stop it. They might have dissolved the leagues, but it is of very little use to pronounce the public dissolution of bodies which could easily continue their operations privately, in a way making them even harder to trace. And equally, it is a waste of time to trouble about the methods of an agitation which, when hunted out of one, will always turn to others. The oligarchy took a stronger course. Quintus Mucius Scaevola, the famous jurist, held the consulship in 95 BC with Lucius Crassus, the almost equally famous orator. Through Scaevola, the oligarchy made an attempt to close the constitution on the franchise agitation. The Licinian Mucian law prohibited non-Romans from laying claim to the Roman franchise. But the Roman constitution, having grown by the accumulation of statute law, was a difficult one to close. Whatever could be made illegal could as easily be made legal, and the growing public opinion of non-Roman Italy was not diverted. It was round Quintus Scaevola, one of the truly great men of his time, that the first omens of the coming trouble centered themselves. Concurrently with the Italian franchise agitation, a second serious agitation was going on in Rome itself. The conviction was growing, at least among a certain group, that the equestrian courts used their judicial powers for the purpose of determining the policy of provincial governors who were of the senatorial order. Footnote: in this year, Gaius Norbanus was brought to trial for his action against Caepio in 104 BC. If this trial were part of a demonstration against the equestrian courts and an effort to rehabilitate the author of the Lex Servilia of 106 BC, the case is more comprehensible than if it were merely an attempt to whitewash the man responsible for the defeat of Arausio. Caepio was not to be forgiven so easily, and Norbanus was acquitted, though his action in 104 BC had been at least of very doubtful legality. Lucius Crassus, significantly enough, had been one of Caepio's prime helpers in passing the Lex Servilia. And footnote: the charge can be brutally formulated in this shape, that the local governor, whose policy played into the hands of the Roman bankers and merchants, was secure after his term of office, while he who took a more impartial view of his duties was practically certain to be accused of some offense cognizable by the equestrian courts, and as certain to be condemned. A process which practically meant the control of provincial government in the interests of the Roman capitalists, who had no responsibility to either Senate or people. It is extremely probable that the charge was true. It affected the views of the more intelligent of the optimates in several ways. The threat in the East might pass off without war, or, at any rate, without a dangerous war, if the eastern provinces could be kept contented and happy. The real danger for Mithridates lay in that Asia was rapidly becoming a hotbed of discontent, which might at any time culminate by welcoming any invader, any change of master, as a refuge from the oppression of the great Roman corporations, to whom Gaius Gracchus had handed over the collection of the taxes. The struggle against Mithridates thus began in Rome itself. If it failed, if Asia fell into the hands of Mithridates, then there might once more be no alternative but resort to Marius. Hence, a real effort was needed to recover control of the courts. But this involved important political questions. The equites swayed the political balance in Rome. We have seen that their alliance with the oligarchy had overthrown Saturninus and Glaucia. The prosecution of such an effort, as far as the necessary legislative action, would mean some fresh change in the situation. The oligarchy was not anxious to invoke any such change. To share the spoil by compromising with the moneyed interest in return for political security seemed to the majority the safest course. In this they were, of course, wrong. To compromise in this manner was no more than to stave off the consequences without averting them. The oligarchy was confronting one of those problems so complicated that nothing but honesty, that last bitter resort of man, can solve them. To compromise with the moneyed men might keep it in power, but then it had to fear the awful results of misgovernment and oppression, for the information that came to Rome was the complaint of angry and desperate men. To the group who took up the question of the equestrian courts belonged several of the most eminent men of the day: Scaevola, Publius Rutilius Rufus, Marcus Livius Drusus, Marcus Aemilius Scaurus, who was in some respects the most influential of all, and Sulla himself. Footnote: Scaurus, though by his name an Aemilius, and therefore a high aristocrat, was a self-made man whose father had been a charcoal burner. He rose to wealth and power by his own efforts and became the leading man of the oligarchy. His youthful poverty may explain his chief weakness, namely, that he could never refuse money. End footnote. After the year of office, which saw his attempt to close the Constitution on the franchise agitation, Scaevola took the bold course of accepting Asia as his proconsular province. With him went Publius Rutilius Rufus. With the support of Scaevola, Rutilius took a strong line against the agents of the financial corporations. Abuses were rigorously repressed. Justice was done with severest impartiality. Instead of men privately in league with their oppressors, the Asiatics found above them men who could be relied on to carry out the law without fear or favor. If Scaevola could have been followed by a succession of governors as wise and courageous as himself, Asia might have been rescued from the trough into which it was slipping. His year over, he and Rutilius returned to fight their battle on the real field of war, the judicial courts of Rome. Sulla, the least wealthy or important member of the group, was all this time struggling to get into a position to help its operations. He put up for election as praetor, but he was defeated. He gives the semi-humorous explanation that the electors, knowing his friendship with King Bocchus, wanted him to be aedile instead and have control of the wild beast shows. The next year, however, he got in and was praetor during the impeachment and trial of Rutilius, in which office he was no doubt able to exert his influence to assist his ally. All the legal knowledge of Scaevola was at his disposal. No praetor can ever have had a better adviser, for Scaevola was the greatest jurist of his age and the founder of scientific jurisprudence. When, in after years as dictator, Sulla put forward a number of epoch-making ideas concerning the reorganization of the judicial system and the division of legal procedure, which could never have occurred to a mere soldier or a mere man of fashion, we may bear in mind that he held a great judicial office during his praetorship in close friendly association with a man whose private conversation must have been a fountain of ideas on such subjects. All the knowledge and influence that could be brought to bear in favor of Rutilius, legal or political, was of no avail. After a long struggle, he was condemned for malversation and sent into exile. Scaevola was too powerful to be touched. The Senate passed a resolution approving of the actions of Scaevola and ordering his methods and principles to be regarded as a guide for the conduct of future governors. Of these future governors, the first was Sulla, who obtained Cilicia as a pro-praetorian governorship. He may possibly have traveled in company with Rutilius, who retired first to Mytilene and then to Smyrna, where he settled down to write historical works and an autobiography, which we would give much to possess. That Rutilius should pass the rest of his life honored and admired in the province he was alleged to have misgoverned is sufficient answer to the court which condemned him. He never returned to Rome. Sulla, in later years, sent to recall him, but he would not come. 6. Sulla's praetorship marks an important stage in his progress. From this point onwards, he steadily rose and never looked back. When he embarked for Cilicia, he was still under the shadow of Marius. Neither he nor any other Roman of his time had as yet broken away from the ascendancy of the old man's genius. They, all of them, still followed where he went. They might wreck his work, disappoint his hopes, steal his credit, and adopt his plans, but it was still his work, his hopes, his credit, and his plans that formed the main staple of Roman imperial policy. But Sulla was growing. He was not the kind of man who merely frustrates without creating. He was entering upon a path whose direction reveals his intentions. To use all he had learnt from Marius for the purpose of strengthening and restoring aristocracy was the plan he had in mind. Without possessing the peculiar form of genius Marius possessed, he had the range of faculties which enabled him to employ its results for his own purposes. He had studied the new military system and learned to work it. He had used his praetorship to equip himself with a knowledge not perhaps of law, but of the way in which law should be administered in the public interest. His task now was to lay hold of some experience of governing a civilized state and, incidentally, to measure the new danger that was growing up on the eastern frontier. When we smile at the oddity of the various posts a Roman had to fill during his career upward, it is well to remember that they formed, taken all together, an ideal education for the rare 100th man who could gather the benefit of all the experience they afforded. Sulla was this 100th man. If fortune liked Sulla, it was possibly because Sulla made the most of fortune, who, like a woman, loves to be appreciated. It was part of Sulla's good fortune to arrive in his eastern province at a particularly interesting time. The Hellenization of Asia by Alexander and his successors had slowly faded. The submerged native powers were beginning to revive, and when Sulla took up office, the first stage of the reaction was already in progress. Asia Minor had been very little altered by 30 centuries of history. The modern Turk, who is supposed and alleged by anthropologists to be of comparatively recent Central Asiatic origin, differs little, if at all, from the aboriginal breed. Mithridates VI, king of Pontus, the source of the trouble threatening the Asiatic provinces of Rome, was a man of the familiar type which has its parallels today. He was the incarnation of the Asiatic revival, a romantic figure whose personal qualities — he was a big, handsome, strong, and clever man — were still further magnified by an adventurous youth. Like the finest type of Turk, he had wonderful gifts as an individual and entirely lacked moral responsibility, the sense of the state, the sense of duty to God and man. His idea of government was to have more and more people to govern, that government had a purpose, that it was an art and a science were conceptions beyond his horizon. The familiar result was foredoomed. With his energy and ability, he began to lay the foundations of an immense kingdom, foundations based chiefly on ruthless crime. The city-state was dying in Asia as it was dying in Europe. But in Asia, what replaced it was this ivy-like growth, inferior in nature even to the primitive governments of earlier times, a parasitic, destructive growth of politics grown wild, doomed to destroy what it fed on, and then to die itself. Sulla, regarding it, could have but one thought. This military tyranny was the kind of government to which the policy of Marius led. This was government by the hired soldier. It is hardly likely that the condemnation of Rutilius had passed unnoticed by Mithridates. He knew that he had nothing to fear. The eastern provinces of Rome, ripe for revolt under the hand of the financial corporations, would in due course fall willingly into his hands. He interfered with Cappadocia and Paphlagonia, claiming the latter as his own in virtue of an alleged testamentary grant made in favor of his father. And, after murdering Ariarathes, the king of Cappadocia, and his young son, he governed the country through a local tool named Gordius. Ariarathes was a brother-in-law of Mithridates, but this was perhaps unimportant to a man who either murdered or kept in captivity his mother, 3 sons, 3 daughters, and a brother. Sulla was very much in the position of some of the earlier British governors in India. He had no Roman army with which to enforce any policy. He had no money, save the ordinary revenues of his province. He knew, of course, what problems he had to face and what he was authorized to achieve, but he had yet to find out how and by what means he could achieve it. It was therefore in the most advantageous circumstances possible that he began his career as an independent commander. To practice the art of creating his own means and methods was a valuable addition to his education. Fortunately, he had been prepared in a good school, that of Gaius Marius. The Asiatic were the richest of the Roman provinces. Sulla organized the local resources in men and money, and after a vigorous campaign drove Gordius out of Cappadocia, saw that a native king, one Ariobarzanes, was duly chosen and set up, and compelled Mithridates to acknowledge the independence of Paphlagonia. He did more than this. He got into personal touch with the powerful new forces of which Mithridates was but one example. Penetrating as far as the Euphrates, he met in conference the king of Greater Armenia and the Parthian ambassador. A great power, of which the Romans were destined to know more, was growing up in Parthia. Sulla was the first Roman official to establish contact with it. This conference was famous. Sulla had much to conceal. The comparative unimportance of his office and the somewhat dubious nature of his military resources had to be glossed over by a good deal of vigorous bluff. Fortunately, again, Sulla was admirably trained for such a necessity. He showed all the self-confidence of the aristocrat and all the sense of dramatic appropriateness which belongs to a good actor, and he bluffed with an easy and insolent hauteur which was much criticized and admired at home. When the chairs were set for the conference, Sulla promptly took the middle one as the most important person present, and it is said that this cost the Parthian ambassador his life on his return to his master. His countrymen were not the only persons who criticized and admired. One of the Chaldeans in the Parthians' retinue studied Sulla intently and remarked that it was impossible that he should not become the greatest of men. The marvel was that he should not yet have proved it. It is certain that, if nothing else were attained, Sulla's vigorous measures, following upon the wise administration of Scaevola, kept Mithridates in check until other methods, and the state of politics in Rome, made war too tempting to be resisted. For now, Sulla himself, in turn, had to return home to answer for the crime of having maintained the credit of Roman government. His friends prepared the way for him. King Bocchus was communicated with and undertook to celebrate the occasion by dedicating in the temple of Capitoline Jupiter a gold plaque decorated with a relief of himself handing Jugurtha over to Sulla. The wrath of Marius was great. He attempted to have the invidious plaque removed, but the optimates with one accord came to Sulla's rescue. This famous plaque was intended to remind the Roman public, as usual at Marius's expense, that Sulla deserved well of his country. The expected impeachment was handed in by Gaius Marcius Censorinus, one of the leaders of the Equites. Footnote: Sulla's enemies treated him with respect. Censorinus was no common person, but a highly respectable member of a very old family, numbering among his ancestors the first plebeian censor, the first plebeian dictator, and the only man who ever held the censorship twice. He was among the prisoners massacred after the battle by the Colline Gate. End footnote. Sulla would probably have put up an even more vigorous fight than Rutilius, but it was not called for. The impeachment was first suspended and then dropped, for a redoubtable protagonist had stepped upon the scene, and the curtain went up for one of the main acts of the drama. 7. Marcus Livius Drusus, the son of the man who had been chiefly instrumental in destroying the hold of Gaius Gracchus upon the electorate, was very wealthy, highly cultivated, and of that lofty, almost insolent courage which great wealth and high culture are apt to breed in those who are not destroyed by them. Footnote: Some anecdotes of the foibles of Drusus have survived. His famous reference to, quote, our commonwealth, unquote, seems to have tickled his contemporaries, while when the Senate requested his presence, he replied, let it come to me, and it did. End footnote. Since the oligarchy paltered and hesitated, and no one else seemed in a position to take up the case of the equestrian courts at the source, the assembly, he came forward as a candidate for the tribuneship on the eve of Sulla's return from Asia, and was elected. Someone had to bell the cat, and Drusus proposed to do it. He had the support of those of the group who were available in Rome, notably of Lucius Crassus, whose power as a speaker would be invaluable, and of Marcus Scaurus, the most influential of the senators. Scaevola is not mentioned. He could perhaps not overtly support the course Drusus proposed to take in view of the Licinian Mucian law, though Crassus had no such scruples. Sulla was absent, and Rutilius in exile. The oligarchy was lukewarm. Various considerations distracted it. It dared not endorse the action of Drusus too cordially, lest the great financial interests should again go over to the populares. Drusus was prepared to make the compromises necessary in order to form a bloc of electors in favor of his proposals. He undertook to increase the corn dole, to provide land settlements in Italy, and to grant Italians the franchise. He was, in fact, mobilizing the whole mass of other interests against the Equites. It is one of the most engaging ironies of history that now, after all that had happened, a program such as this should come from the heart of the oligarchy itself. The spot of strategic weakness in the scheme was that Drusus rather outran public opinion in his proposal to grant the franchise to the Italians, and he was bound to come into collision with the Licinian Mucian law. Moreover, owing to considerations of political tactics, he could not prudently stress the principal object of his legislation, so that his contemporaries were left in some doubt as to which of the various items in the scheme was the chief one. Was Drusus making more or less insincere concessions to other sections in order to pass his law regarding the equestrian courts? Or was the attack on the Equites itself a concession designed to gain over the oligarchy for some other purpose? Drusus was successful in passing all the items of his program, with the exception of that concerning the franchise, which he kept back for the present. When the courts were safely out of the hands of the equites, he would run a much better chance of escaping impeachment under the provisions of the Licinian Mucian law. The equites, now fighting for their privileges, exerted all their power. The consul Lucius Philippus led the opposition, and though Drusus used his tribunician power to imprison Philippus, the latter called upon the Senate to reject the proposals. It refused, and Philippus warned that he might seek another Senate. Confronted with this monstrous threat of revolution, the Senate wavered. Then Lucius Crassus died suddenly, in ominous circumstances, and hesitation grew into apprehension. Finally, the proposals of Drusus respecting the Italian franchise became known. So great was the outcry, so thoroughly were even his supporters intimidated, that the Senate gave way and declared the laws of Drusus to be void. Drusus himself was struck down by an assassin shortly afterwards. The slayer escaped. The crime was not investigated too closely, and the moneyed men remained masters of the situation. 8. Thus ended the great attempt to keep the power of money under political control. Had it succeeded, it might have changed the course of history, but it had failed. The equites may only have intended to destroy the schemes of Drusus as far as they themselves were affected, but if so, they worked more wildly than they knew, for now the first thunderbolt fell, the first of a series which was not to end until Sulla stood the supreme master of Rome. Revolt broke out at Asculum, where all the Roman citizens were murdered. It spread rapidly throughout Italy. The Marsians and the Samnites rose, and Rome was in a death grapple, not now with Carthaginians or Cimbri, but with the very men who had defeated the Carthaginians and Cimbri. Footnote: No triumph, said the proverb, without Marsians or against Marsians. End footnote. The Samnites were the most dangerous of all. They were the people who, beyond all others, had once been the real rivals of the Romans, and had shown precisely the same powers and qualities. With the Samnites in the field, it was diamond cut diamond, and in this emergency all Rome rose with equal unanimity for the defense. End of Chapter 6. The Political Struggle. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 7 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Military Struggle in Italy. 1. The insurgents sent to Rome, notifying that they would lay down their arms if the franchise were granted them. The Senate, unable to grasp the real causes or the real magnitude of the catastrophe, could only answer instinctively with a refusal. It was the first maxim of Roman policy that Rome never negotiated with enemies who bore arms. Thought, reflection, understanding must come later as the truth penetrated into men's minds. Those who had favored the grant of the franchise, those who had opposed it, and those who had been neutral, all alike prepared for resistance. The Italian army was a typical revolutionary army. That is to say, it was a patchwork of elements with the same interests and ideals, but different concrete objects to attain. The Samnite was out to smash Rome, the men of Marius's army to avenge their lost pensions. Others, the most part, demanded the protective privileges given by Roman citizenship, equality before the law. From yet another aspect, the war was a revolt of the small farmer of central and southern Italy against the landlordism which had already reduced northern Italy to serfdom, and against the moneyed men who held the financial strings and had overthrown and murdered Drusus. The Roman army, deprived of the flower of the allies, was perhaps the worst which the Romans had ever put into the field. A mixture of sound old soldiers with the rabble of the slums, Cisalpine Gauls, who were all but foreigners, slightly touched as yet with Roman tradition, Numidian cavalry, and Greek seamen. This fact reveals suddenly and clearly that Rome herself was undergoing a change of character. She was no longer the definite, independent city-state. She was, in fact, if not in name, the capital of Italy. The war was, in fact, if not in name, the revolt of nationals against the national government. There were then no names for these things. Theory lagged so far behind fact that the Romans still conceived the war to be a foreign war of the Roman state against its allies. He had not yet grasped the idea that the walls of Rome were the coasts of Italy. The principle really involved was illustrated by the proceedings of the Italians. They did not act merely as independent city-states allied against an independent city-state. They chose Corfinium as a capital, named it Italia, and organized a general government. That they planned it exactly on the Roman model is not a matter for surprise. No better was known. The essential point is that they did realize the conception of the political union of Italy, Rome or no Rome. The Italians had discovered the nation as distinct from the city-state. Hence, on the Roman side, the war was fought partly by men who had no policy at all except to maintain certain privileges, partly by sincere men who were still applying obsolete theories to a world of facts that had changed. As soon as these latter realized their position, there was certain to be dissension. 2. The Equites, having plunged Rome into this war, endeavored to justify themselves by carrying it through. For a while, a reign of terror prevailed. At the instance of Quintus Varius Hybrida, a special commission was appointed to investigate the alleged treasonable relation between Drusus and the Italians. As a result of its sittings, a considerable number of important persons were exiled. Marcus Aemilius Scaurus, safe, if any man were safe, needed all his influence to avoid being numbered among them. Sulla, who, either through his absence or through prudence, or, like Scaevola, on principle, had not been connected with the actions of Drusus, escaped the enquiries of the commission. The old group was practically broken up. Only Scaevola and Sulla remained, one in the secluded but influential background of the seniors, the other in the prime of his energies and abilities in the field. Footnote. The commission took evidence to prove that Drusus was the head of a vast secret organization of Italians. The allegation is utterly improbable. That Drusus was in touch with the heads of the Italian organization is probable. Sulla, for the reasons given before, may not have shared the views of Drusus on the franchise, but have been interested chiefly in the attempt of the group to wrest the judicial courts from the Equites and to preserve the control of the political government over the provinces. No court could proceed against him on account of such views. End footnote. War raged in Italy for 2 years. 2 Roman armies were organized, one under the consul Publius Rutilius Lupus in central Italy, the other under the consul Lucius Julius Caesar in Campania. Sulla took a command under Caesar. The war opened disastrously. Caesar sent on an advance corps into Samnium, followed with his main force, and was repulsed with heavy loss. Isernia, the chief Roman stronghold in Samnium, was in consequence isolated. Sulla distinguished himself by throwing help into the besieged town, but it was forced to surrender. The Samnites, under Papias Mutilus, entered Campania and effected a junction with the army which had expelled the Romans from Lucania. With the exception of the city of Nuceria, all Italy south of Vesuvius was lost to the Romans, who held little more than the coast and military road from Rome to Naples. A second defeat drove Caesar right back upon Teanum. He reorganized and advanced afresh to Acarae, which was his furthest south. While the southern army was faring thus badly, the campaign in central Italy, on which Caesar's lines of communication entirely depended, barely held its own, and there only owing to the presence of a hated figure. The consul Lupus had Marius as one of his corps commanders. Detaching Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo to operate in Picenum and bar the road north, Lupus proposed to advance on Italia. Marius cautioned him that the army needed much more training before it was capable of serious military operations, but his advice was rejected with contempt. The result proved that Marius still knew his business. A corps under Perpenna came badly to grief. Lupus removed Perpenna and incorporated the remnant of the defeated troops with the corps of Marius. Proceeding with his plan, he was himself taken by surprise crossing a river and fell with 8,000 men. Marius effected a crossing elsewhere, extricated the army, and forced the enemy to withdraw. The Italians gained no more successes while he controlled operations. The Senate, however, could not allow the old man to remain sole commander. Quintus Caepio was sent, for political reasons, to act as colleague. Caepio did not last long. He fell into an ambush and was slain with most of the force he led. Marius once more took over the command, and once more the tale of enemy successes abruptly stopped. He knew how to handle the brittle and treacherous stuff he commanded. Footnote: in dressing down these troops after a disgraceful episode in which both sides had run away, Marius said, quote, "I do not know which are the worst, you who could not face their backs, or they who could not face yours." End quote. End footnote. He proceeded with great caution, relying on entrenchments and defensive tactics. It was during these slow operations that he uttered one of his best sayings. "If you are a great general, Marius," called out the Marsian commander, Quintus Silo, "come out and fight a battle." "If you are one," returned Marius briefly, "make me do it." When at last Silo succeeded in making him do it, Marius destroyed his army. The occasion was characteristic of the time. The commander of the southern army nearest at hand was requested to cooperate, and that commander was Sulla. Marius drove Silo's troops upon Sulla, and Sulla intercepted them and promptly took the credit. Marius and Sulla were the only two generals on the Roman side who emerged from the first year of the war with honor. 3. Under the stress of disaster, a shifting of opinion was taking place in Rome. The land-holding senatorial class was suffering more than the men of money, for Italy was being devastated, and all work on the land was at a standstill, while the provinces were unaffected. The corn dole was greatly reduced, ostensibly as a measure of economy, but partly, no doubt, to drive the idle class of loafers into the ranks. There was a general suffering in which the moneyed men came off by far the best. The danger to their power lay in the alliance between certain elements of the optimates and the populares, which Drusus had created. That bloc still subsisted, and in the critical state of public affairs it began to regain its influence. To many men it became clear that the war was the kind of war in which everyone loses and no one wins, a brutal, bruising, bungling, destructive war which might go on as long as there was a Roman left to pound a Samnite, and a Samnite to pound a Roman. After all, why not give the Italians the franchise? The opposition to the extension of the franchise was a coalition of all kinds of men with all kinds of motives. The able-bodied loafers of the Forum and the wealthy bankers were standing frankly for their private interests. The typical oligarch was, of course, on principle opposed to change. But there was a considerable residuum of all parties who had a more reasonable basis for opposition. The extension of the franchise meant a fundamental revolution in the character of the state, without any clear prospect of a new form of state to justify it. Rome owed its political value to its solidity and coherence. Where was the sense, where even was the sanity, of dissipating this coherence without adequate cause among 1,000,000 men? All men knew what a city-state was, but what was this monstrosity which would result from an extension of the franchise? It was the change in the feelings of this residuum that decided the future. They saw the whole structure of the Roman state, which had successfully resisted Hannibal, being shaken down by intestine strife. The will to survive was powerful in the Roman. Better anything than this destruction. The change of feeling spread. Rome refused to go down fighting. Rather than go down at all, she would compromise and make this amazing leap in the dark. The same faith which had once made the triumph of the plebeians possible now made the triumph of the Italians possible. It may have been no more than a coincidence that it was Sulla's commander-in-chief, the consul Lucius Caesar, who, returning to Rome late in the year, took the first bold step by initiating a law to give the franchise to all Italians who had remained loyal. The Varian Commission was dissolved, and a new commission appointed, in which all classes were represented. It acted with vigor. The leaders of the Equites were at once involved. Quintus Varius, the author of the original commission, was now openly charged with responsibility for the murder of Drusus, and himself sent into exile. It became obvious, however, that the Julian law was insufficient to meet the emergency. A fresh law was soon brought forward by 2 tribunes, granting the franchise to all Italians who surrendered within 60 days. How easily a policy of concession might have avoided the whole trouble is clear from the results of even these halting and imperfect compromises. The new law had serious restrictions in it, affecting the electoral influence of the new voters. As we should say, it gerrymandered the constituencies. Yet it so weakened the Italians that the second year of the war was marked by an increasing tale of effective Roman successes. If the agency of Lucius Caesar, Sulla's commander-in-chief, be a mere coincidence, there can be no doubt as to certain arrangements which were made at the same time. A general reshuffle of the commands took place. Marius, who had held the main ground for Rome during the disastrous early days of the war, was superseded on the ground of age and health. To prove them wrong, the angry and disappointed old man at once set to work, appearing regularly in the Campus Martius at the athletic exercises, at which, though he had put on weight, he was still expert. Lucius Porcius Cato was given the consulship and the command which Marius had vacated, while his colleague, Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, remained in Picenum. Sulla was sent south to take over Caesar's Campanian army. Fortune was playing steadily into his hands. These arrangements, made simultaneously, were obviously parts of a connected design. Campania was not only strategically and politically important, it also was the favorite and fashionable resort of the most influential families of the oligarchy, who would not have sent thither any man save one in whom they had confidence. It was practically a promise of the consulship. It was also on the main road to Brundusium, the port of departure for the East. The government was fully aware of the danger of the situation in Asia, where the corporations, set free from all interference during the supremacy of the Equites, had rapidly created a condition of affairs leading straight to war. Taken in connection with the recall of Marius, the appointment meant that Sulla could expect, if he made good, the highest promotion and a command in Asia. If politics be a child's game, in which the apple must be shared with scrupulous equality among the players, then Marius had been badly treated. But all the good reasons favored the appointment of Sulla. The East needed not merely a soldier, but a statesman. Sulla was already acquainted with Asia. His views were in harmony with those prevailing in the bloc. It would probably be necessary to send a man who bore the highest credentials, and Sulla had the necessary familiarity with the Greek language and with Greek culture. The difficulty about Marius was not only the political one, but his ignorance of Greek and his incapacity as a statesman. He perhaps did not know enough even to realize the nature of the objections. 4. The Italians opened the second year of the war by attempting to carry the struggle north into Etruria. For a while the stress centered round Strabo, who, in a great battle, one of the greatest of the war, held his ground. Cato rapidly followed his predecessors in that command, which hitherto no one but Marius had succeeded in surviving. He fell in battle, whereupon Strabo took over his army and proved himself competent to control the entire field of war in central Italy. Sulla was thus set free to act. He first operated in southern Campania, recovering the small towns of the Sorrentine Peninsula, Stabiae, Herculaneum, and Pompeii. The siege of Pompeii absorbed some time, and the Samnites undertook its relief. 2 serious efforts were made to raise the siege. They were resisted, and in the second battle the Samnite general, Lucius Cornelius, himself fell. Sulla, like Marius, had had trouble with his army. A section of it had mutinied and beaten their commander, a man of praetorian rank, to death. Sulla's attitude to the episode rather shocked his contemporaries. He took no punitive action, but hoped in return that his troops would fight the better by way of apology for this breach of discipline. The astute psychologist obtained his hope. The army appreciated him. On the fall of Cluentius, the troops paid their commander the compliment of presenting him with the grass wreath, which was the mark of honor bestowed on a soldier who had distinguished himself in securing the safety of his comrades. Sulla received many distinctions during his lifetime, but none that did him more credit as a man and a soldier. It was particularly urgent for Sulla to get his army into fighting shape. Any severity or leniency that helped to this end seemed to justify itself by expedience. He was playing for enormous stakes. The whole future of Rome, the whole future of civilization, toppling to irremediable downfall, rested to some considerable extent upon him, his intelligence, his tact, above all, his fortune. He emerged from this war with his faith in fortune confirmed. To this was due the inconsistency which his critics saw in him, the incalculable mingling of the lenient and the severe. He was too prudent to strain at the very tenuous thread of discipline. The example of Strabo was before him. Strabo had licked his own army into order, but remained as one of the most hated men in Roman history. This was of no use to Sulla, who needed to be not only obeyed, but admired and loved. The fall of Cluentius at Pompeii was the signal for a change in the conduct of the war. The Samnites had been attracted in force into southern Campania, and the defeat inflicted on them would detain them with reorganization. Sulla's army was in a good mood. He marched past the cities of Campania, which were still in the possession of the enemy, and struck right into the heart of Samnium itself. The raid was successful. He got astride of the great highway, the Via Appia, that ran to Brundusium, took Aeclanum, the principal town on that portion of the route, and received the submission of the Herpinian lands around it. Pushing north, he met Papias Mutilus, beat him in a pitched battle, and penetrated to Bovianum itself, the Samnite capital, which surrendered to him. At the end of the season, when operations had to be suspended, the struggle had been transformed. Strabo was busy in reducing the whole of central Italy. The praetor Casconius, by the reduction of Apulia, was further opening up the way to Brundusium. The war was going definitely against the Italians. Their defeat, now certain, did not alter the political results for which they had begun their revolt. If, in a military sense, Rome was once more to be victor, and if her political supremacy was still to be maintained, nonetheless the franchise had been granted, no matter in how grudging and imperfect a shape. Once the principle was established, it could only be a matter of time before its terms were enlarged and liberalized. Such was the upshot of the social war. The most vast events come secretly. Neither the Italian nor the Roman, those who had fought for the franchise, nor those who had opposed it, knew that one of the transcendent revolutions of history had been accomplished. The city-state was dead. The nation was born. It took long to get the corpse of the old form of state removed and buried, longer to get the new form to walk and talk of itself, but the change had been made. 5. Calamity was heaped upon calamity in those disastrous days, for into this cauldron of trouble dropped an appalling catastrophe. Mithridates had acted as soon as the social war began. His allies were inspired to place themselves afresh upon the thrones of Bithynia and Cappadocia and drive out the Roman nominees. A commission was sent from Rome to see the matter put right. The commission, appointed under the regime of the Equites, acted with a recklessness almost beyond belief. King Nicomedes of Bithynia was urged by it to make war upon Mithridates, being promised Roman support in the task, and as he had promised the commissioners a large recognition for his restoration, and, in addition, owed money to Roman financiers who were pressing him for repayment, he was obliged to fall in with their wishes. Mithridates conducted his own side of the case with admirable skill. He was to play the part of the injured innocent person, wickedly set upon, and turning at last to bay in desperate self-defense. His envoys were carefully instructed in their part, which they carried out well, while he himself completed the most elaborate preparations for war. That his designs were far-reaching might be guessed from the fleet he assembled, over 300 ships, for the command of which he had at last to send to Phoenicia and Egypt to find officers. His diplomacy reached in every direction. Syria, Egypt, and Armenia were approached to secure their friendly neutrality. The commission, perhaps encouraged by the injured innocence of the plea, refused him satisfaction for the hostile acts of Nicomedes. This was what Mithridates wanted. He promptly seized Cappadocia afresh and addressed a further protest to the commissioners, demanding satisfaction and appealing to Rome. But his tone was now stronger. The commission, considering his message insolent, once more expelled him from Cappadocia and dismissed his ambassador. They at once, without communicating with Rome, prepared for war and assembled their forces along the frontiers. They had a small Roman force and the same sort of local levy that Sulla had employed, besides the Bithynian army of King Nicomedes and a fleet which held the Straits of Byzantium. The army which Mithridates set in motion was over 250,000 strong. Its first operations resulted in a disastrous defeat of Nicomedes. Manius Aquilius, the chief commissioner, was forced to flee to Pergamus. The fleet at Byzantium, when it heard the news, scattered. The whole of Asia Minor fell into the hands of Mithridates with scarcely a serious battle. Only Rhodes held out. The cities received Mithridates with an enthusiasm that was remembered against them. The Roman government, whatever it might have done had it been consulted before, had now no choice, so declared war. The financial case was desperate. It was necessary to sell the sites on and near the capital, which had never been built on since the foundation of Rome. This expedient raised 9,000 pounds of bullion gold for the treasury. Hardly had these decisions been taken when news followed, only to be compared in moral effect with the news of the Indian Mutiny. Mithridates had issued secret orders for a general massacre of every person of Italian birth throughout Asia. On the disastrous day, the most frightful scenes were witnessed. Men and women were torn from the sacred sanctuaries of the gods and butchered. At Tralles, the citizens, afraid to do the work themselves, hired a Paphlagonian ruffian named Theophilus, who herded his victims, with, let us hope, unconscious irony, into the temple of Concord, and there murdered them all, chopping off the hands of those who clung to the sacred images and refused to let go. The utmost care was taken to render the massacre complete. Rewards were offered for information leading to the apprehension of any Italian-born person. Strict penalties were fixed against those who should conceal the living or bury the dead. Freedom was offered to slaves who betrayed their masters, and to debtors who slew an Italian creditor, discharge of 1/2 of their debt. The number of those who were slain is variously estimated. From 80,000 to 150,000 Italians of all classes are asserted to have been massacred. Against everything, Rhodes still flew a defiant flag, strong in its great walls and fighting fleet. Asia thus lost, Greece itself threatened. Such was the news which fell upon a prostrate Italy and a Rome in chaos. 6. The social war, like all such wars, was as damaging as it was scandalous. It produced a general slackening of morale throughout Italy, a widespread injury to all the peaceful pursuits by which the prosperity of men is secured. How far civilization really does depend on mere law and order we only realize in times of anarchy. The whole civilization of the Italian peninsula emerged from the social war much the worse for wear. Acute distress was widespread, and the loudest cry of all was against the moneyed class which had caused the war. Borrowing had been a universal necessity. The creditors now, in many cases, foreclosed on debtors who rushed to the praetor to apply for time to realize their assets. The praetor, acting on the strict letter of the law, remitted the cases to the courts to be dealt with under the old obsolete acts governing interest. He was murdered by the infuriated creditors, headed by a public officer, the tribune Lucius Cassius. A general agitation began for the canceling of all debts. The Equites, alarmed by these ominous signs, made a bid for safety by driving a wedge between the optimates and the populares. The tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus brought forward 3 proposals. Footnote: Publius Sulpicius Rufus was a much admired orator and a man of ability. He took a leading part in impeaching Gaius Norbanus in 95 BC for his action against Caepio 9 years earlier. It is, therefore, to be deduced that Sulpicius was of the optimates. Now, Sulpicius was 6 million sesterces in debt when he died. He certainly did not owe this sum to men who themselves were borrowing. He owed it to men who were lending, and who had lent it probably later than 95 BC. The idea that Sulpicius was bought by Marius is unlikely. Mommsen spends 3 pages in speculating over the moves of Sulpicius. His own account proves that Sulpicius was commissioned by the Equites to hold the street and smash the Senate in their interests. End footnote. The first was that all senators who were in debt above 82 pounds should be removed from the Senate. The second was the recall of all the exiles banished by the Varian Commission. The third was the equality of Italians and Romans in respect of the franchise. This clever and sinister triad of proposals showed signs of succeeding in its object. The third measure conciliated the populares and the Italians. The first they regarded with complacent indifference, while the second might possibly neutralize those of the optimates who had belonged to Sulla's group. The first would, however, destroy the Senate as then constituted, for there can have been few large landlords who had not borrowed during the war. The Senate was, in fact, the strategic point to assail. Footnote. The great bankers were themselves heavily involved in the financial consequences of the troubles in Asia. To hold their own, they needed all their assets, and to retain their political power, they needed to cripple the Senate. End footnote. Sulpicius was furnished with a first-class gang of armed volunteers to protect him and to carry out the propaganda for his measures. He called it by the humorous but significant name of his anti-Senate. The Senate answered by securing the election of Sulla and Quintus Pompeius Rufus as consuls for the year. Sulla was the one man they felt they could rely upon in emergency, and when he walked into the Senate House with his blue eyes, purple complexion, and shock of golden hair, they must have felt nearer safety. Sulla had, by his work, deserved his reward. No other man emerged from the social war with a reputation equal to his. His friends thought him the greatest of commanders. His foes, who knew no commander greater than Marius, admitted that he was certainly the most fortunate. Sulla welcomed the admission, played with it, and turned it into something between a jest and a faith. It is in the social war that we first hear in earnest of his fortune. How far it may have begun as a jest, we do not know, but it rapidly became something more serious. What power had brought him upon the scene at this critical juncture? Not calculation. No human foresight could have worked out the reckoning. And now his prudence and foresight were justified. He left his army intact in Campania and returned to Rome. More than the consulship awaited him. He was brought forward into the front rank of his party. He was quite ready. He dissolved his marriage with his wife Coelia on the ground of her barrenness. There was nothing remarkable in that. But when, shortly afterwards, too shortly afterwards, some people thought, it appeared that a fresh marriage had been arranged for him with Caecilia Metella, daughter of Metellus Dalmaticus, then the Sulpicians sneered, and even some of his own party disapproved. It gave opportunity for lampoons and verses, a chance not missed. Sulla is not likely to have failed to hear of them, and if any of them contained any reference to his personal appearance, he is not likely to have forgotten them. Practically no information has survived about Metella, but Sulla evidently had a regard for her which was much more than the respect a man pays to the partner of a political alliance. There was some factor which seems to have made him protectively jealous on her behalf, and almost grateful to her. There is only one thing which, at a guess, would explain both attitudes on his part. It is his appearance. Metella was a high-born woman. She may have been the one person who never betrayed that she noticed anything unusual about Sulla, and to a sensitive man this would have deserved any silent acknowledgment he could give. In all that follows, it must be borne in mind that the question at issue was not that of a popular revolt against an oppressive oligarchy, but that of rescuing the state from an attempt on the part of the equites to regain power. Sulla had no intention of repudiating the policy of his party. He had come to the rescue of the bloc which had supported Drusus. He at once challenged Sulpicius by the first and most obvious call he had at his disposal. He and Pompeius Rufus officially suspended all assemblies on the legal ground of religious observances. Sulpicius, quite ready, replied by letting loose his slugs. Pompeius Rufus bolted, but Sulla held his ground. It was afterwards asserted that Sulla took refuge from an indignant people in the house of Marius, who nobly protected him against their wrath. Sulla emphatically denied this account. According to his own much more probable version, he was seized by the slugs and forcibly carried to Marius's house nearby, where an ultimatum was presented to him. He was to raise the embargo or take the consequences. Sulla had plenty of other cards to play. It was not yet necessary to die a martyr's death. He took the expedient course of raising the embargo. He left Rome and returned to his army, prepared for business. Why he had not been killed is a curious question. He was not yet at the height of his fame, and they may not have realized his importance. Or they may have feared to go too far. A consul still retained a prestige comparable with the sacredness of the royal rank. It may be true that Marius intervened. Possibly it was fortune. Sulpicius saw the necessity of yet bolder measures. To gain a stronger backing against a military consul, he offered Marius the command in the east. The old man jumped eagerly at the bait. The fish was hooked, and the equites had plunged Rome afresh into a war worse even than the social war. 7. 2 tribunes were dispatched to Sulla's camp at Nola to demand that the army should be handed over to them. Sulla declined. He had not done all that he had done merely to surrender meekly at first demand. Right was upon his side, and more, might, he suspected, was there also. He was never a great orator, but now he addressed his troops with the first public speech we find recorded of him. They were enthusiastically in his favor, willing to go wheresoever he went. They broke out into mutiny at the idea of leaving him, and killed the tribunes. This was war in earnest, for a tribune's life was sacred, with awful and irrevocable sacredness. Reprisals were at once made against Sulla's friends in Rome, and the first turmoil of the coming civil war distracted the city. The parties sorted themselves out, some men fleeing to Sulla, some away from him. The Senate, terrified by its own champion, sent messengers of praetorian rank to stop him. The troops wished to kill these, too. Sulla intervened and got the envoys off with torn clothes and damaged dignity. The agitation in Rome now became frantic. Sulla was at hand. 6 complete legions, numbering 35,000 men, moved out of camp at Nola and began a forced march upon Rome. Sulla was still undecided in his own mind, not sure what he was actually going to do. To introduce armed force into Rome was an almost unheard of thing. Exactly how far was his action bluff? No one knew. He did not know himself. But one night he had a dream in which he thought the Earth Mother put thunderbolts into his hands and bade him smite his enemies, who all disappeared when he did so. He arose, refreshed and convinced. He now knew what he had to do, and he intended to do it. At Pictae he was met by a deputation begging for delay and assuring him that the Senate would take up his cause. Sulla halted and set out to measure ground for a camp, saying he would do as they wished. The deputation hurried joyfully back, and Sulla resumed his march. He sent on an advance guard under Lucius Basileus and Gaius Mummius to secure the gate and walls on the Esquiline Hills side of the city, where the street led straight down by the shortest way to the Forum and the heart of the city, and followed rapidly on their heels. Basileus seized the gate, but street fighting in a classical city was complicated by the flat roofs of the houses, and he was forced back, when he sought to advance, by a bombardment of tiles. Sulla was not far behind, and on his arrival he instantly gave the word to fire the houses. He himself led the operation, torch in hand, while the archers shot fire darts upon the roofs. Everything now had to give way to the military necessity, and friends and foes alike saw their property involved in the flame and smoke which drove the tile fighters off the roofs. Panic became general. Marius had called upon all the help he could muster, but he had missed his moment. An offer of freedom to all the slaves who joined him produced, it is said, 3 recruits. Footnote. This sounds like one of Sulla's own jokes. He was fond of understating figures. End footnote. Before long, it was every man for himself. Sulpicius fled one way, Marius another, and the adventures of Marius are a whole romance in themselves. He was too much beloved to be caught, but Sulpicius was betrayed by a slave, whom Sulla first made free in accordance with the reward offered, and then threw over the Tarpeian rock on general principles, to discourage the practice of betraying one's master. 12 of the allies of Sulpicius were proscribed with him. The head of Sulpicius was set up publicly in the Forum. Sulla was master of Rome. 8. Sulla's armed entry into Rome is one of the most astonishing deeds in history in its promptitude, its vigor, and its unexpectedness. It was unpremeditated in the sense that it was not part of a plan, but arose naturally out of a chain of events. The manner of it was especially startling. If Sulla had not personally committed himself by taking the initiative, even the most war-hardened troops might have wavered at the astounding order to fire Rome itself. Historians have not sufficiently underlined the magnitude of the audacity, nor its probable moral effect. He had committed the first of those actions which revealed to the world that he was a man who would blench at nothing, not even at shocking its moral susceptibilities. But although he had come in a fashion such as not even Marius had dreamed of adopting, he did not come as a revolutionary, a despot, or a militarist. He, the legal consul, had been assaulted and intimidated. The son of Quintus Pompeius Rufus, who had married his daughter, had been killed by the men of Sulpicius. An attempt had been made to use constitutional forms, backed by illegal violence, in a way fatal to the state. Here, if ever, was an occasion when men must choose between mere adherence to convention and bold initiative. Sulla did not intend the equites to return to power by the bludgeon. He replied to the slug and the bludgeon by the soldier and the sword. Unlike some men, he knew precisely what he was going to do. After his term of office as consul, he was going to take up the proconsular command against Mithridates. The first thing, therefore, was to settle affairs in Rome, permanently if possible, but at any rate temporarily, and matters could then await his return. Sulla's measures were unexpected in their nature and in their realistic adaptation to the circumstances of the day. No consul for many a year previous had shown the originality and the turn for political action which he suddenly revealed. His measures may be divided into 3 classes, leveled impartially at the 3 classes of the state. Against the Senate, he filled its numbers with 300 new men who might possibly have a little more brains and courage than their predecessors. Against the bankers and capitalists, he cut down the amount of interest they could legally enforce. Against the electors who had swallowed the bait of Sulpicius so easily, he altered their voting arrangements back to the ancient Servian methods, giving a preponderant vote to the higher qualifications. On the other hand, legislative proposals were first to be laid before and passed by the Senate before they could be submitted to the Assembly for adoption. Sulla did not think it worthwhile to raise fresh trouble by attacking the equestrian courts. He left that problem alone. Finally, he made arrangements for land colonization. Every class lost something, and each gained something in this remarkable program, so neatly dovetailing the conservative and the radical. No one was particularly pleased. When the elections came round, the people rejected the candidates who stood for office with his support and carefully elected the candidates least acceptable to him. Sulla expressed his pleasure. He loved to see the people in dignified exercise of its inherent sovereignty. At least he assured them that these were his feelings, whereupon he and they bowed themselves out of further discussion. With respect to the ordinary administration of the state, he had not been idle. The Samnites had made a great effort to recover their hold over Samnium. They recaptured Bovianum, but were defeated with heavy loss by Sulla's lieutenant, Marcus Aemilius Scaurus the Younger. Quintus Metellus Pius, the able son of Metellus Numidicus, had cleared the road to Brundusium by the recapture of the great fortress of Venusia. In central Italy, Strabo was putting out the last embers of revolt. As soon as the Campanian cities were reduced, the war would be extinguished. Sulla thought matters sufficiently advanced for him to leave Italy. One of his last actions was to cause both the new consuls, Lucius Cornelius Cinna and Gnaeus Octavius, to take a solemn oath to maintain the new arrangements. Cinna, another Cornelius, was an able officer, but otherwise little known. Octavius was interested in spiritualism and prophetic mediums. The story, which takes dramatic interest in view of later events, is that Cinna ascended the Capitoline Hill, carrying a stone in his hand, and, casting the stone, swore solemnly that he should be cast out of the city as that stone if he proved false. This was the best that Sulla could do. He removed Strabo from the command in central Italy and gave it to his kinsman Quintus Pompeius Rufus, and was ready to leave for the east. Everyone was waiting with polite impatience till he should be gone. End of Chapter 7. The Military Struggle in Italy. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 8 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Sulla in Greece. 1. Sulla landed at Dyrrhachium in the spring of the year 87 B.C. How little he anticipated what was to occur at home we can see by the fact that he left Metella and her children, the twins Faustus and Fausta, behind him. He put aside all thought save for the matter in hand. He was preparing to grapple with a gigantic task in which all his abilities would be needed, and much help from his friend Fortune. He left nothing to Fortune that he could do himself, and Fortune played up nobly. His chief staff officer, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, who had been his right-hand man during the Social War, had preceded him to report on the situation. Lucullus found that a very able commander, Bruttius Sura, lieutenant to the governor of Macedonia, had taken up the defense of Greece. Asia was entirely in the hands of Mithridates, whose armies, under his trusted general Archelaus, had already begun the occupation of European soil. Archelaus had complete command of the sea as well as possession of all the Ionic islands. Making Athens his base, he had set up there an adherent of the king. A certain Aristion, as ruler, had secured the alliance of the Achaean cities and of the Lacedaemonians, and was pouring troops through this open gateway. Euboea was in the hands of Mitrophanes. In Macedonia and Thessaly, Ariarathes, a son of Mithridates, was reducing the country with a powerful army. Hitherto, the operations of Archelaus had been confined to the coastal districts. Sura had successfully held the roads that led from Athens over the mountains into the heart of Thessaly. Lucullus seems to have been very pleased with Bruttius Sura, and to have reported in high commendation of his actions, but he pointed out that the legal commander was now in the field, whereupon Sura handed over the command and returned to Macedonia. Sulla advanced southward and eastward, picking up such supplies and reinforcements as he could on the way. He meant to do something much more than merely hold his own. He meant to strike direct at Athens, the enemy base. There can seldom have been a general as great as Sulla, who had for his chief of staff another general as great as Lucullus. It says much for both men that from beginning to end their official relations and personal friendship were unclouded and unbroken. They had much in common, both socially and in personal tastes, though Lucullus shunned politics. Both men were connected with the family of the Metelli. The mother of Lucullus had been a sister of Metellus Dalmaticus and Metellus Numidicus. Lucullus was perhaps the finer gentleman, but the dominating intelligence was Sulla's. It was Lucullus to whom he afterwards dedicated his memoirs, and whom he made the guardian of his children. To have by him, during all these difficult days, a second brain as acute and courageous as his own, and absolutely loyal, was one of those strokes of fortune which Sulla thoroughly appreciated. 2. On his arrival at Chaeronea, Sulla received the delegates of all the cities of Greece, save Athens. He severely visited those which had shown disaffection, having made it clear that there was no slackening of Roman control over the provinces. He advanced into Attica and began the siege. The port of Piraeus was the first objective. Once that fell, it would be impossible to reprovision the city, isolated from the sea. Camps were established at Eleusis and Megara. The cordon was drawn, and in this perilous position Sulla tested fortune as he had not tested her yet. The operations were vast, the expense great. 10,000 mules were at daily work about the trenches. Engines were built, saps driven. Laborers had to be maintained, money found. When timber ran out, Sulla ruthlessly cut down the sacred groves and the trees of the Lyceum and the Academy. He was not going to be stopped now by any consideration whatever. To apply to the government at home for money would have been merely absurd. For one thing, it had none. For another, it would not have granted any had it possessed it. Sulla sent to all the rich temples of Greece, which were as wealthy with devotional offerings as the greatest of medieval cathedrals. Epidaurus and Olympia had to disgorge their treasures. He wrote in person to the Amphictyons at Delphi, the richest of all. The more serious he was, the more sardonic his words grew. He invited them to let him take care of their wealth, as he would look after it better than they could, and if he needed to use any, he would replace it. The Amphictyons were embarrassed. It it was perfectly reasonable that Greece should pay for her defense from an Asiatic king much more likely to plunder her temples without return than any Roman, but that the curators of a world-famous temple, themselves no more than trustees for posterity, should strip their altars is a proposal to be reflected over. Caiaphas, a Phocian, was the apologetic messenger who carried the letter to Delphi and was commissioned to receive the treasure by weight. He sympathized with the committee of Amphictyons and was full of excuses for himself. The committee tentatively suggested that they had heard the sound of a harp in the inner sanctuary. Caiaphas promptly sent an express messenger back to Sulla with this grave news. Sulla, as promptly, sent back another express to say that he was surprised that Caiaphas did not know that music was a sign of joy, not of sorrow. He was to go forward and gratefully accept what the gods so graciously offered. After this, there was no alternative. The temple was stripped of the treasures that went back to the earliest and most famous days of Greece. The great silver tun was too large to go on any carriage, so was cut up for transport. Lucius Lucullus superintended the coining of the precious metals in Peloponnesus, and his money long remained current on account of its excellence. Sulla triumphantly demanded whether fortune was not unmistakably with the man for whom even the gods emptied their treasuries. The siege went on, however, without sensational success. Piraeus, which was defended by Archelaus in person, seemed impregnable. Sulla, on the other hand, defeated every counter-move aimed against him. Mithridates threw in by sea a fresh army which made a desperate sally. It was so successfully repressed in the nick of time that Archelaus himself was shut out and had to be drawn up the walls by means of ropes. Sulla steadily prevented the reprovisioning of Athens. Every known resource of engineering was employed. A fresh Pontic army under Mithridates' son Arcathius entered Macedonia, cut Sulla's communications, and advanced southward. Fortune intervened. Arcathius died at Tisius, and for the time being the army came no further. Still, Piraeus could not be forced by Sulla, nor relieved by Mithridates. The siege dragged on, after all, into a blockade. Sulla turned his attention to Athens itself. Aristion, in spite of the sufferings of the beleaguered city, which did not touch either his heart or his intelligence, grew more and more confident as time went on. He took a daily constitutional upon the wall, during which he was mad enough to make jocular remarks about Sulla, and still worse, about Metella. The whole of Sulla's strength was concentrated on the siege. It only needed this to concentrate the whole of his weaknesses, too. He did not respond to Aristion's jests. He waited savagely, biding the time. News began to come in thick and fast from Rome, news so disturbing that it must have given him many moments of secret irresolution and perplexity. His camp began to fill with refugees of the optimates, with whom came Metella herself, with the news that his houses had been burned and his property seized. Still, he held on. Though all assaults on Piraeus had failed so far, the Athenians were starving. Corn was at famine prices. People were stewing feverfew and boiling down old shoes and oil bags for food. The most influential men in the city were in favor of surrender. After much difficulty, they induced Aristion to make overtures. Sulla received the delegates, but on finding that instead of seriously entertaining his terms, they only made antiquarian speeches about the ancient might and glory of Athens, he abruptly dismissed them with, quote, "My good fellows, put up your speeches and be gone. I was sent to Athens not to take lessons, but to reduce rebels to obedience," unquote. And they went. Fortune had given Sulla many inducements to doubt her, but he had remained steady, and she now returned smiling upon him. One of his spies reported that some elderly men, talking together in the Ceramicus, had criticized Aristion for not properly securing the approaches at the Heptacalcum. Sulla seized the hint. He himself went by night to examine the place, and finding it accessible, as the old men had declared, lost not a moment. Work was instantly put in hand. Saps were driven, and the wall mined, while troops were moved up in readiness. 900 feet of the wall were brought down between the Sacred and Pyrrhic gates on the southwest side of the city. The fall was brought about at night. The ground was cleared and leveled sufficiently for access, and at midnight, with torches flaring and trumpets and horns blowing, the storming detachments entered the breach, and Athens was given over to the appalling horrors of a midnight sack. The storming of Athens was historic. This was Sulla's answer to Aristion, and he had much the best of the exchanges. The blood that was shed in the marketplace is said to have flowed down through the Ceramicus, past the gate, till it entered the suburbs beyond the wall. Many killed themselves under the terror of that nightmare. It was only when two of his Greek friends, Midias and Calophon, absolutely knelt at his feet, and all the Roman senators present added their entreaties, that he consented to call off his war dogs. Then he relaxed. Perhaps his sense of the dramatic was satisfied. Recollecting what city this was, and who had once been its citizens, he said, "I forgive the few for the many, the living for the dead." The Emperor Nero must often have regretted that he had neither the opportunity nor the ability to take Athens. Aristion had taken refuge in the Acropolis, where he held out until forced to surrender by want of water. Having received the full force of Sulla's retort, he had now to suffer an even more stinging repartee from Sulla's friend Fortune, for at the very moment when he walked down from his impregnable refuge to the hands of the Roman officer who received him, the rain came, and the Acropolis was plentifully replenished with water. 3. The fall of Athens came none too soon. The relief force was at hand. Sulla broke camp at the earliest moment. He kept his word to the Athenians. He restored the full freedom of the city and all its possessions for the sake of those mighty dead who yet made it a sacred spot and still make it so today. It was imperatively necessary to move. He made a last determined attack on Piraeus, so prolonged and hard-pressed that Archelaus abandoned the walls and retired to the citadel, against which, having no ships, Sulla could do nothing. Sulla had already dispatched Lucius Lucullus to raise a naval force by some means or other. It was impossible to maintain an army longer in Attica, as long as the Piraeus was closed. The army of Arcathius, now under Texilles, 100,000 strong, was on the march from Thessaly. Sulla had to meet it, and he had also to effect a junction with Hortensius, who was bringing reinforcements from Macedonia. For these reasons, he was anxious to be away. The problem was solved by Archelaus himself, who voluntarily evacuated Piraeus and went north to join Taxiles and take command of the united forces. Sulla burned Piraeus, including the magnificent arsenal with its marble columns and the shipyards. Since he could not yet occupy it, the only course was to make it useless to Archelaus. He then followed northwards, where he was within reach of supplies, though in ground more favorable for the enemy cavalry. Meanwhile, Lucullus, with 3 small Greek ships and 3 Rhodian galleys, was on his way south through seas scoured both by the warships of Mithridates and by corsairs. He touched at Crete, where he gained the authorities over to Sulla's side, and then he successfully ran the blockade to Cyrene on the African shore. He was always popular wherever he went. Opinion was divided in Cyrene, but Lucullus persevered until he induced the principal citizens to take a more favorable view. He lost most of his vessels to a pirate fleet, but gained Alexandria, where he made a stately entry. King Ptolemy was full of cordiality and compliments. Lucullus was received in state by the royal fleet, invited to the palace as a personal guest, and loaded with presents such as were usually given to men of much higher rank. He refused these gifts and accepted nothing but necessary supplies. He likewise declined invitations to visit the archaeological wonders of Egypt, on the ground that these things were for men of leisure and curiosity, not for one who had left his commander in the trenches. But in spite of his cordiality, the king would not lend any ships. The situation was too delicate, and the future much too uncertain for him to side frankly with either party. He nevertheless saw the little squadron of Lucullus convoyed as far as Cyprus by the Egyptian war fleet, and, on parting, pressed upon Lucullus a magnificent cameo portrait of himself, cut in emerald. Lucullus did not see his way to refuse so personal a gift without giving offense. Either the king's emerald was lucky, or Sulla's fortune began to carry across the sea, for from this moment onwards Lucullus was successful in finding ships. A general reaction against the government of Mithridates and his deputies was everywhere in progress. Lucullus, with his charming person and persuasive speech, was welcomed in a score of places, with greater or less publicity, as a deliverer. Mithridates, with the lordly indifference of the Asiatic despot, had adopted what he understood to be a democratic policy, which would engage the people in his favor. Slaves were freed, land distributed to the poor, and a general moratorium announced, of which the chief result was frantic agitation amongst the commercial classes of Greek Asia and the islands. The appearance of Lucullus with the sullen program and reassurances at once engaged the influence of these men in his favor. It is probable that he gathered a good deal of useful information, which in due time he reported to Sulla. He could hardly have failed to become a much wiser man regarding the inner causes of political revolutions and the means by which they can be avoided. 4. While Lucullus was away on his mission, the crucial battles had been fought. Sulla's advance into Boeotia brought him into a position from which he could comfortably watch the roads leading from Thessaly. There were not many points to guard. The march of a great army would come by Thermopylae and Elatea, and Taxiles had no particular object in taking a less convenient route merely in order to avoid the same Roman army he was anxious to fight and to wipe off the face of the earth. Sulla effected his junction with Hortensius, who was guided over the mountains by Greeks perfectly acquainted with the paths, and the united forces occupied a hill called Philoboetus, a spur of Mount Parnassus, commanding the Elatian plain and the valley of the Cephisus, where supplies were secure and wood and water in abundance. Sulla admired the advantages of the position. The army of Taxiles must come down from the north through the defile and turn at an angle along the main valley where it narrowed towards Chaeronea and Orchomenos. When it came, it would cut off all retreat and bottle him securely into southern Greece, with no escape but by fighting. It came at last, an impressive sight. It seemed overwhelming in numbers, and its array was rich with all those gorgeous military equipments which overawe simple souls, but not a cynical and experienced man of the world like Sulla. It encamped down in the valley, whence its commanders could take a general view of the Roman army. Its forage parties were soon spread far and wide, looting and burning on a generous scale, while the troops of Sulla kept to their positions on the hill. Sulla by no means relished an inactivity so damaging to the country and so bitter a reflection upon his ability to protect it. But he had no alternative. The neighboring temples came in for a full share of enemy interest. During the next few days, the most encouraging declarations of prospective success poured in upon Sulla from the oracles of all the gods of the countryside. The oracle of Lebedea, which received a particularly attentive visit from the enemy, was emphatic in its assurances that Sulla should be victorious. Other interesting predictions and indications were related afterwards. Sulla received them all with satisfaction and was sufficiently appreciative of divine help to see that all such communications were made public. With the forces which Archelaus had brought up by sea to join Taxiles, the united host far outnumbered the Roman army, which was less than 17,000 strong. And even if the Macedonian and Greek allies were included, the disparity was still over 3-1. Archelaus had wished to pursue a policy of attrition, the wisest course, but Taxiles brought positive orders to fight. In the circumstances, Archelaus hardly ventured to press his own view too far. A battle was determined upon. Sulla was perfectly willing in his own time and at his own place. His confidence in himself and fortune was not affected by the disparity of numbers. But the army saw the prospect in a different light. The oracles notwithstanding, to give battle to an enemy 5 times the Roman numbers, and more than 3 times that of the whole army, seemed hopeless and beyond reason. Sulla, accepting public opinion, patiently waited and turned the screws of discipline a little tighter. If the men would not fight, what more profitable than a little digging? So the army was set to work to dig itself in for safety, and since the task was urgent, if they were to stand still and await attack, it was pressed on, and slackness was severely visited. After 3 days of digging trenches, the army made angry representations to its commander when he came to inspect the work. Sulla acidly told them that their new desire to fight was merely a dislike of work, but if their martial ardor was so great, they might go and occupy the hill of Peripotami. They consented. The ancient city of Peripotami, long a ruin, lay at the very point of the angle where the host must begin to wheel eastward, and commanded the fords on the road to Chaeronea and Thebes. Archelaus had already marked it for occupation. There was now a race for it. The sullen veterans gained it first, an almost impregnable position from which it was difficult to dislodge them. Sulla's design was to withdraw upon a prepared position where he could give battle to the greatest advantage. His first movements seemed like a retreat. The Chaeroneans with the Roman army implored him not to leave their city to its fate, whereupon, as this chimed in with his own views of the situation, he at once sent them off with the tribune Gabinius and 1 legion to occupy the town and prepare an entrenched position, left Murena to hold the fords till all was clear, and himself marched along the right bank of the Cephissus. Archelaus, as soon as Murena's withdrawal opened the fords, crossed over and began to take up a position between Mount Hedalius and Mount Acontius, facing Chaeronea. He extended a flanking force to occupy Mount Thurium on his right. Sulla now linked up with Chaeronea and went himself to view the position. An entrenched line, fronted with strong stakes, had been erected, sufficient to prevent the passage of war chariots, but not that of infantry. Before it were massed the legionaries of Gabinius, and behind it the siege engines from Athens had been set up like a battery of heavy field guns. Murena was falling into position on the left of this, close under Thurium. Sulla's cavalry corps, which he intended as part of the general plan to command in person, was posted on the right, out in the plain. On the rising ground in the rear, Hortensius on the left and Galba on the right commanded cohorts of reserve. Sulla inspected the men of Gabinius, and after receiving the complimentary presentation of a laurel wreath, spoke a few words of encouragement and thanks. The force on Mount Thurium was a danger which might render the fortified position untenable, but Gabinius had already secured local volunteers acquainted with the ground, who undertook to deal with the danger. Satisfied that they were able and trustworthy, Sulla approved before leaving to take up his position on the right wing. 5. The first movements of the coming battle were set on foot. Cautiously outflanking the flanking party by means of the mountain paths, the Cyrenians gained the hillside above them. Attacked from above, the enemy were hurled down the hillside in disastrous confusion. Some 3,000 are said to have fallen there. Of the remnant, some were cut off by the men of Murena, while others broke in upon the wing of Archelaus's position, seriously upsetting it. The war cars opened the battle in earnest by hurling themselves upon the division of Gabinius in the center, which withdrew within the staked line. Their frustration was utter and complete, to the delight of the legionaries, who mockingly called them on with their familiar catch-cries of the Roman circus. The support which followed the cars was a corps of 15,000 men, slaves freed for the purpose of enrollment, who were armed and trained in the old Macedonian fashion as a phalanx with close-packed ranks of pikemen. On open ground, the attack of the cars, with their scythe-armed wheels, followed up by such a phalanx, would have been a most formidable one, but it bore no relation whatever to the situation which Sulla had constructed for its benefit. The phalanx, like the cars, was unable to operate against the masked entrenchments. Met by the hand-to-hand grapple of short swordsmen fighting on an entrenched line, played upon by the war engines which hurled stones and shot bolts into the rear of its massed ranks, the phalanx could not bring its power to bear. Even so, the struggle was a stern one. The slave troops fought with the utmost valor and kept their ranks. The legionaries had to wrestle bare-handed with a hedge of pikes to get near enough to use the short sword. Archelaus had not been idle. He had flung out the cavalry of his right wing to envelop the Roman left. Hortensius moved up his troops to meet the danger, but was pressed back, and was in some danger of being cut off. Sulla, who so far had not been engaged at all, came swiftly to the scene and restored the line. Archelaus, guessing by the dust what sort of movement was in progress, recalled some of his cavalry and ordered a concentration upon the weakened right wing from which Sulla had come. To replace the troops he moved, the division of Taxiles was brought up against Murena. Sulla hesitated. This operation, however, which must have taken some time for an army so numerous and of mobility inferior to the Roman standard, resulted in giving the Pontic army a distinct slew towards its right. Sulla made his decision. He pushed in all the troops he could spare with Hortensius to support Murena, and then dashed back to his right wing. He regained it before the movement of Archelaus had matured, found it holding its own, and ordered an advance. The cavalry charge which followed upon the weakened Pontic left was the turning point of the battle. The host of Archelaus crumpled like a house of cards. The wing being routed and pursued off the field, the center was driven in by Gabinius with frightful slaughter. Sulla, as soon as he was assured that all went well, hastened back to the danger spot. Murena. But even Murena was now advancing, and the whole Pontic army was in flight. It soon found that it was trapped. Every avenue of flight somehow led back to the Romans. Archelaus placed himself in front of the camp and bade the desperate mob turn again to fight. It turned, but having no longer any cohesion or direction, it turned only to be slaughtered, and was driven on helplessly to the gates of the camp. At last Archelaus ordered the gates to be opened to receive the fugitives. But it was too late. The victorious legionaries entered with the stream. The disaster was complete and irremediable. It is said that of all that immense host, only 10,000 arrived at Chalcis. Possibly that number may have been the only force surviving as an organized body, but in any case it was a, quote, retreat from Moscow, unquote. Sulla reports his own losses as 14 missing, of whom 2 returned towards nightfall, a remark which may be received in the sporting spirit in which it was made. He may only have counted the men who ran away. Sulla was conscious of the improbability of what he had done, for the trophy he erected on the field of battle, on the scene of his cavalry charge, was dedicated not only to Mars and victory, but to Venus, the spirit of fortune, and the lucky throw of the dice. He held games at Thebes to celebrate his victory. It was perhaps then, or shortly afterwards, that he received news perhaps more serious than that of the approach of Taxiles and Archelaus. Valerius Flaccus was upon the road. But to estimate the significance of Flaccus, we must go back a little. End of Chapter 8. Sulla in Greece. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 9 of Sulla the Fortunate, the Great Dictator, by George Philip Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Vengeance of Marius and the Retention of Asia. 1. To accomplish all that Sulla was destined to accomplish, it was strictly necessary to possess the temperament of Sulla. He never trusted more absolutely to fortune than when he left Italy in order to carry on the war against Mithridates. That he never could have acted more wisely we can see at this distance of time, but it was not altogether so clear then. The situation in Italy was as dangerous as it could very well be. The revolt of the Italians was still smoldering. The terms on which so many of them had laid down their arms had either not been carried out or had been carried out in a way which made them ineffective. The Samnites were unappeased. The Varian exiles had not been recalled, and Sulla had added a fresh swarm of them, amongst whom was Marius himself. Marius, whose sensitiveness and austerity now added their force to the effects of his age and his genius and his popularity. He was an old man, and an embittered old man, and a terrible embittered old man, and a terrible embittered old man of genius who was worshipped by half the inhabitants of Italy. The Equites who had supported Sulpicius were in a state of thorough discontent. Who was not? The whole of Rome was in that condition in which no one is contented, no one satisfied, and everyone is on the watch to make a bid for greater safety. Sulla had reduced the amount of interest they could recover from their debtors, and although he had not revived the project of Drusus for removing the control of the courts from the Equites, he probably intended to do so sooner or later, if only to escape impeachment when he came home. The corporations can hardly have expected the restoration of their privileges in Asia when Sulla resettled the East. They are unlikely to have failed to inform themselves of Sulla's views on that head. In spite, therefore, of the obvious fact that Roman dominion, and with it the financial position of the great bankers, hung by the most tenuous of hairs, an effort was made to upset Sulla's settlement, restore the Gracchan constitution, and recall Marius. The new arrangements made by Sulla before he left for the East did not permit a tribune to bring a motion directly before the assembly in the old way hitherto customary. The intermediation of a consul was necessary. Cinna was therefore approached as the likeliest person. He was influenced by the overtures made to him and consented to act. He brought before the Senate two proposals, one for the reenactment of the cancelled law of Sulpicius, allowing of the enrollment of new citizens in any of the tribes, the other for the recall of the exiles. These proposals were fair enough upon the face of them, and would certainly command a majority when referred to the assembly. If brought forward in a time of profound peace and security, they would have been wise measures of conciliation, and perhaps this is what they seemed to Cinna. But in the circumstances of the day, their meaning was something very different from this. If passed into law, they would bring to his support practically the whole of the Italians, and would also secure him the alliance of the party of Marius. The repeal of Sulla's measures and a return to the Gracchan constitution would then be easy. Marius would take over the command against Mithridates, and the settlement he made would, naturally enough, be all in favor of the friends who had loyally supported him. Sulla would be impeached before an equestrian court. The stripping of Delphi would alone be ground enough for a condemnation. The men who hatched this scheme must have had strangely imperfect ideas concerning the peril in which civilization lay. Footnote. There is, however, another possible explanation. The plan of campaign which Marius proposed to adopt against Mithridates may have been known and may have seemed to the bankers to promise greater advantages. End footnote. A peril which was cutting the ground from under their feet while they conspired for prizes they might never see. Asia had not yet been recovered. It might never be recovered. And if it were lost, then with it would go all that Rome meant, both to contemporaries and to succeeding ages. 2. Cinna's colleague Octavius, who stood firmly by Sulla's settlement, was an example of a type of man common enough in all ages, a formalist who might have made an excellent administrator, but who had no trace of the easy adaptability which allows men to see beyond the letter to the spirit. He was a severe, honorable man who treated the Roman constitutional usages, quote, as if they had been immutable mathematical truths, unquote. His only conception of the task Sulla had set him was to cling at any cost to the letter of the arrangements, without intelligence, and above all, without any sort of elasticity or discretion. The rigid policy of Octavius, however well-intentioned, was of itself enough to destroy Sulla's hope that things might be left alone for a time to settle and heal in peace. Octavius could not even exploit his own strength to any advantage. Between the two well-meaning physicians, the patient, who needed rest and quiet before all else, was once more turned out of bed into turmoil. The conflict between the consuls culminated in a pitched battle in the Forum. Although he had Quintus Sertorius as an organizer, Cinna was beaten and had to make a rush from the city, leaving 10,000 of his followers on the field. The Senate passed a decree outlawing Cinna and the leaders of the populares, who presented themselves before the Italians with a good cause and overwhelming arguments. Money, arms, and recruits poured in upon them. The army in Campania went over to the populares and furnished cadres for a much greater army which Cinna proceeded to organize. A fleet was collected. A general arrived, for Marius himself landed in Etruria with a small force of exiles and of Numidian cavalry, and sent to Cinna to offer himself as a private soldier in the ranks. Cinna welcomed him and bestowed proconsular authority upon him. If Octavius had plotted the creation of these events, he could not have brought them about so effectively and so swiftly. All the advantages Sulla had given him had been thrown away, and now the forces of the populares began to march on Rome. It is impossible to describe in sufficiently damning terms the incompetence which Octavius and the Senate proceeded to pile upon incompetence. They appealed to Strabo. Strabo came, pitched his camp at the Colline Gate, and demanded the consulship for next year. The Senate did not relish the demand and went elsewhere for help. It conferred the franchise on all Italians formerly allied with Rome. This concession, which might have done something to stop the trouble at its source, if made in time, produced 10,000 recruits. The Samnites were approached to see whether some arrangement could not be made with them, by which the army of Metellus Pius, then in Samnium, might be set free. The Samnite terms were too humiliating to swallow, so Metellus was recalled to Rome, whereupon the Samnites promptly joined Cinna. Rome was by this time completely invested by land and sea. Marius had acted with vigor. He was in no good mood. Since the day of his exile, he had never cut his hair. He had offered Cinna to serve as a private soldier. When he received the proconsular fasces from Cinna, he had remarked with ominous irony that he was unworthy of all this grandeur. He had collected about himself a bodyguard of Illyrian Celts, Ardean tribesmen as savage as himself. With 40 ships, the tale reads more like the story of a Viking foray of the 9th century than that of a Roman consular. He blockaded Ostia, cut off the provision fleet, and captured the freights. He then hove in to Ostia, stormed the port, and barred the river, after which he marched up to the Janiculum Hill on the right bank of the Tiber, where he commanded the great highway to Etruria and Gaul. What was coming from this quarter was no ordinary Roman army, but a host of fierce desperadoes, unshackled by Roman tradition, led by a man who had invented one more novelty in the way of military strategy. No one before had ever thought of capturing Rome through Ostia, but the plan was not forgotten. To add to the agony, pestilence broke out among the troops in the city and swept away 17,000 persons. Those who remained were in no great heart for fighting. They requested Metellus Pius, who was in favor of compromise, to take command of them. Metellus declined the responsibility. Octavius, who refused all compromise, remained in command. Desertions became alarmingly frequent. The Senate opened negotiations with Cinna. While they were in progress, Cinna pitched his camp close up to the city gates, and the desertions from the city reached such numbers that it became clear that resistance was hopeless. The Senate surrendered unconditionally, save for the stipulation that Cinna would shed no blood. Cinna promised. But there were more generals than Cinna in the field. What of Marius? 3. Like many rough and self-made men, Marius was by nature sensitive. As Sulla had noted, the most ordinary praise or criticism upset him. He could be firm as a mountain in those great things before which common men collapse, but he was weak where common men are strong. He had an almost morbid craving for justice in a world inherently unjust. He had been brooding over his own wrongs and humiliations, as if 6 consulships and innumerable honors, official and unofficial, were not enough to set a man up in his own conceit. His failure to gain the Mithridatic command had been a blow. His flight before Sulla and all the hardships he had undergone had been the final straw. He returned from exile with his mind distinctly unhinged. He had been worried, persecuted, frightened, enraged, till the emotions became fixed as an obsession. And an obsession in a man like Gaius Marius is indeed a terrible thing. Who is to overpower Hercules himself? We do not know how far Cinna and his friends realized the truth. In any case, Marius was not an ally they could easily reject. Sertorius had held a serious conference with Cinna over the question, a conversation which shows that Sulla was not the only man who entertained doubts concerning the fitness of Marius for office. Sertorius strongly dissuaded Cinna from allowing Marius to join them. They were already victorious without Marius, and he knew of no one less easy to deal with or less to be trusted when in power. Cinna was apologetic. He expressed his real regret, but in fact he had actually invited Marius to come. Sertorius at once answered that there was no more to be said. He had supposed that Marius came of his own accord, but if he had been invited, they were bound by their word to accept him. Marius pointedly refused to enter Rome until his sentence of outlawry was officially and ceremoniously reversed. A scratch collection of electors was hurriedly assembled in the Forum, and the necessary legislation scrambled through. Then Marius entered. The gates were closed, and for 5 days the terror reigned. Octavius was the first victim, but for weeks and months the sleuth hounds were still seeking those who lay hid from vengeance. That Marius was insane there can be little doubt. All his actions point to mental derangement. His reign of terror as much exceeded anything that had been known in Rome in the past as he exceeded Nasica or Opimius in moral stature. But it was strictly an individual vengeance. He appealed to no law, held no court, heard no defense. In his madness, he revealed himself to be just what Sulla had thought, a military tyrant, a Mithridates who neither really understood nor really cared for the processes of civil life. The corpse of Lucius Julius Caesar was stabbed afresh at the tomb of Quintus Varius, the author of the Varian Commission. The slayer of Marcus Antonius the orator was publicly embraced. His ardiaei left corpses lying about in the streets, ravished the wives and children of those they murdered, and sacked their houses. Only one man of eminence among the optimates stayed at his post in Rome and escaped with his life. Even in his madness, Marius had nothing against Mucius Scaevola. Catulus was allowed to take his own life. We know that Marius was not naturally an evil man. His life had been stern, austere, and public-spirited. He had been much loved, and that alone is evidence of some inherent quality in him that was just and merciful. But we know that he fretted over unfairnesses and injustices. We have not the slightest evidence that he possessed one spark of the cynical humor which oiled the wheels for Sulla. He was a demented moralist, determined to root up, destroy, and stamp on all wickedness and evil disposition, which in practice meant all who had opposed Gaius Marius. To destroy injustice, the recipe of the morally ignorant in all ages has been to destroy the unjust man. He knew of no solacing theory of original sin. He was unable to see himself towering giant-like among the pygmies, his genius untouched and unaltered by their ingratitude and hostility. Least of all could he see any of the reasons why the injustices had not been at root unjust, nor the unfairnesses really unfair. So he struck with all his force at the foes who had imperiled that frailest of delicate growths, the huge and immortal reputation of Gaius Marius. There was no nervous specialist to certify him as insane. No one had the power to restrain him. The populares were themselves alarmed at the terrific thing they had evoked, which at any moment might strike at them. They approached him with increasing apprehension. So the terror went on, and the giant set his foot on the bleeding bodies of those whose chief hold on the remembrance of posterity is that they were his victims. Marius had, among his obsessions, the conviction that he was destined to have 7 consulships, which certain omens and predictions had foretold. The anxious populares put him up for his 7th consulship in the ensuing year. He lasted just so long. He had been drinking heavily and moodily against insomnia, and a few days later he died raving in delirium, fighting his battles over again on his sickbed, and leaving others to face the awful reactions of the deeds he had done. So died Gaius Marius, 7 times consul, twice triumphator, the creator of the new Roman armies, the savior of his country, the beloved commander. He died of insufficient conviction of his own importance. Quintus Sertorius acted swiftly on the death of Marius. The Ardii, stained with every enormity known to human crime, were rounded up and slaughtered by his Celtic troops. The vital statistics of contemporary Rome would make interesting reading if we had them. 4. We may now review the situation. The populares were at long last in absolute possession of the field, save for Sulla, far away in Greece, without money or resources, fighting, with his back to the wall, against the perpetually reinforced hosts of Mithridates. They had captured the machine. The control of policies, of armies, of government was entirely in their hands. They had nothing more to fight for. Their victory was complete. And now they had to pass the grand test. What were they going to do with their victory? It is doubtless important to gain victories, though some men are able to dispense with them. But it is of far greater importance to be able to use a victory when it is gained, for the only use of victory is the opportunity it gives to exercise freely the creative power of the human mind. A fruitless victory is so much energy wasted. The 3 years which followed illustrate a characteristic which often, perhaps usually, marks popular revolutions. They proved that the revolt of the populares was not a bid for a new creative effort, but a revolt for certain particular reforms. There was nothing to prevent them from introducing any millennial ideals they might possess, and of making the Roman world, if they desired, a political paradise. But, having extended the franchise to the Italians, the populares could positively think of nothing else except to cancel Sulla's laws and return to the old system and to organize an army to fight Mithridates. This was surely a very small mouse for so very great a mountain to produce. When we look back upon the bloodshed, the damage done, and the hatred engendered, we may well stand astonished at the amount of energy one party had expended to prevent and another had expended to achieve such results. Perhaps nothing illustrates better than such an instance the core of truth in the creed of the Cynics, who think the folly and evil of humanity larger than its wisdom or its goodness. 5. It was the refugees from this revolution who filled Sulla's camp outside Athens with their presence and their reminiscences. They cannot have been soothing company. They fled to him as to a man recognized as a strong refuge in times of trouble. Sulla did not hurry and did not worry, overtly at least. He lost no time, but he pursued his way uninterrupted, finishing his work to the end as he went along, and trusting to fortune. Most of the provinces adhered to the optimates, Africa fell early into the hands of the populares, and the East was to be their next objective. Although Sulla had been, of course, deprived of his command and placed beyond the pale of the law, he had grown so to dominate the situation and the thoughts of men that there could be no settlement till he was dealt with. In addition to this, Mithridates also had to be dealt with if any Rome were to be left to govern. The new government undertook the task with interesting light-heartedness. After the death of Marius, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, his old consular colleague back in the days of Saturninus and Glaucia, had been elected to fill his vacant place. Sertorius, the only member of the party capable of handling a great campaign, was entirely passed over. A large army was organized and dispatched under the command of Flaccus, who, being no soldier, was given as chief of staff a certain Fimbria. Flaccus crossed over the narrow seas and set out on the march through Macedonia. Sulla was still in no hurry. The quickest way was to wait, and Sulla was always excellent at waiting. Mithridates still commanded the sea, although the fleet of Lucullus was busily at work and growing. Flaccus approached through Sicily, driving the Mithridatans out before him, and Sulla moved north through the passes, pitching his camp just beyond the mountain barrier. There Flaccus found him. For some time the two armies lay almost in contact, neither commander making any move. A great deal can be done by waiting. The process revealed a number of surprising reactions. The troops of Flaccus began to desert. The magnetism of Sulla was acting. The trickle became a steady stream, and Flaccus broke camp. To have remained longer would have meant the absorption of his entire army by Sulla. Besides, a great deal can be arranged in silence. Sulla had a considerable number of factors to take into account in his calculations. He must already have known that another army of Mithridates was on the way by sea. Lucullus would have kept him informed on that score. To waste time and men in fighting Flaccus would have been inexcusable in a man so acute and so public-spirited as Sulla always showed himself to be. Flaccus may very well have seen matters in the same light. Nothing was to be gained for any genuine purpose by fighting, with the inevitable result of the crippled survivor having to turn at last to encounter the hosts of the Pontic king. The two Roman commanders therefore silently distributed their tasks. Flaccus marched north again, round through Thrace to Byzantium, crossed the straits, and arrived in Chalcedon on the northern flank of Mithridates' dominions. Sulla retired back through the mountain passes and moved a few miles eastward past Chaeronea towards Orchomenos. Domestic differences could be settled afterwards. Sulla chose Orchomenos because he was no longer threatened from Thessaly and the passes. The new army would land at Chalcis, and Orchomenos lies very conveniently on the edge of a vast lake or marsh, the lake Copais, fed by the Cephissus and the mountain streams. The position formed a natural entrenchment, which only needed a little finishing in order to be defensible by a small force against a large one. Sulla was not wandering about Greece in an aimless way. He knew with formidable precision just what he was doing. Athens would have been the best base for the use of a Mithridaten army, but Sulla had carefully made it his task to acquire Athens. All things considered, Chalcis was practically the only other landing place possible. Any other to the south would have been a blind alley. Any other to the north would have placed the newcomers between Sulla and Flaccus, with the certainty of having their communications cut as they advanced into a difficult country. Chalcis was a port perfectly adapted for the landing of a large army, and Orchomenos was beautifully designed by fortune to enable Sulla to fight that large army. Orchomenos, therefore, was the district where he dug himself in with all the resources of Roman engineering. 6. When Dorilaus and his army arrived, 80,000 strong, to join Archelaus, it was with the most express orders to fight. Mithridates frankly disbelieved that his last army could have been defeated at Chaeronea without incompetence or treason among its commanders, and Dorilaus seems to have taken the same view, a view which he considerably modified after his first taste of Sulla's methods. Archelaus occupied Boeotia and took every measure calculated to draw Sulla into a battle. Sulla was still in no hurry. He went on driving his network of ditches and drove them as near as he could to the camp of the Pontic army. But he was not merely digging himself in, he was digging Archelaus in also and shaping the ditches to a definite strategical end. The ditches were dikes, the flooding of which would pen in the Pontic army and limit the cavalry operations, which were its main reliance. When this fact dawned upon the perception of Archelaus, he at once gave the word to attack the ditches. The workmen were driven out, and the covering troops, moving up to their support, were broken by formidable charges of cavalry, and for a moment the line seemed to be giving way. Sulla rode to the spot, leapt from his charger, and seizing an eagle, rushed through the broken ranks with it, calling upon the flyers to follow him. And when they ask you where you left your commander, remember Orchomenos. The line was rallied and reformed. 2 fresh cohorts were thrown in from the right wing, and the advance of the cavalry was checked. Sulla reorganized and rested his troops before proceeding. Then he moved up to continue the work on the dikes. Archelaus replied by hurling his cavalry once more upon the accessible Roman front. It was met and driven back in confusion with great slaughter. And now the legionaries followed, and drove before them the archers who sought to protect the retirement of the horse. Throughout the course of the battle, the floods must have been creeping over the adjacent country. The Pontic army was penned into its camp, where it passed a miserable and disheartening night. The dikes were still pushed on. On the second day of the Battle of Orchomenos, Archelaus made a determined effort to break the ingenious toils which were closing upon him. The whole remaining force of the Pontic army was thrown upon the Romans along the causeways yet open. What began as a sally ended in a complete rout, for the legionaries pressed so closely upon their flying foes that in the struggle they took the camp by storm. The fall of men was so great that Plutarch records with interest that weapons and armor could still, in his own day, 200 years after the battle, be fished out of the mud of the marshes. Archelaus hid for 2 days in the fen until he could escape in a small boat to Chalcis. 7. The deed was done. The Battle of Orchomenos, lasting over 2 days, was one of the world's decisive battles. It determined that Roman dominion was to survive, Roman tradition to be unbroken, and that her evolution was to be continued till it gave rise to the civilization of modern Europe. Never again would Lucius Cornelius Sulla need to assume an ingratiating smile to any man. The bar was crossed, the crisis surmounted. Fortune had crowned him. This was the hour of supreme triumph for Sulla, unalloyed by any regret or remorse. Fortune can do great things. Fortune had done this. Ditches or no ditches, surely no mere human power could have done it. In the meantime, the army of Flaccus had had its own adventures. Although elected by the vote of Roman citizens, Flaccus, whether through his vices or his virtues, was an unpopular man with his troops. He became involved in a growing quarrel with Fimbria, who was on all grounds much more acceptable to them. It is possible that Flaccus was, as alleged by the historians, a rascal intent on feathering his own nest, and it is equally possible that he may have been a Catonic idealist, sternly refusing to connive at the rapacity of a corrupt soldiery. Footnote. It is significant that Flaccus distinguished his consulship by bringing in a measure for the cancellation of debts. End footnote. Whether he were one or the other, the act of the electors could only present their troops with a commander who was a misfit. The trouble culminated by Flaccus taking refuge in a house, whence, waiting for night, he escaped by climbing a wall and fleeing to Chalcedon, and then to Nicomedia. Fimbria found him there, hidden in a well, and although Flaccus was a consular and commander-in-chief, he hauled him out, cut off his head, threw it into the sea, left his body unburied, and appointed himself general. These highly unconstitutional proceedings at any rate gave the army an acceptable and able head. Fimbria advanced into Asia, the newly acquired dominion of Mithridates being founded, as such things are, merely upon a superficial military conquest without political root, was collapsing as rapidly as it had extended. The great mercantile communities of Smyrna, Ephesus, and Sardis were in revolt against his policies, and were not pacified by the execution, at his order, of the whole Senate of Adramyttium. He deported the population of Chios to cure it of disloyalty, but he could not stop the rot that set in. The suspected Celtic chiefs of Galatia were invited to a conference, and shared the fate of the Senate of Adramyttium. A few, however, got away and raised the tribesmen. The oriental ways of Mithridates proved incapable of achieving his aims. Defeated by Fimbria, he was obliged to leave Pergamus and take refuge in the island of Mytilene. He would not even have gained that refuge but for the hesitation of Lucullus, who was unwilling to grant Fimbria the political advantage of making the master stroke. Had the king been victorious in Europe, the tale might have been widely different, but two magnificent armies had disappeared into Boeotia, never to return. Mithridates temporized. He recognized his most important foe, the man who, with a handful of troops, had dispersed his vast dreams of empire. It was Sulla. Footnote. The following suggestions do not quite deserve to be called speculative. They have natural and inherent likelihood, even if evidence to support them be lacking. It is extremely improbable that Marius never mentioned to his friends the plan of campaign he intended to adopt against Mithridates. It is even probable that he would vehemently criticize Sulla's strategy and lay down the lines on which he himself would proceed. The course of action taken by Flaccus and Fimbria would then represent the outline of Marius's plan, namely, to enter Asia Minor across the straits and strike towards the Pontic homeland of Mithridates. This might automatically have brought about the evacuation of Greece and western Asia Minor by Mithridates. It is only fair to recollect that even under Fimbria the plan was by no means a failure. We cannot exactly estimate the degree to which the campaigns of Fimbria and Sulla exercised mutual influence. The conception of Sulla's campaign in Greece deserves discussion from a military point of view. Finlay thought that, economically, Greece never recovered from it. End footnote. A merchant of Delos brought the first private inquiries. Sulla consented to meet Archelaus and to talk matters over. They met at Delium, quote, where the temple of Apollo stands, unquote, on the seafront near Tanagra, southward of Chalcis. Archelaus opened the conversation by reminding Sulla that Mithridates had been a friend of his father. The rapacity of the Roman corporations had been the real cause of this war, but the king was ready to make peace if he could gain, as he hoped, fair terms from such a very different kind of man as his old friend's son. Sulla had every practical reason for jumping at the proposal, but he kept an unrelenting front. He replied that if Mithridates had been wronged, he should have taken peaceful and diplomatic means of obtaining redress, not the course of murdering and torturing Roman citizens in Asia. Sulla said that he considered the actions of Mithridates to show deliberate hostility rather than the indignation of a wronged man. As for that friendship with his father, that, said Sulla, had only been remembered after he himself had defeated 2 Pontic armies. It was a weakness to make peace at all. The war ought, by rights, to be firmly carried on and driven home. Archelaus answered by advising Sulla to abandon the idea of conquering Asia. The state of affairs in Rome, he suggested, urgently demanded Sulla's presence. The king was willing to assist him with money and ships and men. Sulla's irony came out in his prompt interposition. He recommended Archelaus to pay no further heed to Mithridates, but to grasp the crown himself, surrender the fleet, and become an ally of Rome. He reminded Archelaus of the way in which the king treated his friends, and of the consistent loyalty with which the Romans had treated theirs. Archelaus was somewhat shocked. He would never think of treason to his master. Sulla came down upon him with force. "So you, Archelaus, a Cappadocian and a servant, or friend, if you prefer the word, of a barbarian king, would not, for such a great reward, be guilty of a dishonorable action. And yet you talk to me, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, a Roman commander, of treason, as if you were not the man who fled from Chaeronea with few left out of 120,000 men, and who hid 2 days in the marshes at Orchomenos." Archelaus changed his tone and came to the point. Would Sulla make reasonable terms with Mithridates? Sulla replied that he would. The Articles of Agreement, which he drafted, provided that Mithridates should evacuate Paphlagonia and the Roman province of Asia, restore Bithynia and Cappadocia to their lawful rulers, and pay an indemnity of 3,000 talents, besides delivering up 70 fully equipped ships of war and restoring the Chians to their city. On these terms, he would confirm Mithridates in his other possessions and declare him an ally of the Romans. These terms were such as a victor dictates to a vanquished enemy. But Archelaus, not the first man nor the last to succumb to Sulla's dominating magnetism, provisionally accepted them on the king's behalf until a personal meeting could be arranged. The king, at first, refused to countenance the terms. Sulla prepared to visit Asia to see the negotiations through. He also wished to be a little closer to Fimbria, whose nearer acquaintance it was now time to cultivate. As Archelaus, in execution of the terms, removed the Pontic troops from Europe, no obstacle stood in the way. He set out by land through Thessaly, Macedonia, and Thrace, taking Archelaus with him. It was noticed that he treated Archelaus with great consideration. The Cappadocian general was taken seriously ill at Larissa, whereupon Sulla stopped his march and treated him, quote, as if he had been one of his own officers or his colleague in command, unquote. Suspicions were revived. The Battle of Chaeronea was something which Archelaus had difficulty in living down. It was also observed that, with the exception of Aristion, who was not on good terms with Archelaus, all the friends of Mithridates who fell into Sulla's hands were released. Sulla gave Archelaus a considerable landed estate in Euboea and the status of friend and ally of the Roman people. Men scented some secret understanding. Sulla dealt with these criticisms in his memoirs. To what effect, we are not told. But Sulla had every reason to be civil to Archelaus, whose influence might yet mean very much. Archelaus would feel much more free to act as he thought best if he knew that he had a safe refuge in the event of his master's anger. And besides, Sulla could be carelessly generous when the mood came to him. Envoys arrived, who had authority to accept the terms Sulla had transmitted through Archelaus, with the exception of the cession of Paphlagonia, which the king could not part with. As to the ships of war, there was some mistake, as they knew of no such clause. They also hinted at better terms that might be obtained from Fimbria. Sulla was not to be bluffed. He could himself do very well in that line. He took a very angry and blustering tone. What? Hold back Paphlagonia and deny the clause about the ships? I expected to see Mithridates at my feet to thank me for leaving him even that right hand which destroyed so many Romans. He will sing another tune when I come into Asia. In the meantime, let him take his ease in Pergamus, directing a war he has never seen." The envoys were intimidated. Archelaus intervened and begged Sulla to leave the negotiations to him. Receiving Sulla's consent, he left to visit the king, while Sulla settled affairs in Macedonia. Archelaus returned to Philippi with the king's unqualified agreement to the terms. He seems to have been successful in persuading Mithridates that Sulla was both a more formidable opponent and a more profitable friend than Fimbria, in which, without doubt, he judged rightly. Mithridates requested a personal interview. 8. The fleet of Lucullus, which had won 2 considerable sea battles off the Trojan coast, was joined by a fleet that Sulla had equipped in the Thessalian ports, and the united squadrons, sailing up to the Hellespont, met the army after its long march round by Thrace. The interview with Mithridates took place at Dardanus, on the Asiatic side of the straits. It was interesting because it illustrated 2 opposite forms of bluff, one of which will always successfully browbeat the other. 200 ships, 20,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and an array of war cars were the trifling escort intended to convey to the world the pomp and power of Mithridates. With arrogant insolence, Sulla arrived, with 4 cohorts, 200 horse, his own genius, and the moral power of the Roman name. He at once put Mithridates in his place. As they met, and the king extended his hand, Sulla imperiously demanded whether he were willing to ratify the terms of peace. The king was at first too astonished to answer, but remained silently reckoning up the man before him. "How is this?" demanded Sulla harshly. "I think the petitioner speaks first, and the conqueror listens in silence." Mithridates therefore began, and explained his view of the war. It had been partly an inevitable fatality. Some sort of war was bound to happen, and no one was really at fault. And partly the Romans had only themselves to blame. He developed the argument which turned up in one form or another in all discussions of the subject. It was the venality and corruption of the Roman officials and corporations which were the real cause of the war. Sulla openly derided this point of view. He had heard, he said, that Mithridates was a man who never lacked plausible reasons to justify a bad case. And now he could see that it was so. He took the case point by point and reminded Mithridates of all the indisputable facts which showed that the king had had hostile intentions independent of any offense of the Roman officials. Of these latter, Sulla said significantly little, and nothing at all in palliation of their conduct. But he insisted that they were excuses, not reasons, for the war, and that peaceful means of redress had always been open. He again detailed in particular the barbarous acts committed by the orders of Mithridates, reminded him that he was in an impossible military position, and demanded afresh whether the treaty arranged with Archelaus were to be ratified. Mithridates meekly said that it was. Sulla, therefore, at once embraced the king and gave him the kiss of peace and friendship. Mithridates, having handed over the agreed number of ships, sailed home to Pontus, and the First Mithridatic War was ended. He was to be heard of again, but Sulla had other things to occupy his mind. Sufficient to the day was the evil thereof. 9. Enthusiasts are always more royalist than the king. The army, which being Roman and not Pontic, had ideas of its own, was somewhat scandalized and critical at letting King Mithridates off so easily as this. It was all in favor of, quote, hanging the Kaiser, unquote. Sulla had no objection to explanation. He quieted the enthusiasts by a public address, pointing out that such compromises were necessary and expedient, since any attempt to enforce harsher terms might simply have resulted in Mithridates transferring the negotiations to Fimbria. An alliance between Fimbria and the king would have been too powerful for Sulla. Now, however, Fimbria was isolated, and it was time to pay a friendly visit to his army. Fimbria was encamped at Thyatira. Proceeding thither, Sulla pitched camp not far off and began to dig in. He sent to require that Fimbria should deliver up his command, since it was held on an illegal and unauthorized tenure. Fimbria, who evidently thought this demand a good joke, replied that Sulla's own command was now illegal. Sulla did not see the joke. His official commission had been perfectly in order from the start, and he had never admitted the validity of the order superseding him, whereas no possible argument from any point of view could make out Fimbria's commission to be legal. For all his popularity, Fimbria apparently had not the peculiar power over men which Sulla possessed in such plenitude. He could not, at any rate he did not, prevent his men from meeting and talking with the Sullans. It became clear that they could not be relied upon. Before long, some of them were helping Sulla's men to dig the trenches, and did not trouble to come back. Fimbria called an assembly. He urged his men to stand by him. Many let him know plainly that they would not fight fellow citizens. He rent his garments in desperation and spoke to the disaffected personally, but it was without effect. The desertions continued. Fimbria canvassed the officers and managed to get some support. Calling another assembly, he asked these officers to take an oath to remain with him. But now they too hesitated and suggested that everyone should be called upon to take the oath. He made a personal appeal to those who were under special obligations to him. The first he named, a close friend, refused to take the oath. Fimbria drew his sword and was prevented from killing him only by the intervention of those around. It was evident that the whole army was breaking up under the magnetism of Sulla. The only possible resort was to wipe out the cause. Fimbria persuaded a slave by money rewards and the promise of freedom to undertake the perilous gamble of going to Sulla as a, quote, deserter, unquote, and assassinating him. Fortune stood on guard over Sulla, for even here Fimbria bungled in choosing his man. The man began to lose his nerve at the last critical moment, attracted attention, was arrested, and confessed. The indignation of the Sullans was deep and outspoken. Fimbria finally went to the Sullan camp himself and asked for an interview. To his disappointment, Sulla sent an officer in his stead. But after what had just occurred, it can hardly be surprising that Sulla declined a personal meeting with a desperate and none too scrupulous man. He was, however, moderate in the terms he offered Fimbria. In spite of all that was known to have happened in Rome, and all that was known against Fimbria personally, footnote, he had attempted to kill old Scaevola during the funeral of Marius, end footnote, Sulla offered him permission to leave Asia by sea and go whither he would. He answered gloomily that he knew of a better way. Leaving the camp, he went to Pergamus, entered the temple of Asclepius, and there stabbed himself. His ill luck pursued him. The wound was not mortal, so at his master's command, his servant drove the weapon home. Sulla handed the body over to Fimbria's freedmen for burial, remarking acidly that he would not imitate the conduct of Marius and Cinna. The army of Fimbria was incorporated with the Sullan. This was the end of Fimbria and of the popular expedition to the east. Thus far, the victory of Sulla over the populares had been extraordinarily complete and entirely bloodless, save for the suicide of Fimbria. He had done better than wipe out an army. He had absorbed one. 10. Sulla spent the winter in Asia, his men in rest, and he himself in work. The disaster had been enormous, and it was little use to hope that the settlement could be other than a grievous one. The measures of Mithridates were cancelled. His more important adherents and those who had been responsible for the massacres were proceeded against and executed. The financial side of affairs was particularly important. Sulla had been living from hand to mouth during all these months since he left Rome. His own private income, together with that of his officers, had been entirely cut off. Sulla did not propose to sacrifice the greater in the interest of the less, nor Rome, on which everything else depended, to the comfort of a province which had imperiled the very foundations of Roman dominion. His financial measures, therefore, were terribly severe. The hitherto unpaid revenues of the last 5 years were assessed and ordered to be collected, and a special war levy of 20,000 talents was laid upon the country. It was impossible to pay such sums. The cities were compelled to borrow heavily. The Roman bankers advanced the loans. Footnote: with paid and unpaid interest, the loan swelled in 14 years to 6-fold the original amount. Asia, nevertheless, continued to be one of the most prosperous of the Roman provinces. End footnote. And by this huge operation, Sulla's return to Rome was financed, and the great bankers given such a stake in its success that their whole influence was likely to be thrown into the scale to maintain the value of the security he represented to them. So far from committing himself to any political alliance with them, Sulla had committed them to his cause by the powerful bonds of business interest. There was no alternative. Sulla was not responsible for the situation in which he found himself. Least of all had he been responsible for the train of events which had originally caused the Mithridatic War. And he may have reflected that it was better for Asia in the long run to pay these sums for the maintenance of political control than to fall into the hands of the financial corporations without any political control to hold them in check. It was a bad business in any case. There was discrimination. Those cities which had remained loyal to Rome received special recognition, and those which had suffered with exceptional severity were given compensation. Sulla studied on the spot the whole problem of the Asiatic administration. He took away with him some intelligent conceptions as to the origin of the trouble and its best remedy, which were destined to bear ample fruit in days to come. Sulla's period of office as proconsul had, of course, long ago expired. He had, moreover, been formally deprived of command, and he possessed no authority of his own to appoint a successor. Footnote: the legal position was that Sulla's command continued in force until his successor took it over. But, so far, Flaccus was the only person who could have claimed to exercise this right, and he was dead, in addition to which Sulla denied his claim. End footnote. He therefore merely left Murena with Fimbria's 2 legions to act as his deputy and to see the new arrangements carried out. Lucius Lucullus also remained, in part, probably, at his own wish, to superintend the naval and the financial side of affairs, both of which needed the attention of an able man. Lucullus was never at any time a keen party man, while no one was better qualified to deal with finance. He was one of those uncommon men who are always popular, always trusted, and always trustworthy. But if he had merely walked to and fro in the street, he would somehow have made a fortune out of it. He had a natural magnetism for money. Sulla had no objection to an arrangement which had much to recommend it. Piracy was swarming in the Greek seas and needed to be dealt with. While settling Asia, Sulla drafted a letter to the Senate at Rome, which constituted his political pronunciamento. He reported his proceedings in Greece and Asia and informed the Senate that he was about to return to Italy. He promised to respect the rights of the new Italian citizens admitted to the franchise and to confine his punishment to the leaders of the revolution. With the rank and file, he had no quarrel. To his supersession, he made no reference whatever. In some cases, there is practically no distinction observable between the product of a generous instinct and that of a subtle diplomacy. It is very difficult to judge under which of these categories to place Sulla's motives in framing the terms of this letter, unless we frankly admit that the heart and the head, properly exercised, lead to the same results. It was exactly what any man would have written who was inspired by resolute principle and honest public spirit, but it was also a shattering blow for the populares. If we compare the actions of Octavius with those of Sulla now, we obtain a perfect contrast between stupidity and intelligence. Sulla's messenger was not allowed to enter Rome. The publication of the letter might have broken up the Sinan coalition. Still, Quintus Sertorius was not sent. Cinna determined to cross the seas himself. He got no further than Ancona. The troops, on learning their proposed destination, mutinied, and Cinna was killed. His colleague in the consulship, Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, gave up all further thought of carrying the war overseas and took up his post at Ariminum. Moderate men, terrified at the prospect, strove to effect a reconciliation between the parties, but it seemed impossible to bridge the gulf. Energetic preparations were made. 100,000 men were held under arms in Italy, and every step was taken to be ready against the emergency of Sulla's return. Lucius Scipio and Gaius Norbanus, two moderate men not involved in the Marian proscription, were elected consuls for the year. End of Chapter 9. The Vengeance of Marius and the Retention of Asia. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts.